He is responsible for IBM's global research on AI. So I request Mr. Shriram to take over and then take the initiative and then carry on with the session. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Welcome.
1 minute. Sir, can we have one photograph just for of you, sir? Yeah, come. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Raghavan, please.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to this conversation on government's vision and role in ensuring a safe and trusted AI. I think one of the most important conversations to have, and it's really my honor and privilege to have this opportunity to facilitate this conversation with this esteemed panel here. I want to begin maybe with a little bit of a personal perspective. I've had, as a technologist, the chance to create, build, deploy AI for a couple of decades. And even for somebody who's seeing that technology, it is very clear that we are at a real inflection point. The confluence of massive amount of data, compute, storage, the new technologies, it's truly a tipping point in what this technology can do. And I think what that means is, as with any transformative technology, there is always two sides to the coin. There is the potential for the technology to be one of the tools that help us address some of the hardest problems facing humanity, from climate change to pandemics, but and potentially to unlock global productivity. Some numbers talk about unlocking $16 trillion worth of productivity by 2030, adding to the global economy. On the other hand, we recognize that there is a concern around the risks. Misuse, the technology in the wrong hands, the potential for harm to individuals. And I think this dichotomy between the potential and the requirement to safeguard is, I think, a central theme that I think it'll be wonderful to explore. The role of the government in treading that balance as you think about policy and regulation. So again, without much ado, Shri Rajiv ji, let me begin with you. You are a Silicon Valley chip designer. You are a technocrat, 3 decades and more of looking at technology. And in fact, I learned an interesting tidbit that your master's thesis 35 years back was actually on AI and robotics. So you're not new to technology, but let me begin again with that context. It truly is a tipping point, is it not? That's why this conversation is so important, because something different is happening with the potential of AI.
So thank you, Shriram, for that introduction. I am not a design engineer. I was a chip designer. I want to make that very clear. Look, I completely agree with you. I think we are at an absolute inflection point. And for the first time, I think in the history of tech, governments are, the awareness of governments and awareness of civil society about not just the good of tech. And we've all been techno-optimists for decades after the internet was created. But for the first time, I think governments are, and people are, and civil society is also aware equally about the harms that can come out of this technology. This is certainly the greatest invention in our times. And I think governments are beginning to understand and learning from what we've gone through the last 15 years with social media and the toxicity and the harms, the dark internet and all of that we've learned from the internet, to say that, look, and you heard our Prime Minister say that yesterday as well, we will fully get into AI and ensure that AI is exploited for the good of our common humanity. But we certainly, at this very critical stage of its growth, need to be clearly having these very important conversations about what the guardrails ought to be. And I often quote, and I said this in Bletchley as well, when I was there a month and a half ago, that this book by Mustafa Suleyman of DeepMind, that is titled The Coming Wave, really, without even creating too much of a fear-mongering, lays out the depth and the intensity of the impact of AI in the coming few years, not a decade, not 5 years, not 7 years, in the next couple of years. So I think the growth of AI, where it is today, the maturity, its potential capabilities, certainly leads us as governments all around the world, including in Bletchley and in Delhi and then in Korea down the road, have these conversations about what should we be doing to ensure that AI is safe and trusted and is only used for good.
Wonderful, wonderful. UK Minister, let me turn to you, and I think Shri Rajiv ji made a reference to the Bletchley conversations. So last month, the UK hosted a summit, AI Safety Summit, and a declaration associated with it. So can you talk to us a little bit about the thought process behind it and how we take the principles from that declaration forward and what it will take for it to get operationalized?
Yes, absolutely, and good morning to everybody. Let me start perhaps with one brief reflection, which is I think particularly, and the Minister mentioned the rise of social media, and I think over that period there came a sense that regulation and safety versus innovation were competing forces, and they're not. And I think it's so important to recognize, in the sense of artificial intelligence and some of these other emerging technologies that are coming, that they are on the same side, that we will not innovate successfully unless we have trustworthy technologies. And those two forces are pulling in the same direction. So I think the Bletchley Declaration that we were so delighted to have signed by so many different countries and so many sort of leading thinkers in the field of AI supporting that, is really supporting this goal to say, we want AI to innovate. AI is going to solve a huge number of societal problems. It is going to make a more prosperous world, provided we're able to make it safe and trustworthy. And that's really what the Bletchley Declaration set out to achieve. And very briefly, for those who have not seen it, it was saying, we the undersigned, agree that there are both benefits and risks to AI. There are certain steps for governments to take going forward, and we had announced the setup of the State of the Science report, of going forward that our friends first in the Republic of Korea and then in France would host the next very imminent AI safety frontier summits. But there were roles for companies to play in that as well, making sure that they weren't any longer doing their own testing of AI systems, but allowing governments and safety institutes to do the testing for them. So I think that's a very, very high-level summary of what we were setting out to achieve, and it left me, anyway, feeling much more optimistic that we can achieve our goals for AI.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And I'll tell to Vice Minister Yoshida, under the leadership of Japan in the G7 presidency, you laid out the Hiroshima AI process, the principles as well as a code of conduct. I'd love to hear from you, sir, how we see this again operationalizing. Where does it go from now the agreement around the process, and how to now turn this into rules and frameworks across the globe that we can apply consistently?
Thank you, and yes, good morning, everybody. Yes, first of all, before referring to Hiroshima process, I would like to say a few words of what I myself think about the AI. And so we have had new technologies, of course, other than AI. So we had IoT, Internet of Things, and we had 5G technology, and we have been struggling how to get best use of them. And of course, there have been risks in those new technologies, for example, cybersecurity or misuse. But we are rather focused on how to use it, and so cybersecurity issues are something very for example, there are some aspects specific for Internet of Things, but it's a general initiative for cybersecurity to get over those risks. But for AI, there had been discussion. There have been discussion that there might be serious risks, especially for AI. And so that we discussed in 2019 G20, and of course before that we discussed in the OECD, and we made we agreed on AI principle at G20 and as well as at the OECD. And we have been discussing in that manner. So we didn't realize it in a clear manner as we did last year. But we thought that there might be something special, that there is a risk that the AI had. But on the other hand, it doesn't mean that we should not stop utilizing AI. We should use AI. So for development and for getting over social problems, including climate change and bridging gaps and many other things. But we should face those risks and overcome to it. And so that of course, AI was expected to be one of the theme of G7 discussion this year. But when we set up our agenda maybe 1 year ago, we haven't expected that generative AI would be so hot issue. And so we had a ministerial meeting at April in Japan, Takasaki City, and we at that time. Usually G7 discussion has a ministerial declaration and it shows what G7 thinks. And it is reported to leaders and the leader make a communique. And so, of course, we follow it up, but the main process is up to the leaders summit. But this time it was our ministers meeting was just the beginning. And the minister decided we should discuss further on the generative AI, and leaders instructed ministers to do that. And we convened online, ministers convened online twice or 3 times, I'm not sure. But after that, the 1st of December, our G7 ministers agreed on Hiroshima AI process, a comprehensive policy framework. And that comprehensive policy framework includes, there is OECD's report and as well as the International Code of Conduct for Organizations Developing Advanced AI Systems, International Guiding Principles for all AI actors, as well as project-based cooperation. And for the International Code of Conduct, it includes call for information disclosure to ensure transparency, and calls for development and deployment of technology to identify AI-generated content. And there are some others, of course. And international guiding principle, we thought that, so we first started guiding principle for AI developers, and we agreed in October. Mm-hmm. But to add to that, so AI is developed by developers, but provided service by service providers, and there are users. There are end users, of course. But each individual, each student, but also the user companies as well. And there are many stakeholders to build up AI. Of course, responsibility of developer is very important, but it is not enough. So that we thought that all stakeholders should take action to make a safe and secure and resilient AI. And so that we agreed on the guiding principle for all AI actors.
Indeed. Yeah, very important point because it's not just about one person creating a model and deploying it. There's an entire value chain, and I think it is a holistic look is important. Let me come back to you, Rajiv ji. We talk a lot about safety, but an important element of it is first to then understand what is the class of risks. And we see we've seen many examples. We have seen misinformation. We have seen concerns around deep fakes. So what are some of the risks that are top of mind, and particularly that you are thinking about, and how to approach those safeguards for those risks?
So first of all, Shriram, I think our entire approach to AI is we don't know yet. I think it's safe to assume that while we understand this is AI and the various building blocks of AI and various elements in the chain that are prone to, let us say, misuse, bias, risk, harm, it is safe to assume today that if you set out to define the harms that arise out of AI, it'll be your guess, my guess, somebody else's guess, Viscount Camrose's guess, Yoshida-san's guess, and anybody else's guess. So I think our approach is slightly different. We see harm as we see it today, and our framework that we are building in terms of legislation is that this universe of harms will keep evolving as we encounter it. And the difference between trying to regulate AI at each of these endpoints or midpoints of the whole AI, let us say, ecosystem, versus creating guardrails around the platform that enables or delivers AI is again an approach issue. So I think some governments and some people say that, look, let's look at issues of bias when you train a model, then you look at how do you misuse the model, and then you calculate harms that way. Our approach so far, in our thinking, in extensive consultations with our own stakeholders in India, is that we build these very clearly understandable guardrails around the platform that say essentially, thou shalt not do this. And if you do this, there are consequences under the law, which creates an inherent incentive and or a disincentive, whichever way you want to look at it, on the platform owner and the developer, that the platform should not render itself to either delivering harm and therefore should be safe, or should not be used by anybody to deliver harm and therefore it should be not used in an unsafe manner. So I think that is the approach we are taking. Like I said, I think these conversations have to happen. It's not enough that, let's say, India or Japan or the UK agree on a certain framework if a fourth and a fifth country that is also present on the internet do not agree to those basic principles. I think so. These conversations are important. Bletchley is important. New Delhi is important. Korea, France is important, because I think over these next 6 to 9 months, if there can be an agreement around like-minded countries of the world about what the basic principles are, and we'll look at legislation and other things later on, what the basic building blocks and ground rules for AI ought to be, then we would have made some progress, and all of this time that we're spending in these conferences will be worthwhile.
Fair enough. And I think the way you put it resonates, because you're saying let's take a platform approach, because then the risks will evolve as the technology evolves, but we'll then put the onus on the platform provider to continue to implement the safeguards, and that will evolve as the technology evolves. UK Minister, so from that perspective, and I think Shri Rajiv ji also highlighted that, this is a technology in which global cooperation and coordination is critical, because protecting it once, given this is a heavily networked, digitally connected world, the countries coming together is an important part of, as humanity, safeguarding ourselves. So your thoughts on what the importance of global cooperation and coordination in defining these principles and frameworks for safeguarding AI?
Absolutely. Let me first just pick up on one thing the Minister said that I think is so important, which is, and I'm going to misquote Jan LeCun, one of the godfathers of AI, said regulating AI now is a little bit like regulating the international airline industry in 1925. You can't really do it.
It's too early, I guess.
It's just too early to know, but you have to be very, very alert to the fact that it's going to have to be regulated in some way. Now, one of the very interesting aspects of AI, it is truly global in nature. I think it would be, well, today anyway, almost impossible for a cutting-edge AI system to be developed solely in one country. And as a result, all AI regulation has to, at some level, be global in nature. There are going to be national requirements for AI regulation. Different nations will always clearly have a wish and a need to have their own regulations. But what is really going to be important is highly interoperable systems of AI regulation in future. And I think that's why summits like this one, GPAI, summits like Bletchley, systems like the Hiroshima process are so important, because what we are developing is a global ecosystem of mutually beneficial regulation that is going to keep us all safe. And that has to be a deeply inclusive system. What I think we can't do is say, oh no, this block of countries are going to regulate themselves this way and this block that. That won't work, in my opinion. So highly international. And in my opinion, every nation that I get to speak to is in alignment on this. This is the direction of travel we need to get to. Whatever else we might wish for or do as nations, we have to be able to interoperate AI safely.
Wonderful, and that speaks to the importance of forums such as these, where we can bring countries and organizations and stakeholders together to have the conversations that inform where we are going. Vice Minister Yoshida, I want to now switch a little bit. We talked a lot about risks, safeguards, and harms. And there is this broader conversation around trust in AI. And one of the most effective ways to build that trust is also to understand the positive use cases. What are the use cases that governments should be encouraging, enabling? Because that also then helps us understand the use cases that are of value, are going to deliver value to citizens. How are you thinking about that in Japan, about important use cases that you want to promote, you want to make happen, and then encourage across the country?
Thank you. And yes, so AI has a great possibility, and so that so we can make something about climate change or poverty or any other global issues. And on the other hand, it can be solved it can solve some local problems or very so some problems very near to our daily lives. So that of course so it can improve as well as it can improve industry, including agriculture, finance sector, or pharmaceuticals, and so on. And there are many possibilities. And yes, one thing that for Japan, as you know, Japan is non-English-speaking country, and Japanese only spoken in Japan. So that for our local problem, language barrier is a very serious issue. And as you know, as you can understand, I'm not a good English speaker, but many Japanese do not speak English well. And so that so we are now developing AI translator, and it is so our national institute has already developed from Japanese to 17 languages, and those can get rid of language barriers. And so it is an application on the smartphone, so that I can use it like now if I want to. And so at the G7 Takasaki ministers meeting, our minister Matsumoto at that time made his presentation in Japanese using this automatic translation application. And it is a very small step, but it can encourage it for us for encourage Japanese to go to the global business and global life. And so now it is a consecutive word translation, but now we are developing a simultaneous interpretation, and we are going to make a prototype demonstration in the Osaka Expo in 2025, and those are one example. And another thing, it is not exactly the use case, but what our Japanese industries are doing is that they are trying to make a kind of a very lightweight AI, and going to develop a lightweight LLM. So that so large LLMs have probably hundreds billion
billions of parameters. Yes.
Well, sometimes it is said to be trillion, but so Japanese developers are now developing parameters for billion, tens of billion, several billions, and very lightweight one is to be less than 1 billion. So that several billion can be, so you can operate it on your laptop, and if it is under billion, it can be used use it on your smartphone.
Yes.
And so that it is so. Of course, it is not so general use. It is specific use. It can be used for medical purposes, or for example, financial purposes. It just focused on some purpose, but it is very lightweight. So that it's not only you can use it on the laptop or smartphone, and it is it can save energy, so that it can help to tackle climate change.
Wonderful. Yeah. So two wonderful examples of AI being used to break language barriers, help connect people, and then making AI more accessible and cheap and easy to consume. Actually, that brings me, this whole conversation around small LLMs, and brings me to this bigger question of compute. And what we have seen with AI has really been around massive compute and data infrastructure. And there is this natural tendency in such situations that it becomes only available. So return to you, Rajiv ji, in terms of the thought process around the role of the government in making infrastructure available, right? Innovation, the use cases that matter. And that's an important role as well, because otherwise it will again be only those who have ability to amass vast amounts of capital, data, and storage who will build AI. The inclusivity of AI that the Prime Minister referred to in his address yesterday is going to require government to play a role in offering some of this infrastructure. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right, and I think this is exactly the role that we see for ourselves as government. We have, as you will see as you walk through the expo, an already fairly exciting and confident ecosystem of startups and those who want to build on AI. And of course, it is clear that what is a limiting factor, or a disability, if you want to call it that, is the lack of access to AI computing. So you will hear early in Jan, the government's plan, the Government of India's plan, where we will create substantial AI compute capacity, some in the public sector and some as a partnership with the private sector. So that is clearly something that we believe is our job to do, to create this enabling framework of AI compute capacity. And we will also we are creating what we think will be strategically one of the largest, globally largest and most diverse data sets that will be also available to our research and startup ecosystems. And one of the things that we will end up doing through a policy framework and legal framework is restrict access of Indian data to only those models that are trusted and are going to be safe. Because one of the things that we have seen in the last 4 or 5 years is that the unrestricted access to data, especially in democracies, has been, in a sense, and I'll use the word carefully, misused by some countries and some geographies where they build these very large, sophisticated models that have been trained essentially unwittingly or unknowingly, or certainly without consent by people of many countries and geographies. So we are putting the brakes on that, and we will essentially make sure that there is a framework that, again, I believe there must be some global conversation around where models are built on trusted data sets, and the corollary of that is that trusted data sets are only offered to trusted models. So those are the things that we believe are required to be done to really catalyze this ecosystem of AI startups. And to Yoshida-san's point about smaller models, our approach is these large models that will deal with these fundamental issues of healthcare, agriculture, education, language translation and inclusion, but also have a number of adjacent smaller models that sit off and work off, almost like a neural network, if you want to call it that, or AGI, near AGI, that sit off these large LLMs that are much more lighter and much more amenable to customization and very narrow AI applications. So that is broadly our strategic thinking, and we hope to have this thing rolled out very soon.
And it also connects to your earlier comment, because by offering that compute infrastructure, the platform strategy of, you've built trust and guardrails into the platform is something then you can operationalize.
And the idea is then that if we then move down the road and have sandboxing to determine safety and trust as a condition precedent to entering the Indian internet, that can be done on the same AI compute background.
Wonderful. A similar question to you, UK Minister, in terms of national resource and computing infrastructure, likewise, to drive the innovation ecosystem. What are you thinking about in that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, I think broadly speaking, compute and infrastructure is one of the defining scarcities in AI at the moment, of which I think there are three. So in addition to compute, skills, and data. And these are the three things we don't have enough of. If I'm going to make a prediction and make a fool of myself in a couple of years' time, but my prediction would be the one of those scarcities that will have the least long duration is compute. I think more and more companies we see enter the market. It's not an easy thing, obviously, but that is my guess. Compute will. The other two are, for their own reasons, more complex to solve. So the UK, needless to say, continues to invest very heavily in compute. That compute is both for public sector purposes and for research, and in some cases for use by private sector. And I think, as the Minister very eloquently set out, one of the key criteria for access to that compute is trustworthiness and safety for the model. And up to the beginning of the year, we had committed £2.5 billion to that. So on a per GDP pro rata basis, that's quite a lot for the UK to commit to a new tech, and that number is growing, and we've just committed significant additional funding to that. And we will watch that grow. As I say, I do believe that particular cost is going to come down, and that particular availability is going to go up.
Indeed. And Vice Minister Yoshida, just the same discussion around national compute opportunity to offer that to drive the innovation ecosystem in the country, and maybe connect it back to the use cases that you talked about as well, because those use cases will need a platform for that to run. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that topic.
Yeah, so we have a priority on AI. So we are now, in Japan, we are now discussing a kind of AI guideline, and so that as I said, when I explained Hiroshima AI process output, so AI has a value chain, and it is so AI developer is not the only actor, and so there are service providers and users. And our guideline is to make a guideline so according to those actors. And so that we are going to complete it by the end of this year and ask for comments from public and finalize it. Of course, it is a living document, and when technology changes and develops, and we should revise it maybe. And so apart from that guideline, we have some other priorities, and as I said, how to use AI is one of those priorities, and medical field or education or infrastructure. So how to use in those fields, we are going to make some kind of platform or trial and POCs, and as well. We also have to develop capacity of AI, and there, of course, there are 3 or 4 things, and one is the computing capacity, and another is data, and also developing LLMs and human resources. And we are going to invest in those important pillars, and want to develop the capacity of AI itself in your country.
Wonderful, thank you. I think skills capacity, data capacity, compute capacity it's a wonderful way to think about it. And the role of government in that capacity building touches all 3 pillars, right, at various levels of complexity. I'll come back to you, Rajiv ji, on this discussion we have had around inclusiveness in AI. Also then touches upon how to bring all of the different stakeholders. We have talked about the impact of AI on the end user, the citizen, and the opportunity there. We have talked about the role of government in respect of building these capacities. How do you see the role of academic institutions? And then talking very parochially as somebody from industry, what is the role that you would like industry to see in this broader conversation that we are having around safety and trust?
Oh, I think they are almost as central as governments are, or the innovators are. I think especially on the issue that Vaikon Campbell mentioned about talent. It is clear that there is going to be a huge talent deficit, if I use that phrase, in the coming years, and there is a need for our academic institutions, whether they are in the UK, Japan, India, to really understand this and start delivering the talent that this AI ecosystem will require. Postdoctoral, research, innovation, masters, PhDs, etc., etc. And I'm not just talking about undergraduate students or coders or Python coders. I'm talking about real cutting-edge architects of models, designers of models. Yesterday I picked up a phrase called prompt engineering. I did not know about this till last
It's apparently
night.
An entire new job role.
So there's an entire new area that is emerging, and it is safe to assume that as we go down this road, there will be more and more of these areas of complexity and capabilities that we need talent for. So I think it is almost central to this whole strategy that we are evolving as a group of nations, that we have a talent pool that is out there, is building the capabilities, and for that talent pool, the academic networks of our countries and the industry have to work together, align coursework, align the curriculums, understand the laboratory and the other facilities that are required in these institutions, and be educating, like I said, for future-ready jobs with future-ready skills, rather than look back and extrapolate that. So very, very important, very central, and I spend a lot of time evangelizing to industry, like, don't wake up after the fact. And there is this problem that we see again and again where industry wakes up and then say, oh, but we don't have the talent. And then somebody comes and eats the breakfast because he's a young, smart startup who was predicted this trend and anticipated this opportunity and goes away with it. I'll just share for the interest of everybody. 1 year ago, some of the large IT companies in India met me, the CEOs, and they were complaining that they were having to recruit AI engineers from Canada and Australia. And I said, look, I mean, there's very little the government can do in that. It is really for you to anticipate and understand the future. We can certainly help you with it. So I think there is a serious need for industry and academia to work together in shaping the future pipeline of talent. It is something that governments can help in, but that is something certainly that the government cannot take a lead role in. It's really about industry and academy working together on that.
Indeed. Very well said. Minister, I want to again touch on that theme from a skills capacity building perspective. One of the things that has made this interlock that Rajivji is talking about harder in AI has been that many academic institutions, simply because of the scale of capital needed to work and touch and feel modern AI, have been to some extent left behind. And I think that's why you see industry indeed producing the leading edge innovations. And there is a danger to that, because if left unchecked, it will only create a larger divide, if you will, between the skills that the industry needs, the skills that academic institutions can provide, because they don't have the base infrastructure to even have their students work at that scale. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on how in the UK you're thinking about facilitating, to Rajivji's point, it's not the government's lead role, but how are you facilitating this conversation between academic institutions and industry in this area of AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a couple of important points to make here. The first of those is the very simple one, actually. If you say, okay, today I want to go and get all of the training and skills I need to become an AI developer, it's not very obvious to me what those skills are. There's a huge range of them. So for a government it's not like other technologies. It's not nuclear science or blockchain or whatever. You can't just suddenly create a cohort of people with a defined set of skills and you're off. I think that's the first piece. The second piece is that it seems to me that the public sector use cases of AI at this point are much more interesting than the private sector ones, because the data sits in the public sector. And we can all imagine unbelievable things that we can do in education, in healthcare, in geospatial, in the use of land, and so on and so on, in ways that, to me, are far more exciting and interesting than enhancements in online shopping experiences. I mean, not to be dismissive, and I think as a result, this creates a slight distortion in the demand for skills, because let's be honest, you don't quite make as much money working in the public sector as you do, sadly, but as you do in the private sector. So again, I mean, that's one of the dynamics that we need to be dealing with as well.
Indeed. I know we are sort of approaching the end of the hour, so I wanted to give an opportunity, if you will, to sort of round back and summarize the discussion. I think we heard a lot of different aspects that we touched upon. We talked about this balance between encouraging the innovation, but recognizing that we have to safeguard harms and risks. I heard this consistent theme, I think, across all of you, that there is many things we don't know. So there is a danger, if you will, of trying to do something too early. So taking an approach that we have to be flexible and agile and evolve with the technology, I think I heard as a constant theme. And I think the other thing I heard is resonated regularly across almost every topic we touched upon is the importance of this being multi-stakeholder, global, involving all of the parties involved, because this is not a technology that one corner of the world or a set of people produce and a small number consume. It's going to transform everything we do. So maybe I'll start with you, Vice Minister Yoshida. As you think ahead to this process, the journey that we are all on, what are some of the important things that come to mind for you in terms of next steps that we must all be taking? We talked about many things here, but what do you see in the next 12, 14, 24 months that you see important for the global AI conversation to take forward?
Thank you. As you said, I think a key word is global and multi-stakeholder. And so we started, as I explained in Hiroshima process, we started a discussion in G7 government. But we do not intend that G7 government can do everything. And so that is just a starting point of AI discussion in this global forum. And so that in doing so, as I said, there are many stakeholders regarding AI. And for example, I didn't get into detail, but for example, in our country, so for computing capacity, so governments are building up some kind of computing capacity, and private sectors or national institutes and academia are encouraged to use them. We are going to build up, and so there are some coordination between government, academia, and tech and industry to get best use of AI. And of course, at the same time, we need to mitigate risks. And in doing so, it's very, very important to discuss in a multi-stakeholder approach, and we need more countries to be involved in a discussion. So that the GPAI is a very excellent platform doing so. And so that, as I said, we made a comprehensive policy framework of Hiroshima process early this month, but it's not the goal. So we need to outreach that result of Hiroshima process, and we need to be recognized by other countries, including developing countries. And so we need more discussion with international organizations or international fora, including GPAI, and also we want the industry to, or it can be a research institute that can commit or support the code of conduct of the Hiroshima process, and it can be one way of improving transparency in the AI development and using and service supplying process.
Thank you, UK Minister. Any closing thoughts on what you're looking forward to? If I can wave my magic wand briefly. What I would like to see is public trust and acceptance of AI, because I think that makes all other things with AI, or it enables all other things in AI. And I don't mean we go out and persuade the public to trust AI. What I mean is we make AI trustworthy and safe. And you know, once we do that, then we can do unbelievable things with AI. And I've been noticing all around Delhi evidence that the Indian government deeply understands the importance of this, because there's posters of the GPAI summit all over the place. And I've been very impressed by this, because I think it suggests to me a real recognition that we have to bring people with us on this important journey, you know, and I set personally great value in that. Wonderful. Rajiv ji.
So I have three asks. If you ask me what I'd like to see happen, three broad asks. One is, I think pre-Bletchley, there were these various dots. There was Hiroshima, there was this action in the EU, then there was Bletchley, there was New Delhi, there was GPAI, and there's something in the future. These were unconnected dots. I think one of my first asks, or our desire, or my desire, or indeed all of our desires, is that this is a slope that is a consistent slope that starts, let's say if you want to move back all the way to Hiroshima, then there's Bletchley, then there's New Delhi, then there is Republic of Korea, and then there's France. That this is a start point and there is an end point. So that's point number one. So this is not just abstract unconnected conversations, but these are all conversations that lead in a particular direction.
Coordinated progress.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. So that's point number one. Second is, I think I echo what both my colleagues have said. This has to be a global process. This cannot be something that's done by one group or another group, excluding somebody, including somebody selectively. This has to be as broad a process as possible, within, of course, reason. And the third is that we can't even believe for a minute that this is something that can wait. There has to be an urgency, which is why I said in the allotted time at Bletchley that I hope these processes will lead to a final endpoint. And I'm an eternal optimistic, and I'm a reasonably aggressive guy by nature. So I would like this process to actually have an endpoint at Korea Safety Summit, which is, what is the endpoint? That we all at least have a piece of paper that goes from the abstractionism of current levels to something more detailed and say, okay, fine, 24 countries, 28 countries agree to the following 10 areas of regulation or principles of regulation or guidelines of regulation. So I think, so these are three things that if they come out of these conversations, we are making the right moves, we're traveling in the right direction. If we don't, then we will just have ourselves to blame, and then we'll be playing catch up with a phenomenon that will be very difficult to catch up with.
Indeed, that's a wonderful way to end this rich discussion. Targeted goal, make coordinated progress, and let's treat the Korea Safety Summit as an endpoint that gives us all something concrete to move forward with. Leverage the power of this technology while ensuring that it benefits everybody and safeguards against harm. With that, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of the three ministers for a wonderful and rich conversation, for sharing their perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Where we could know the vision, collaboration, use cases, high-value data sets, need of infrastructure, research and legal education on safe and trusted AI. Thank you so much, Honorable Ministers. I request Mr. Shriram to give a token of appreciation to Honorable Ministers. ये किसको है?
हाँ हाँ मैं लेके जा रहा हूँ। कौन सा सर?
multi-dimensional risks, the design, development, and deployment of AI systems must adhere to an inclusive, responsible AI approach, addressing bias, user privacy concerns, and identifying underrepresented populations ensures that AI systems treat individuals equitably, regardless of their background, gender, or ethnicity, and will promote transparency, accountability, and trust in AI technologies. This session is particularly significant as it is aligned to one of GPAI's core priority areas, which is responsible AI. We have an esteemed set of panelists from multilateral organizations, industries, and governments who will be sharing their insights on how we can collectively align efforts to build a robust and equitable future for AI innovation ecosystem. May I first request Ms. Gabriela Ramos to join us on the podium. Ms. Gabriela Ramos is the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO, where she oversees the institution's contributions to building inclusive societies. Her mandate includes tackling economic inequalities of income and opportunity and promoting social inclusion and gender equality. She has overseen the development and adoption of the first global instrument to promote the ethics of artificial intelligence, adopted by acclamation in 2021 by UNESCO's General Conference. Previously, Ms. Ramos worked as a Cabinet Director and Sherpa for G20, G7, APEC at the OECD, contributing to increasing the OECD's global impact and leading key initiatives such as inclusive growth, new approaches to economic challenges, climate change and growth, the gender equality strategy, and work on well-being in children. Ms. Ramos, you're requested to join us on the podium to deliver your keynote address.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to open this conversation, and it's a real pleasure because, as you know, the UNESCO has managed to get 194 countries to agree on a way to frame these technologies or the development of artificial intelligence ethically, and therefore the kind of reflections that we are going to have today in terms of how do we ensure that the technologies first in itself are more inclusive, are more reaching out to all the groups, but also how the technologies can help us to address some of the greatest challenges that we're facing. And what we say at UNESCO is that usually this is not a technological discussion, it has to be a societal one, because these technologies don't happen in a vacuum. They happen in a context in which we need to solve some societal issues. If you think about it, and we have seen the reports of the IMF and many other economic institutions, the distribution of income, opportunities, outcomes are completely unequal in the world. Even inside countries, we know that wealth is accrued by the top, 60% of wealth is accrued by the top 10% income earners. We know that access to quality education, quality health, quality infrastructure, quality housing depends on where you're born. Many times depends on the cultural group you belong to, the socioeconomic status. And therefore, we should think about this technological revolution in the context in which we are. And the real question is whether these technologies are helping us to address those issues or not. I was in COP28. Today, there seems to be an outcome. I don't know if we are going to phase out or phase in, or what are we going to do with the fossil fuels. But at the end, there's going to be an outcome. Again, are these technologies helping us to achieve the climate transition, or are they just adding up to the complications that we are perceiving in terms of their consumption of energy, in terms of their consumption of water, in terms of the waste, all of the rare earth issues that we know go into the development of the tools. So this is the framing, and I think that's the conversation that we need to have. And then if you move to the technologies themselves, to the sector, and how these have been developed, we find patterns that we need to address. Because when we think about, when we are in India, actually, when we are in GPAI, and when we are with all of you and with the industry, it seems that it's everywhere, no? Technologies is everywhere, it's dominating our life, it's changing the way we work, it's changing the way we connect, it's changing. And we forget that half of the world does not have access to stable internet services, half of the world. Therefore, there's something that we need to be doing in terms of access. We see the figures, no? There has been a 20-fold increase in investments in these technologies, in financing startups, venture capital. The financial sector is rewarding firms in this area massively. But again, from those investments in the last years, 80% are in the US and China. And these are the main developers. And when you think about this, and I know that we have many people here that are dealing with these technological developments, you really need high-level skills. And these are, even in major economies, you saw the executive order of President Biden, one of the elements is attracting talent. Because even in the most advanced economies, there is not enough skills to really nurture and advance and deploy these technologies in the way that is necessary, let alone those that are just lagging behind. And then the question that is dear to my heart, and I have here Joanna Berson, who is in the Women for Ethical AI of UNESCO. Women, no? One of the issues is gender equality. And again, I was shocked because I have been dealing with gender equality for quite some time in my career, and we're trying to close gender gaps, no, of wages, of labor for participation, of representation in companies. And then you look at the sector and it's even more skewed, because you only have 22% of the labor force are composed by women. Women are even less represented in ITC disciplines than they are in STEM. And they are less represented in the management of these technologies as they are in the Forbes 500s. So this is the context, and we should not forget it, because at the end, if we really want to maximize the benefits of these technologies, first we need to fix the business model. I think this is beyond the question of risk, beyond the questions of hallucinations, beyond the questions of whether the data set is representative or not. We need to fix the way the business model has been evolving in a way that delivers these unequal outcomes, or unequal sources of the unequal outcomes. And then we need to move from this to the real narrative, which is how do we create an ecosystem of incentives, economics incentives, for these technologies to dedicate more efforts to address the challenges we confront, to go for the kids that don't have access to education services, to go for the health. We know how much they can benefit health system, but again, not reaching out to those that are in most need, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what do we do about it? What do we do about it? And I think that the narrative is changing. Actually, when generative AI erupted, everybody was saying, my God, these are so great risks, so great uncertainties, so great unknowns. We don't know what we don't know. But I think it was a blessing in disguise. And I'm here with David Blesley from the Alan Turing, with whom we have been working for quite some time. A blessing in disguise, because we cannot ignore anymore. We cannot just think about this sector is going to balance itself, markets balance themselves. They don't. They need to have very strict ethical guardrails. They need to have very, very, I would not say this question about innovation or regulation and all these narratives is not the case. You go to any economic sector, all the economic sectors are framed legally, ethically, regulatory, incentive-wise, and therefore this is the call. And at UNESCO, we developed this recommendation on the ethics of the AI with this in mind. First, let's try to get these technologies to deliver for human rights, human dignity, sustainability, fairness, etc. Second, let's ensure that we bring those values into very concrete outcome-led principles, which is the transparency, the accountability, the rule of law. How do we ensure that whenever there is harm from these technologies, we have redressal mechanisms that are clear? Third, turn that into policies, because policies here is the missing elements in all these conversations, because at the end, these policies that you will manage to deliver the frameworks that we are looking after. If you think about it, public procurement is 12% of GDP in our economies. In some countries it's 18, in some countries it's 8, but it's a huge amount of money. What about government saying, I'm not gonna hire any service of any platform that does not abide to these ethical or very clear compliance rules on these elements? You turn the conversation. You turn the conversation when the governments make the investments that are necessary on the skills, that investments in the access, investment in the, and producing these incentives to move forward. So this is what we're doing now. We have these policies. We address policies of related to data governance. How do we change the way we govern data? Why data needs to be owned by those that are able to raise it or to gather it? Why don't we have more access? Of course, we are now in the discussion of open source, and it seems that open source is going to solve everything. I think that we have many competing AIs. One thing is generative, but the other AI is also there with this question of data, the question that we cannot even erase a footprint, we cannot own it, and the recommendation is saying, sorry, but the data needs to be owned by the subject that is the source of. The question of human determination, we always said also these computers are producing things that not even the developers understand. Sorry, there should be somebody accountable, and as we always said, we're not going to blame it on the algorithm. So at the end is how do we develop this accountability? And what we did was not just to get into these very important reflections, but to say, okay, if we want human determination, let's all agree that we are not going to grant legal personality to these developments. Easy, straightforward. So there are rules and issues that we can really move forward and try to address. One of the questions, for example, is why don't we straightforward ban some of the misuses of these technologies? Why don't we ban the question of mass surveillance and social scoring? It's in the recommendation. So these are the kind of issues. Why don't we assess the impact, environmental impact of the technologies? Again, it's in the recommendation. But now we are moving, working with member states, with GPAI, with India, and I really want to thank the government of India for their engagement, because we work a lot on the G20 presidency. We are now producing assessments of member states. We produce the readiness assessment. We're working with 50 states, 50 countries, all walks of life, from the Netherlands to India, Brazil, and then Malawi and Tanzania. And we're doing these diagnostics to know where countries are in all of the areas, cultural, social, infrastructure, and then to see how much we can build with them these ethical frameworks. We invite you to join us in the Global Forum on the Ethics of AI that is going to take place in Slovenia. It's the second edition in February, early February. And there we're going to come with this catalytic power that I think UNESCO is playing in terms of moving these things around. But now we don't feel alone. I have to say that 2 years ago we felt alone when we were going out and saying ethics, ethics, ethics. I think that President Biden agrees with us with the executive order. I think the EU agrees with us with the AI Act. And I think that the conversation is moving into not how do we stop the technologies, because we should not stop them. I think that we should, on the contrary, move more investments. How do we frame them to help us address the issues that I referred to? So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for a very insightful presentation and highlighting how the issues of ethics have gained relevance now, especially after generative AI and the recent AI advancements. Now I invite Professor Sood to join us on the panel and also deliver his keynote remarks on how we should be mitigating social risks. Professor Ajay Kumar Sood is the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and he is also the chairperson of Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council. Professor Sood is also a National Science Chair Professor at the IISc, Bangalore. He was a member of the Prime Minister's Science, Technology and Innovation Advisory Council from 2018 to March 2020, and from 2009 to 2014. He had served as a member of the Scientific Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. Professor Sood has a doctorate in physics from IISc Bangalore. His research interests include the physics of quantum materials, soft and active matter. He has published more than 450 papers in peer-reviewed journals and holds several patents. Professor Sood, over to you.
Thank you very much for having me here. Let me start this discussion by saying the most obvious, that the rise of generative AI marks a paradigm shift. I don't think anyone in the room or outside the room will disagree. So while technology, we all know, has historically facilitated progress, the self-evolving nature of AI demands unprecedented caution necessitating an approach, one that balances the potential for extraordinary risks, benefits, and the extraordinary benefits with the inherent risk. So we have to bring this balance. Unleashing the full potential of AI requires a commitment, as was mentioned a few minutes before, to responsible development and deployment for a safer society. Now, what are the social risks and challenges imposed by AI? We all know that this social risk due to AI, they lie beyond accidental occurrences or unintended behaviors, system malfunctions, potential loss of traditional jobs, erosion of existing work and workplaces, etc. We all know that historically, major technological leaps often end up creating more jobs, better jobs, and much faster economic growth in the long run, which has substantially reduced human poverty and deprivation, as we have seen. So hence these transitional challenges are not center of my concern today. My concern really lies into the long-term social risks and direct adverse effects stemming from the extensive use of totally unregulated AI in non-military civilian context. Now, here the primary concern, if you see, is bias of various types, which you all know. It includes human bias, it includes the biases in algorithm, which have the potential to perpetuate and magnify existing societal biases with critical systems, impacting areas like criminal justice, hiring practices, loan approvals, profiling, etc. Now, when such AI tools become deeply ingrained in decision-making processes, it could lead to unjust and discriminatory outcomes. The bias present in training data, we all know, it has been discussed many times since yesterday and even before. It is worrisome, and because many of the AI systems operate as black boxes and there is a lack of transparency. Then it is known that AI holds the capability to influence and control social behavior through methods like targeted advertising, propaganda, social media manipulation, and surveillance. This poses concern about the erosion of democratic values and individual freedom due to AI's potential manipulation. As was mentioned by our Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, the dangerous outcome of deep fakes cannot be overemphasized. Now, what are the mitigating strategies for a resilient society? So let's look at some of them. So the Indian government completely understands AI-induced social risks and requirement of placing light touch regulation in place to avoid creating roadblocks for technological innovation. Here the key word is the light touch. It should not be overtly possessive of the regulation. Since beginning, Government of India has a vision of using AI for social development and inclusive growth of all. In 2018, Niti Aayog released the National Strategy for AI, which focused on fostering AI development in specific sectors such as healthcare, education, agriculture, banking, etc., in the spirit of using AI for benefit of all citizens. This strategy laid the foundation for further advancement in utilizing the applications of AI. However, this document did not directly put forth AI regulations. In 2021, a draft for responsible AI was introduced. I am sure some of you would have looked at it, featuring voluntary guidelines that prioritize ethical AI practices. These guidelines underscored the importance of transparency, accountability, and fairness. While enforceable regulations were absent in this document, the emphasis on ethical consideration was a significant step forward. Indian government is committed to embedding the principles of responsible AI for all into its strategies. Our approach rests on the fundamental principles guiding the ethical deployment of AI. Now, the principles of safety and reliability stand as pillars, ensuring AI functions as intended while safeguarding stakeholders' welfare. Equality forms the core, we will all agree, demanding fair treatment for all the AI-driven decisions. Inclusivity and non-discrimination mandate that AI does not exacerbate societal divides, but rather ensures opportunities for everyone, irrespective of our identity. Privacy and security remains paramount. Transparency, accountability, and reinforcement of positive human values makes base of Indian government's AI strategy, advocating for openness in AI systems, system design, responsibility across stakeholders, and the promotion of harmony within our diverse communities. These principles collectively shape our vision for AI landscape that serves the nation while upholding ethical standards and human values. So let me now discuss in next few minutes our unique techno-legal AI framework. In line with our national vision, we aim to develop an AI framework that focuses not just on regulating AI, but also on creating regulations for AI, the AI for all. This will be done through our pioneering and unique techno-legal framework and amalgamation of public technology and public policy. Using a unique techno-legal approach, India has already proven its métier in creating strong and resilient platforms as digital public infrastructure. I am sure a lot of you know about it. It was also discussed extensively in the recently concluded G20. India is now creating a DPI for AI approach to develop a data collaboration ecosystem. Our focus is on data collaboration and not data sharing. Seemingly subtle but an important difference. This approach enables model training without relinquishing control of the data, ensuring privacy and security. This ecosystem follows the ADEPT's principle, namely accountability, democratizing data access, evolvability, privacy, transparency, and security. This approach will help us create AI ecosystem that will prevent monopolization, promote privacy, and prevent ethical biases all at once, while ensuring that India creates a vibrant data collaboration framework that helps create Indian models based on our own data sets to be used not just in India but also for other countries. Securing data sharing mechanisms, what it is. Another major concern is the potential of AI to erode individual agency and privacy. To ensure individual privacy and protect against potential manipulation, we need to establish clear global regulations and ethical guidelines for data collection and usage, giving individuals greater control over their personal information. Data empowerment and protection architecture, DEPA, I am sure you would have seen the earlier reports, draft released by Niti Aayog in August 2020 stands as a pivotal consent management tool promoting privacy and data control and sharing. DEPA's core ethos lies in empowering Indians by enabling them to leverage their data for personal advancement. Essentially, DEPA streamlines secure access to personal data, allowing seamless sharing with third-party entities, and its implementation, for example, in finance, falls under the purview of regulatory bodies like RBI, SEBI, IRDAI, and PFRDA, Ministry of Finance, with the expectation of evolving in tandem with the dynamic digital landscape. Digital Personal Data Protection DPDP Act 2023 of India aims to regulate handling digital personal data regardless of its original format, extending to both digitized and non-digitized origins is another spoke in the wheel to ensure data protection and enforcing accountability. The DPDP Act directly impacts entities managing citizens' data, including internet firms, mobile applications, and various businesses. Additionally, its significance extends to India's international trade negotiations as it aligns with global data protection standards, drawing inspiration from established models like the EU's GDPR and China's PIPL. To further solidify the efforts, in September this year, 2023, MITI took a significant step by establishing an advisory group on AI for India-specific regulatory AI framework. This group, which is chaired by PSA, carries a comprehensive mandate. As such, India has consistently engaged in the discourse pertaining to AI regulations. Myriad developments have taken place in the Indian AI landscape in recent times. However, the government has always been of the opinion of keeping a right balance between promoting technological innovation and having enabling regulatory mechanisms. India's vision is very clear. We aim to develop an AI framework that focuses not just on regulating AI, but on creating regulations for AI. The advisory group is mandated with advising the government on AI regulations on how to strike this delicate balance by developing necessary policy and regulations. The group is charged with drafting ethical guidelines contextualized for India, promoting the development of inclusive and trustworthy AI by defining India-specific parameters, devising testing and certification mechanism via technical tools and sandboxes, and ensuring regulatory oversight for sustainable AI-empowered technology development. Emphasizing the societal impact, the group will advise on infrastructure, R&D, deployment and ethical use of AI and machine learning technologies, while also shaping the creation of supportive techno-legal frameworks to enable India's readiness for AI advancements. In this rapidly evolving landscape of AI, the journey ahead, you will all agree, demands a collective commitment for all stakeholders. As we embrace the possibilities and navigate the challenges, our focus must remain unwavering on responsible innovation. It is not merely about what AI can do, but how can we steer its course to benefit society ethically and equitably. During recent G20 meetings in India, Government of India proposed to create a global AI framework for responsible AI. Government of India has shown its commitment for creating human-centric AI. This is possible if we collectively create standards, testing and certification mechanism, regulatory sandboxes, creating training curriculum on AI, auditing for making AI more trustworthy and responsible. I'll just finish by saying that let us forge a pathway where AI amplifies human potential, fosters inclusivity, and serves as a force multiplier for positive transformation and propels us towards a prosperous and harmonious world. India, needless to say again, is committed to foster an AI ecosystem that is inclusive, diverse, and uniquely serves the humanity. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sood, for highlighting the need for commitment to responsible AI and also the need for evaluating long-term risks of AI in the civilian context. You also brilliantly expanded on the techno-legal approach that India has adopted so far. Now, may I please invite Dr. Pandu Nayak to join us on stage and also deliver his keynote remarks. Dr. Pandu Nayak is currently a VP of Search at Google, working on various aspects of search quality. Prior to joining Google, he was the chief architect and then CTO of Stratify Inc., where he helped develop the very successful Stratify Legal Discovery Service. Previously, he was a research scientist at the NASA Research Center. While at NASA, he served as the deputy lead of the Remote Agent Project. Dr. Pandu received a BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay and a PhD in Computer Science from Stanford University. May I request Dr. Pandu Nayak to please join us on stage and deliver his remarks.
Can we get the slides, please? Thank you for that, and it's great to be here in person with all of you. I'm Pandu Nayak, as she mentioned, and I'm a VP of Search at Google. Now, Google started with a question: how do you organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful? And so, as a result of that, my team and I, for about 20 years or so, have been focused on the problem of delivering the highest quality search results in Google search. Now, understanding language is key to being able to do this well. And so my team and I have been focused on solving problems of large-scale natural language understanding, which is a branch of artificial intelligence that's interested in seeing how computers can help computers can understand language the way you and I do. Now, of course, over the last several years, we've seen a dramatic acceleration in artificial intelligence technology. And with that acceleration have come lots of questions. People have lots of questions about what it is that artificial intelligence means in this way. So I thought it would be useful if I shared with you 3 questions that are top of mind for me. The first is, how has AI benefited the way we live, work, and learn right now? Right? Throughout history, in moments of great innovation, when there is great technological change, these have sort of had a profound influence on the course of human development. Right? Think about the wheel and the impact that it had on transportation and trade. Or think about the printing press, which led to widespread dissemination of knowledge. Or think about the steam engine, which led to to mechanized production and creation of all sorts of new industries. I think we're at a point in history with artificial intelligence which is of a similar magnitude. Now, when we think about artificial intelligence today, there's a lot of excitement about generative AI, right? And I'll be talking a lot more about it tomorrow. But we know that there is much more to artificial intelligence than simply chatbots and so on, right? So, and these other things about artificial intelligence have already started significantly affecting everything from cancer imaging to fraud detection. So let's look at some of these really amazing applications of artificial intelligence and see what's actually happening already. So let me start with AlphaFold. This is an AI system that Google DeepMind developed some years ago, which is able to construct the 3D structure of proteins, of about 200 million proteins. This is important because proteins are the building blocks of life, and their 3D structure is essential to how they function. And so as a result, AlphaFold is proving to accelerate research in biology and medicine, ranging from problems like creating new drugs for liver cancer, or creating effective vaccines for malaria, or finding ways to break down single-use plastics. So all kinds of amazing applications. Now, previously, it took many months, if not years, to develop the structure of a single protein, which means AlphaFold has effectively given us 400 million years of progress in a matter of weeks, which is pretty amazing. An interesting sidelight here is that we're only able to get the developments of AlphaFold because we were previously able to test out the ideas and develop the ideas in a safe context. Before AlphaFold, we had AlphaGo, which was a Go playing program that defeated the world Go champion back in 2016. Let me offer another example. Early warning systems are absolutely critical for us to be able to deal with many of the climate disasters like wildfires and floods. To help with this, researchers at Google developed an AI system that's able to predict water levels and use that to develop real-time forecasts for floods, for water levels, and be able to develop flood maps and depth charts, and then send out alerts to people. We launched this first in India and Bangladesh, and then further expanded it to areas encompassing places where some 460 million people live. Within this time, we've already sent more than 115 million flood alerts in collaboration with India's Central Water Commission. So these are pretty amazing impacts, and this is just sort of scratching the surface of all the things that are going on with AI today. And I'm confident that we're going to see lots more such amazing applications. Now, while it's exciting to talk about the beneficial uses of AI, and there are plenty of those, there are also concerns that AI will worsen various things like societal biases, for example, can get worsened by AI, or, for example, creating new problems like the spread of misinformation. So people are understandably concerned about what it is that AI might do in this way. And so that gets me to my second question. How can we mitigate the risks of AI while still driving innovation, right? In other words, how can we build AI responsibly? So let me start with a question that's top of mind for me working on Google search, and that is on information quality. People have a lot of questions about whether AI can make mistakes and can be used to generate and spread misinformation. To help with this problem, one of the many things we're doing is to develop tools to help people evaluate content that they find online. Okay? So a really great example of this is a tool that we recently launched in Google search called About This Image. What this tool does is, given an image, it'll tell you when and where that image was found, or similar images were originally found on the web, and where else that image is found on the web. Was it on a news site or a fact-checking site, or maybe on social media? And so effectively what it's doing for you is it's giving you a way to determine the authenticity of images. So a pretty amazing tool. Another great example is a recent piece of technology that Google DeepMind created called SynthID. SynthID is a tool that creates watermarks for AI-generated images. Synth ID watermarks are detectable even after you modify the image in various ways, such as adding a filter or changing colors or saving with lossy compression. In the future, we expect these kinds of watermarks to be available for creators and publishers so that they can add these watermarks to their AI-generated images, and we can display them as labels in Google search. A third example that is quite compelling is again something developed by our researchers called the Perspective API, which allows you to detect toxicity in online comments. The Perspective API is being used by Google's generative AI systems to reduce toxicity in the responses that they make, right? And we're sharing this more broadly with the industry. There's a standard based on the Perspective API that's now become an industry norm and is being used by Google, by Meta, by OpenAI, and so forth. The result of all of this is that it gives people a really great way to think about the context of the content they find online, which allows us to have a much more robust, reliable, and trustable information ecosystem. Right now, more generally, if I step back to a higher level, back in 2018, Google developed a set of AI principles to guide the development of all AI-powered experiences. These principles prompt important questions when you go into your AI-powered product development. For example, they ask, is the product socially beneficial? What did you do to build and test for safety? Or how did you incorporate privacy design principles into the design of your system, right? Now, in addition to giving us a whole set of questions on what you should do for your AI-powered products, these principles also tell you what you should not be doing. So, for example, Google became one of the first major companies to say that they would not develop a commercially available API for face recognition. We just felt that there were not enough safeguards in place to deploy such a technology commercially. Now, we stand at a pivotal moment in the development of artificial intelligence, right? And what that means is that the choices we make as governments, as industry, as civil society, the choices we make today are going to have a significant effect on the trajectory of how this technology develops. This is not something that a single nation, a single industry, or a single company can do by themselves. It's got to be something that we all have to come together and discuss and figure out what's the right way forward. And the right way forward really has to balance the incredible promise of AI with the risks and mitigating the risks. How do you maximize the benefits while minimizing the risks? I'm heartened by the developments that have taken place over the last year or so, where AI companies have been taking actionable steps to promote responsibility. And there's been a deep engagement between governments, industry, and civil society on thinking about the right ways to govern and regulate AI. And I think this is really, really important. And so that gets me to my third question. When it comes to AI, what more is possible? Just as the technology is propelling the industrial revolution, enabled humans to amplify their physical capabilities, AI is opening up new ways for us to think, to learn, to work, to connect, and so forth. So even as we think about mitigating the risks of AI, which was my second question, we can't lose sight of the incredible opportunities that are ahead for us with AI. We must focus our attention on what we'd like to achieve not just on what we want to avoid. I honestly believe that AI can be a huge factor in addressing some of the biggest challenges of our time. One particular challenge, which is near and dear to my heart, is information access, right? And even though we are 25 years into Google, I still feel that search and information access continues to be our big moonshot. Despite all the progress we've made, search is by no means a solved problem, and I'm very excited about what this new class of generative AI systems is going to bring in allowing us to really turbocharge search in the future and really allow information access for everyone in the most seamless possible way. So let me finish by asking one more question, right? If a decade from now, we want to have developed AI boldly and responsibly, what are the choices we being governments and industry and civil society, what are the choices we need to make today that allows that future to come true, the one that we want to see in 10 years, right? Because if we get this right, we can get the technology to help us solve some of our biggest challenges, make significant progress on fundamental science, and create enormous productivity in all sectors of the economy. That would be really exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nayak, for sharing with us how Google is advancing responsible AI through innovative tools and techniques. Now may I request Dr. Sarayu Natarajan to join us on the stage, who will be moderating the panel discussion on this. She's the founder of APTI. I also request Professor Joanna Bryson to join us on the stage for the panel as well. Professor David Leslie, could I request you to also join us on the stage? Ms. Madhulika and Mr. Manu Chopra. Yes. The photographer will be taking a picture of all of you. Could I request you to please stand, and that would be a part of the memento that will be given at the end, a small token of appreciation from our end. Dr. Natarajan, if you allow, I'll just briefly introduce all the panelists, and then we can get started with the panel discussion. Dr. Sarayu Natarajan is the founder of APTI Institute, which conducts foundational research on issues relating to tech and society with a focus on 3 thematic areas: future of workers, governance, and the data economy. She has a background in management consulting, venture investing, and program development and management, as well as academic research. Professor Joanna Bryson is a professor of ethics and technology at the Hertie School. Her research focuses on the impact of technology on human cooperation and AI ICT governance. From 2002 to 19, she was on the computer science faculty at the University of Bath. She has also been affiliated with the Department of Psychology at Harvard University, the Department of Anthropology at the University of Oxford, the School of Social Sciences at the University of Mayhem, and the Princeton Center for Information Technology Policy. Mr. Manu Chopra is working on tackling extreme poverty by providing dignified digital work to rural Indians. He is the co-founder and CEO of Karya, a transformative AI collective that is building pathways out of poverty for rural communities by employing them to build high-quality AI data sets. Ms. Madhulika Srikumar is a program and research lead for safety critical AI at Partnership on AI. In her work as a lawyer and policy professional, Madhulika has led global partnerships and engagement with governments, tech companies, law enforcement, and international policymakers, while undertaking research in digital rights and technology policy. Our last panelist is Professor David Leslie, who has been very patiently waiting for his turn to be introduced. He is working at the Alan Turing Institute, and he's also a professor at, I'll have to find.
Queen Mary, University of London.
I'm so sorry. Yes, found it. Professor David Leslie is the Director of Ethics and Responsible Innovation Research at the Alan Turing Institute and Professor of Ethics, Technology and Society at Queen Mary University of London. He previously taught at Princeton's University Center for Human Values, where he also participated in the UCHV's 2017-2018 research collaboration with Princeton Center for Information Technology Policy on Technology Ethics, Political Philosophy, and Human Values, Ethical Dilemmas in AI Governance. Now I hand over the panel to Dr. Natarajan. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to a very interesting conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible? This is 2023. I feel like we should all start with that question, am I audible? But thank you very much, Antara, for that very kind introduction. It is my absolute privilege and pleasure to be moderating this conversation. I say this in every panel that I moderate, which is that it's a joy to be a moderator because I get to ask the difficult questions and sit back and learn from everybody else here. So thank you, and thank you to the audience for taking the time away from what I guess is the start of lunchtime. So thank you for being here. I'll jump straight into the panel, but just a few notes on how this might be structured. I'll ask all of the panelists one or maybe two questions, and then open it up to the floor for questions from the audience. Might I request the panelists to keep their intervention short so we can cover more? And might I request anybody who is asking questions to also keep their questions and observations short so we have time to have more voices in the room articulate their thoughts. I'll start very quickly with you, Ms. Ramos. You spoke in your keynote extensively about both questions of access to technical systems and digital systems, particularly lenses of gender, location, geography, etc. And also some of the harmful consequences of AI that might have varying consequences depending on who you are. I'd love to hear a little bit more about some of your thoughts on this variation, particularly because AI has its emergence and is being developed in a variety of global contexts. So how might we think about this specificity a little bit more? And what is the role of having international norms and normative ideas conflict, or maybe they don't conflict, with some of the needs and exigencies of domestic contexts?
Well, I'm going to be very brief because I also want to learn from the other speakers, as you said, and I have already spoken my speech. I think that one of the elements that is very strategic in this conversation is what is the role of governments to help fill these gaps. Because at the end it has to do with computational capacities, it has to do with infrastructure, it has to do with access, it has to do with skills, it has to do, of course, with the global common goods in terms of the regulating the industry in a way that delivers. And I think this strategic reflection has been absent. It's great to hear how much India has been developing a very well-structured strategy for this. But I feel that we need to first have a clearer mapping of all these gaps, and second, see how we can build up from the strategic investments that governments can do for that purpose. And as I said in the recommendation on the ethics of AI of UNESCO, we have very specific policy issues. If you think about, for example, filling the gender gaps, first, you need to rule out how do we avoid all this stereotyping getting into the development of the technologies. Second, how do you ensure that you work to get more girls in ITC? What is the role? How do we entice this from happening, and I think there's a lot of room for higher level university education systems. And third, how do we get some affirmative action into the system also to open the room for women to participate? All of these things can be, of course, defined by governments, but then you also need to work with the private sector that also need to get into these kind of very concrete decisions to level the playing field. As I say, it's not in the vacuum, it's about the framework that we develop for these things to happen.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to bring the conversation to you, Dr. Sood. And to build on the talk that you just gave, where you highlighted some of the work that India is already doing, I'd like to take it back, maybe step out a little bit to ask about, you started with saying that there's a paradigm shift that generative AI brings, and the language of the paradigm shift is one that has deep legacy in the literature. But is generative AI an exceptional moment that necessitates exceptional views on it? What of AI regulation enablement can we learn from other digital technologies or other systems that we can learn from?
The AI has been on the scene for a while. It's not something new that we discovered. But now the sensitivity it has come is more because in the last 1 or 2 years, what it has projected. And generative AI is one such aspect where you start getting worried when you look at the deep fakes and the impacts and so on. So that's why I call it a paradigm shift, because AI has been there in our cell phones for the last 7, 8, 10 years, right? So when it prompts you to even make the wrong spelling correction, all that we have been victim at one time or the other. So that's not the point. The point is now it is at a stage when it can cause some damages, and the people who will get damaged are not the ones who are responsible for this. So that is why I said that now is the time to really look at the regulations, which I also mentioned should be nimble. It should not be over-subscribing to certain viewpoints and so on. And as Panduji said, companies are now coming forward to help self-regulation, which is a welcome sign. It should happen more, because in all of them, everyone need not be a good player. There will be spoilers, and that is where the government's role totally caging it from all sides would be essential. And what you see in India, the DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure experience in the last 10 years, that has taught us a lot, because here the government and private players are very much involved. So the infrastructure was made by government, but all the investments and so on has come in a very transparent way from the private players. And that is what should happen for AI also. When we talk of DPI for AI, that's the whole idea, that you put the framework and see how it can enable the people who are putting their data, how they are getting empowered. It should not just be the victims. So I think in this sense, I think it's the right opportune moment for us to see that we take some steps and we don't feel sorry about it in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, sir, and also for that interesting thought that notions of sovereignty and governance don't just end at questions of harm, but also about enablement of innovation and business within the economy. Thank you for that. I'd like to take the conversation now to you, Dr. Nayak, and try and build on your talk, because one of the things I thought you said was that corporations and industry will need to play a significant role in mitigating some of the harms that might emerge in the context of AI. One is, what role And can you elaborate on the role a little bit more? But also speak a little bit about this question that comes up very often, which is the notion of conflict between innovation and profit, and regard for norms and principles with respect to safeguarding technologies.
I mean, when I think it is fair to say that industry plays a critical role in delivering innovation with responsibility. It's something that needs to be done in partnership with governments and civil society, of course, but I think it's absolutely critical that industry play a significant role. And certainly our perspective at Google has been that it is essential that when we bring this technology to bear, the motto that we have is bold but responsible. Right? You need the innovation to fire up people's imagination, to deliver exciting products, but you need to do it responsibly. And that's why 5 years ago, well before all of this excitement, Google sort of in some ways anticipated this and put out those AI principles that I mentioned that really inform how we do product development in this way. So I think that is certainly our perspective here. You had a second part of the question, which I seem to...
The conflict between innovation and regard for norms and principles.
So
is there any?
So I actually don't think there is, right? I think good innovation, great innovation that has a lasting impact is one that is responsible. A lot of innovation seems very clever and everything in the short term if it is irresponsible, because then there's an inevitable back. And so if you want to have long-term impact on society, and therefore as a result on your own company, then you have the innovation.
Risks and harms from AI technologies. I'd like to bring it to you, Manu. I know Karya does some exceptional work in thinking about questions of labor on the AI data supply chain. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about you, because I know this, and is that the labor part of the AI supply chain is very poorly understood, and even when it's understood, it is not really very well known. So I'd like to hear more about the kind of work that you do and what risks and harms around labor that exist in the context of AI.
Absolutely. So every year, tech companies, the sector spends billions of dollars collecting training data for AI models. Professor Su talked about it in his keynote address. Unfortunately, today we have data workers in India, in the global south, whom can make as little as 30 cents an hour to build data sets that are worth hundreds of dollars for the same hour. AI today is an unjust labor market. You have an industry worth billions of dollars with data set worth hundreds of dollars, and people who build those data sets literally making pennies on the dollar, even though they do the majority of the work. There are estimates that suggest that there are over 5 million data workers in the world today. And Karya is the Sanskrit word for work that gives you dignity, work that gives you a sense of purpose. And it started with a mission to fix this broken labor market by creating a worker collective. And in the process of doing that, building new pathways out of poverty, right? So the question is, can we fix this? Can we create a just labor market in AI? And in the process of doing that, move lots of people out of poverty. And I think we started as a research project at Microsoft Research and did 4 years of research, and now work very closely with Google, and they've actually been incredible partners, work very closely with the government through the phenomenal Bhashni project, and they've been incredible partners, and we now see this huge momentum, and Karya is one of, I think, hundreds of initiatives across the world to build ethical AI, and in the definition of ethical AI, include the labor argument, right? So I think at Karya, we pay our workers 50 times the industry standard, wherever possible, which means when we don't open source the data sets, our workers actually own their data sets. So every single time the data set is shared or reshared, they get royalties on those payments. We take the vast majority of what our clients give us and give it to workers directly. We don't do work that hurts their mental well-being. We invest in them beyond just giving them work. And I think, believe very strongly that workers should receive fair wages for their work, right? If the data set is worth hundreds of dollars an hour, workers should make hundreds of dollars an hour, right? And I think that's the path we hope to be on. And in the process of doing that, the funny thing that happens is the AI models that you build end up being great, right? And this is not surprising, right? Like higher wages leads to better quality data sets. Right, we know this, and that's why the tech sector has been such a big enabler of the kind of work that we do, because they are seeing large-scale improvement in AI model performance. We are able to work with a diverse set of population, as you talked about. So the work we do with Bhashni, the work we do with Google, the work we do with the Gates Foundation, with Microsoft, we're able to bring digital work to communities that haven't received that form of work before. And it's very heartening to see that, and I think that leads to AI models serving communities that they haven't served before. And I think it creates this incredible win-win situation where not only do we have better AI, we're also able to help the people who are building those AI and give them ownership over their data and give them royalties and stuff like that. So I think excited about the path ahead, and honestly just extremely grateful to see the amount of phenomenal work that is being led by the government and the private sector in India and globally today to push things like Karya. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thanks for shedding light on what is, like we said, a critical but under-known aspect of the AI supply chain. I'm going to bring the conversation to you, Professor Bryson, and talk about the other aspect around data and safeguarding around data, which is questions of privacy, governance, and then surveillance. How might these be imagined? How do they present risks, and how are they instantiated in different contexts? Would love to hear, and I know you've written extensively about it, so would love to hear your perspective.
Yes, well, thanks very much. I'm really glad to get to talk about this topic. I've loved all the talks that have come before me, and I've sort of agreed and disagreed with different parts. In particular, this thing about generative AI, that now suddenly AI can do things to us. Well, I've been through Trump and Brexit. And of course, we still don't know for sure how much of that is AI, which is exactly why the European Union has now made sure that we have more audit trails so we can double check. We need to know, we need to keep doing science and understand what is being done, and in particular, what is being done deliberately. So a lot of people, when they think about privacy, they think about, secret pictures. And of course, some people have pictures they don't want other people to see. But absolutely, as we've just heard, I really appreciated what the minister said. India and the EU have both recognized that basically our privacy is relevant to whether or not our people can be manipulated. It's like once you invented the airplane, you had to worry about airspace. Now that we've invented AI and more generally the internet, we have to think about who has access to our citizens and how are they being accessed and how are they being changed. But I don't only want to talk about this in terms of foreign governments. I mean, it is also, we don't know how much of this is being done deliberately, if people are deliberately manipulating, and how much of it, as I mentioned, might be emergent. So I remember when Facebook came through, I was teaching undergraduates computer science, and all of a sudden, people went from having kind of a broad distribution of understanding about how, say, something complicated like database technology works, to having usually most of them actually understanding correctly And then sometimes, I mean, basically all of them understand correctly, and sometimes all of them understanding completely incorrectly. They came to a consensus through social media. So this is the kind of emergent thing that might be part of what we're seeing. And another thing I've been worrying about very recently is, as we try to protect ourselves from hallucinations, really just you will always have randomness when you ask for predictions of data. But then we put these things on called guardrails, and we require basically a lot of consensus before we release a result. Well, then you get, again, the bias towards the majority, right? So you start seeing, again, nobody means to make AI only produce normal results. So, now predominantly, actually, we could talk about predominantly white, male, Westerners or whatever, but I've heard recently that face recognition now works best on Indians, which I think shows some of the data stuff, who's doing the data work and what pictures they have at hand. But anyway, I don't want to go on too long, but I just want to say it's so important, these government initiatives. I was just in Singapore last week, and we were talking about what kind of data do we need to have access from corporations. We need to know when they make change to their algorithms, so that then we can check and have causal records to see if there seems to be something going on. And we also have seen those kinds of audits already in the Digital Services Act and the AI Act now with the EU. So I think we have real hope to collaboratively construct a sustainable and safe future.
Thank you for that, Joanna. I'm going to bring this to you, Dr. Leslie. Not last this time, but ask now, we've mapped some of the harms or risks around labor, privacy and surveillance, but now start to unpack questions of bias a little bit more. Ms. Ramos spoke about it a little bit in her talk, and then it's been mentioned a couple of times as well, but would love to understand what that looks like. And again, going back to what I see as one of the purposes of this international platform, is almost to unpack what that means in different contexts and how we might think about that. Over to you.
Sure, thank you. I'll just also just briefly mention that I think it's important in terms of sort of characterizing or classifying our moment, that when we think about the sort of generative AI revolution or whatever we want to call it, it's important to acknowledge that the moment isn't necessarily a moment specifically of scientific innovation or breakthrough. What we've experienced is an industrial revolution of the technology, a rapid commercialization of the technology. And what that's caused, I think, is a kind of immediate societal need to respond. And so that you have all of these international initiatives now to sort of, in a sense, take control over a moment which feels like it's gotten out of hand, that you have these absolutely massive systems that are governed by a very small number of private tech companies affecting the global public interest, right? And so we're at this moment, I think, where we need to acknowledge that we are dealing with deep socioeconomic and societal issues that are emerging from industrial activity. I mean, that's the moment that we're in right now. So in terms of the question of bias, I think one important element of this that isn't often recognized is that the issues that arise across the sort of cascading elements of the innovation life cycle emerge from deep socio-historical patterns, right? So the world that we live in is obviously full of discrimination and bias. You have institutional discrimination, structural injustice, long-term patterns of coloniality and imperial legacy. You've got many aspects that create inequities within data distributions that then are ossified into the data sets that are used to train AI systems, right? And so we need to start always from understanding that the problems of bias that emerge in AI and data are our problems. They're problems of our history, of our culture, and of humanity. And So I think, the evolution of thinking about bias in AI started with a very technocratic, technical approach. And I think we've come to a point where we can acknowledge that we need to look at the ecosystem. We need to understand the historical context in order to understand where bias comes from and how it kind of plays into the technology. That being said, I think bias also emerges not just from the patterns in society, but also the way we're represented in data, obviously, right? So, there are only certain elements of global society that have been able to yield digital traces that are taken up and become part of the data sets that train AI. And those who have been connected, those who have been on the internet, those who are in the digital are those who are represented in data. And as I think Gabriella mentioned, and others too, that's obviously that's not the global majority, it's not most of the planet. And so when we understand the big picture of discrimination and bias, we have to address representation issues. One element of this, especially that becomes especially important in the age of large language models and generative AI, is we are experiencing now a real possibility of value lock-in, right? Where those cultures and societies that have been part of the digital archive are those societies that will be regenerated and reproduced through these generative systems, right? And so even in the image generators, or especially in the image generators, you see this. And so we need to be aware that data representation will actually ultimately not just play out in the performance of medical applications, other types of social and demographic applications. They will also play out in the cultural outcomes. So maybe I'll stop there, but there's much more to say. But.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Sorry to intervene, but there's something I skipped saying, which is characteristics of people that might cause problems, and either making them disappear physically or just making them invisible socially, which we're already seeing. So, thanks.
Well, thank you for that. And to Joanna's point, there is the landmark paper, Langdon Mirrors, its technology.
Way technical artifacts are imagined and even designed. I would recommend everybody read that paper. It's an old paper, but still relevant, I think. But I'd like to bring the conversation now to you, Madhulika. I would like to hear your thoughts specifically, and you've written extensively about this as well, on the unintended consequences and harms that result from AI. But I'd like to specifically dwell on some of the downstream harms, which is particularly in the context of our information society. What are the ways in which the availability of AI technology might increase or propagate these harms?
If folks are wondering what could the last speaker on a panel of 8 possibly have anything profound to add, I feel you. I think that's fair. But I do think I'm kind of speaking at the right point here, because we've heard all the other speakers here speak to different risks. And part of my work at the Partnership on AI is bringing together actors to be able to build coalitions to inform regulation and to inform the practices at companies. And one of the things that we have kind of built more recently is this notion of risk taxonomy for general purpose models. So we've heard Professor Sood kind of refer to a bunch of risks. We've heard Dr. David refer to a set of risks. So one perhaps lens through which we might want to think about it is perhaps I'm complicating matters here, but along 4 axes. So the way I kind of capture it is it's known versus speculative risks, and model risks versus application risks, which you kind of refer to, the downstream harms. And again, this is just a way to capture all of this, conversation that we've heard already, because it can seem awfully intimidating. You're like, surely there can't be a regulation that can address risk across the board. So one kind of lens of capturing it is thinking about model risks as risks that are inherent to the model. So that could be the bias in the training data, that could be the vulnerabilities of the model, that could be human-computer interaction harms when you interact with the model directly through like a chat interface. And these are risks that are probably most typically in the control of the model provider or the organization that trains the model. Application risk, which is kind of the other end of the spectrum, can be understood as risks that arise when one of these general purpose models are integrated in an existing product or service, or they're kind of trained upon. And those risks could be unintended, could be risks from incorrect or biased outputs, or could be malicious uses by adversarial actors. So that's kind of the top 2 quadrants that I'm playing out here. I think folks wish that I had done the keynote, perhaps could use a slide here. The top and bottom axes is the known and speculative risks, right? So we hear a lot of risks getting conflated at once because we are thinking about models as we now know them, and we're also thinking about far more advanced capabilities, and that kind of creates some sort of tension in the discourse because it's hard to pass through. So known risks would be risks that are well understood, they're quantifiable, we've observed it repeatedly. And speculative risks are risks perhaps that are more hypothetical, that could arise from complex interactions that we haven't really fully understood yet. So if you take that chart that I'm kind of describing and laying out to you, really you should think of it as a moving target. As these capabilities advance a little more, a lot of what we think is speculative could perhaps become a bit more known. So one of the speculative risks that gets a lot of airtime is aiding malicious activities or like instructions for malicious activities. I think bioweapon is the example that keeps coming up. But some of the other risks are fairly known, like treatment of data enrichment workers that Manu spoke to here. So part of it is just thinking about this as some sort of a matrix or framework, because anyone who tells you they've got it figured out, I wouldn't believe them, honestly, because it's such a fast-moving field. And thinking about it as a multidimensional landscape of risks that can stand to change over time, that helps us best prioritize risks that we already witness, and also think about signals of risks that we're anticipating, because we don't want the speculative or hypothetical risks to come true either. So that's kind of the task at hand, which I don't envy any of us for having to tackle at this point.
Thank you very much for that, Madhulika. I realize we have 20 minutes more, or closer to 15, and I was thinking we could take I, of course, have very many more questions, but I would also like the audience to engage on this. So if we can take 2 or 3 questions, and then I will direct them to the speakers.
But this is probably one of the most enlightening conversation in the entire conference and extremely relevant. So thank you. And you covered in the keynote speaks very well. And some of the questions that I had coming up, you kept asking and that got answered. So I'll leave at one thing about transparency, because algorithms are opaque and we don't quite know how to make actors accountable. It's a hard, that's just one piece of it. And the other piece I'm going to let other people speak.
Yes, we'll take a couple more and then bring them all together. The gentleman over there.
Shall I speak now or you want? answer before? Yes. So I'm from the French media, and I would ask your opinion on a concrete example, maybe more for Mr. Sood, but everyone can answer. Here in India, in a few months, 1 billion person will get to vote for the next prime minister. So this is just the biggest election in the history of mankind. So I know that the Indian government is working on guidelines, soon regulation, but we are already so in the last legislative election, voice cloning, deep fakes going massive, and it will be for sure worse in a few months. So my question is simple: are we really ready to face the maturity of this technology on such a huge election?
Thank you for that. Next question.
A very pleasant afternoon to all of you. I come before you as a curious student. I study here in the Ramjas College, University of Delhi. And my question to all of the delegates sitting here is, as youth, the next 5 years are to be very crucial because that decide where AI takes us, not where we take AI. Because AI is one of the most powerful tools. We have come a long way from 2 + 2 being 4 to all the questions that are possible to ask. I am sure John McCarthy and Alan Turing would be clapping in their graves for seeing where AI is today. So my question is that there are risks, there are challenges, and the more we come to the modern society of technology, they are going to increase in their intensity. New platforms such as Gemini and other AIs have been coming through Google, Microsoft, and OpenAI. Where do we lie as youth? What are the risks that we can avoid that you are already aware of and have not been brought out to us in the open? Thank you.
One more question. The gentleman here, I think, has been asking for a while. Up in front. The gentleman here, please, if I may. Please let her ask. Please stand up.
I'm Sancheta, representing Ramjas College. So my question revolves around the technical interventions of AI in the improvement of translation. Since we know that there's still a considerable population of the society who does not prefer English as the first language, but rather prefer their vernacular languages and mother tongue when it comes to exchange of information. And at present, we see that there are a lot of inaccuracies and discrepancies in translation. Moreover, I would like to add, since our Prime Minister also mentioned in his speech that we are supposed to make some interventions in translating the manuscripts, which are not only written in Sanskrit, but also in the various ancient manuscripts like the Thai language or the Bodo language or Ahom language. So I was just asking how are we going to overcome these discrepancies and inaccuracy when it comes to translations through AI?
Thank you for that. The gentleman in front, and then we will take it to the panel, please. Thank you.
I'm Deepak Maheshwari, a senior visiting fellow with the Career think tank, and earlier been in the tech industry. I've also been associated with the IEEE's ethically aligned design for more than a decade now. So my question is very specific to in terms of the role of the government. Governments are not only setting the rules for everybody, but governments are also one of the largest users of AI and developers also, for example, including in India as well as in many other places. So what is it that the government should be doing differently as a role model in terms of setting as a good example? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to use my moderator privileges and direct the questions a little bit. The question around the role of the state, Ms. Ramos, you brought it up, but I'd like to hear both yours and Dr. Sood's views on it. And Dr. Sood, if you could also tackle the question on the readiness as a legal and technical system for us to face some of the challenges posed by deepfake technology and other AI.
Thank you so much. I give it back to you. No, well, let me just be very clear. I think that this can take us to the philosophical debates of Hobbes in terms of the social contract and who is in charge of the social contract. And at the end, the entity that is in charge of the rule of law is governments. And I think that this is what is at stake here. how do we ensure that the rule of law is observed online? And this is linked to all of the questions, because when you talk about transparency, we're not going to be chasing every single development in the AI world to make sure that it's transparent. But if there is harm, of course, we need to go back and roll back and see why harm happened. And then if there is harm, there should be consequences. So I think this is the core issue in terms of what the role of governments here is. Not easy, because at the end it's very difficult to assign responsibility and accountability in the world of AI when you have so many layers of people that are using these developments and reusing them and developing more. But at the end, I think that we need to have a people-centered approach, in the sense that we need to understand how harm happens, what is the taxonomy of risk and harms, and how they can be approached with institutional interventions. And for this, I would say that the most important task that governments have at hand is to prepare themselves better, to understand the technologies, to understand the regulatory implications, the policy implications. We all talk about sandboxes and to really fine-tune these interventions, but I think that there is a very, very deep need for governments to invest in themselves for the regulatory purposes, but also for getting the case studies of how these things happen. But there is also something else. In my ideal world, governments should develop their own technologies. Because at the end, if you are going to have the application of these technologies to help manage better big systems, there are no larger systems, and more in India, than the health system, than the education system, than the housing, than the application of welfare. All of these systems will benefit massively for applying artificial intelligence. If I was a government, I will not buy those platforms in the market. And therefore, we really need to invest in the skills of the governments, and then the governments need to invest in the skills of the population, the schools, all of the other things, because we are providers. So the role is way beyond this question of regulating or not regulating. Is providing with the framework where these things are really done in the safe space and are directed towards the public good.
Thank you for that. I think it also speaks to Professor Leslie's point around this particular moment in history and why the state is so important. But over to you, Dr. Sood, to also answer the tricky question of are we ready to deal with this?
Tough question, whether the deep fakes will not occur in the next election. That's the question you asked. See, the intent of the government is extremely clear that this should not happen. Now you have to be one step ahead of the people who will do it. So it's not something which can be said for certainty, but the fact that intent is very clear and efforts are on. I'm quite, I don't have deep information that this has been done, so the elections will not be, I don't have that. So I'm saying, knowing our systems working in the government, I know that this is a point of big concern to all the leaders, and guidelines are getting in place, but we are learning also from experience as we go along. This is not something which has like a matured threat. This threat is also evolving. So answer is efforts are on, and if you look at the previous elections, I think we did reasonably well than many other democracies where these things had minimal effect. Though there were some charges and counter charges, but the effect was very minimal. So I don't see any reason that it will also not happen here. Regarding this other question on the translation of text, the student asked a very important question. And as you already know, that there are two efforts which are already on. One is called the Bhashani project by MIT, and the second one is by AICTE, All India Council of Technical platform is also available, which gives you the text and the whole thing, including the figures and so on. I have used it, and but right now it is for about 6 languages, but as the time goes on, this will also increase. So translation of the known languages is happening, English to Hindi, Urdu, Punjabi, all that. But the one which you said, which Prime Minister also said, the ancient languages, which was mentioned by her, that has yet to happen. So I'm saying it is really works in the making, and translation of text is a very important application and already happening.
No, thank you. And some very interesting applications being built on Bhashini as well.
Exactly.
With the few languages that are already available. I'd like to take the questions on transparency. I'll bring it to you, Joanna, in a moment. But I'd like to take the questions on transparency and accountability to you, Dr. Leslie, and you, Madhulika. If you'd like to take those questions, and then I'll bring it to you.
Right. So on the problem of transparency, so explainable AI is a hard problem, especially for these complex systems like generative AI. And I think that there's the science is in full force trying to sort of get at some of those issues. However, there are, I think, sort of unbreachable barriers there. That being said, we have to understand transparency not just in terms of outcome or output transparency, model transparency, but also transparency in terms of the processes behind the design, development, and deployment of the systems, right? So assuring that there are ex-ante governance measures that establish end-to-end accountability vis-a-vis the responsible character of the actions being taken. So here we can think of, for instance, ex-ante impact assessment. We have UNESCO's ethical impact assessment. We have the Council of Europe's HUDARIA, Human Rights, Democracy, and Rule of Law impact assessment. We have these governance mechanisms that are emerging as transparency-enabling tools. Then we can think across the design, development, deployment lifecycle. There's bias self-assessment and risk management frameworks. There's safety and performance self-assessment and risk management frameworks. There's various other ways to document and evidence that responsible actions are being taken. And all of those elements, I think, are part of the transparency portfolio. And moving forward, we need to ensure that there are, I think, codified requirements that put industry and other organizations, public sector bodies, on the hook to be sufficiently transparent about all of those processes.
Thank you for that, Madhulika.
Should I jump in? Yeah.
Yes, please.
In the spirit of transparency, I think one of the other things, if we had a checklist, is transparency of usage, right? So once you put the model out in the world, where is it being used, who's fine-tuning it, and for what? And again, there's a diversity of deployment scenarios there. If you're an open source provider, it's that much harder to track how your model is being used because it has high traction. So finding ways to create practices around transparency in those cases is really important. And I feel like we're kind of already seeing it, but there's a lot of chatter around disclosure and disclosure regimes, like what we'd want industry organizations who develop these models and deploy it, what's the transparency that they owe to us, and what's the kind of documentation best practices they should follow. And perhaps a morbid phrase, but I think helpful is this notion of death by documentation, right? Like there can be a deluge of documentation about what goes into the model, what comes out of it, who's using it, and then there are real questions about, to what end and to what purpose it's being, put to. One of the disclosure regimes that's gotten a lot of traction recently is this notion of licensing for, larger model providers, who kind of train really large and general systems. And again, you could ask them for documentation before they train their systems. But once a model is out in the world, let's say it's, an open source frontier release, someone can fine tune it. So again, the question really is how do we achieve our regulatory goals? I think what we're trying to fix for here is the inherent information, asymmetry. It's so hard to understand these systems and their risks, but we should be careful about imposing, obligations that don't get us any closer to understand how these systems truly work. And I imagine this year and the next is really going to be a clincher to help us figure out what's really meaningful for the average user and for policymakers to be able to govern this technology, which is clearly transformative.
Thank you, Joanna. And then I'll bring it to you, Manu.
So, I'm mostly going to be also talking about transparency, but I want to talk a little bit about what the EU has already done with respect to this. So, I very much in agreement with the second half of what Professor Leslie said. The big thing I think that the AI Act has done has brought ordinary product law into software. And for whatever reason, I mean, I know the reasons. People have claimed that software is a service, it's not a product. Now, actually, some people think all services are also products. But let me tell you why product law is a good idea. The point of product law is that the sector establishes what is good practice, what is due diligence. And so it's not that the government suddenly has to become an expert in AI. And incidentally, when you go in and you audit a bank, you don't check what the neurons are in everybody's head about whether the synapses are connected correctly. No. You say, did the bank follow the kinds of process, like the kind of internal auditing or whatever, that should have protected it? If they followed the right process, then they don't have the same liability as if they did something wrong. Okay? Now, this gets us over this problem of death by documentation. If you think, and unfortunately I've seen some companies with a lot of money saying, oh, we've done this many millions of tests or whatever, you know, that's not what matters. What matters is the outputs, right? So if what you need to do is to be able to defend yourself in a court of law, then you can estimate how much do you want to put into transparency, because maybe your little gadget is not going to cause trouble, but also you can figure out your transparent has to be apparent. It has to be something people can understand. It should be the same thing your own developers are using to understand their system and improve it. Is then you expose that to trusted government auditors, not necessarily open sourcing to the whole world, but people can go back in or to the legal system. That we will put these processes in place. So this is what the EU has basically been doing. We're just trying to bring the software industry, into being a mature sector, basically.
Well, thank you for that. I think the notion of transparency is one of those complicated ones where it's not just about somebody choosing to be transparent, but the levels of readiness within a system to be able to engage with that transparency, whether it's in terms of capacities, technical capacities, or even cognitive capacities. Like, do you have the time to go through, to the point that Madhulika made? But I'll bring it to you, Manu, hopefully to close this out, because we're at time. And
absolutely. I just wanted to answer the translation question. And I think that, in late 1990s, Windsurf wrote a paper titled The End of Information Asymmetry, right? This idea being that the internet was going to unleash this golden age and there will be no concept of information asymmetry. And Windsurf is a personal hero, but that did not happen, right? Information asymmetry is still a major problem, right? In the villages we work in, just because people don't speak English, they don't have access to information. Right? And I think in 2023, information asymmetry still being a problem is a ridiculous statement, right? So I think the translation services that the government is working on with Bhashani, which now exist in so many languages, or what Google's doing with Vani, it's so fundamental, right? Because I think the last big transformative technology was the internet, and that was 30 years ago. And even today, 3 billion people in the world have no access to the internet, right? Like no access to the internet. And if you look at intermittent access to the internet, 70% of the world today still has intermittent access to the internet. We cannot afford to make that same mistake with AI, which is why I think this conversation and what everyone on the panel is doing is so important, and just wanted to say that, yeah.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
I'm sorry, but we didn't answer the question of youth. And I think that's super important, because just very fast, let me tell you, I'm actually, my sector is in charge of the coordination with the youth groups in UNESCO, and what the youth have told us is that they're very worried about the behavioral impact, psychological impact of the overuse of these technologies by the youth cohorts. So I think it's very important that the young people, are native IT speakers, but also carry this impact in terms of them being in the development stage. And I think it's very important that there is more awareness of these things, there is more research, that we don't only get it into the economics or the industrial thinking, but the anthropological impact, the sociological impact, psychological impact, and this requires much more research. But for young people also requires more awareness and digital literacy. This is really important. I will say girls need to go to IT. That's a question. And final point, we were talking about deep fakes and the manipulation and what is coming in democracy. We are going to be working on neurotechnology, because without the neural data, without the knowledge of who is the person behind, what triggers them, what are their emotions, and these things are happening, we will not be able to deal with the targeting, profiling, and then massive influencing of people's behavior because they know you. So it's very important that we also think on these converging technologies, and we will be doing an ethics of neurotechnology at UNESCO too.
Thank you very much for that. If I may take the liberty to summarize a couple of points, it seems that we're all in agreement that there is a paradigm shift that AI brings about, particularly generative AI, in the ways that it impacts society, but also for the fact that it has emerged in a very peculiar socio-political economic moment. We also think that there are questions of harm that lie across the AI value chain, whether it's questions around the way in which labor is imagined, governed, supported, and labor rights are thought of, the way in which questions of privacy and surveillance are engaged with, the way in which questions of model and model bias, and then some of the downstream consequences are imagined. There is some deep work that we need to do. And last, we do think that there is the role that transparency can play, but equally important, as much as frameworks are important, it's also useful and meaningful to think about the ways in which we as a society can come together to think about some of the harms around AI. I wish we had more time, but we'll have to draw this to a close. This has been a wonderful experience having this conversation, and I wish it could go on for, I don't know, much longer. But thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for the panel.
Thank you so much for a very insightful discussion. Could I request the moderator to please give the gifts to our keynote speakers first, followed by panelists?
Wow, no wonder they're beautiful. Thank you so much. But you need to put it to me.
Now volunteering ourselves?
Yes.
So that's what I guess.
Do I need the mic?
No. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Nayak.
Quite beautiful.
Professor Bryson, could you please join? Ms. Bharat.
Yes, of course. Oh, of course. We should all give it to you.
Yeah, we should all give it to you. In that case. Thank you very much. You did an amazing job. Thank you so much. And this is for you too, on behalf of the organizers.
Thank you very much to the audience also for staying with us through this time. We request you to join us for lunch in hall number 14. The speakers are requested to join us for lunch on the second floor in the speakers lounge.
Hello, I would request everyone to settle down, please. We are starting. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it's with great honor and enthusiasm that I welcome you to this session. It's called Applied AI Research and Indigenous Innovation. Today, as we gather to explore the vibrant landscape of AI, a realm brimming with innovation and transformative potential. AI, as we know, is not just a technological marvel, it's a catalyst for reshaping the world of developing countries, including our very own rapidly growing nation. The transformative power of AI extends across various sectors, from mitigating climate change to enhancing the access of education and healthcare. It paves the way for creating new job opportunities, fostering emerging industries, and boosting overall productivity and economic growth. Today's session is an extraordinary opportunity to delve into the heart of India's AI research initiatives. We aim to bring together the brightest mind of AI research in India to discuss the latest trends, breakthrough, and challenges in AI research and education. Our speakers will shed light on a wide spectrum of topics, including AI application in diverse domains. Furthermore, we'll also explore latest developments in the AI education, including the integration of AI into academic curriculum. Once again, I welcome you all for the enlightening and inspiring event. May our discussion today ignite new ideas, foster collaboration, and contribute significantly to the global narrative on AI. So before we embark on this insightful journey, I would like to mention that our session today is structured into two engaging sessions. The first part comprises of presentations by our esteemed speakers, who will walk us through the latest developments in AI research, providing a comprehensive understanding of the current landscape. Following this, we'll transition into panel discussion, which will highlight our collective efforts and best practices in creating an ecosystem for indigenous research and innovation in India. However, before we delve into these enlightening discussions, I would like to invite all the presenters and panelists to join us for a quick photograph. So we have here Dr. Balaram Ravindran from IIT Madras, Dr. Partha Pratim Chakravarti from IIT Kharagpur. We have Professor Dr. Parag Singla from IIT Delhi, Dr. Richa Singh from IIT Jodhpur, Dr. Chetan Arora from IIT Delhi, Dr. Partha Talukdar, Senior Research Scientist, Google, and Dr. Madhava Krishna from IIIT Hyderabad. Thank you so much. So we'll begin the first part of our session, which is presentations by our distinguished panelists. And so as we prepare to embark on this journey of discovery and dialogue, it's my privilege to introduce our session moderator, Dr. Parag Singla, Professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering. He's also currently heading the School of AI at IIT Delhi. Professor Singla's research expertise include machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. It is with great respect and anticipation that I now hand over the session to our esteemed moderator. May their guiding lead us into a fruitful and insightful exploration of AI. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Sukanya, for the nice introductions. I'll request the speakers for the first session to come on stage. Partha, Richa, Madhav, and Chetan. Okay. So the first part of the session will be presentations on applied AI research. We have 4 speakers from all over the country representing diversity in all different ways. So the first session will be by Partha, which is on natural language processing. Let me just introduce Partha. So Partha is a senior staff research scientist at Google Research India, where he leads a group of focused NLP processing researchers. He is also an associate professor at ISC Bangalore. Previously, Partha was a postdoctoral fellow in the machine learning department at CMU. He received his PhD in 2010 in CIS from the University of Pennsylvania. Partha is broadly interested in NLP, machine learning, and in making language technologies more inclusive. Partha is a recipient of several awards, which include Outstanding Paper Award at ACL 2019 and the ACM India Early Career Award 2022. He is a co-author of a book on graph-based semi-supervised learning. So without further ado, I'll request Partha to come up. Can we have the presentation?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Parag, Mosam, and rest of the organizers for inviting me here. So today I'll try to give like a quick overview of the NLP research highlights from India. So Parag and Mosam gave me this objective to summarize all of NLP research achievements in India in 10 minutes. I thought that was a ploy to have reduce the number of friends I have because this is really a challenging task. Given the breadth of work that's happening. Big disclaimer, this is my all personal opinion, viewpoints. It's definitely not a comprehensive survey of even of all of the achievements, and apologies in advance for anything that I have missed, right? So when I kind of started thinking about what are some of the interesting things that have happened over the last maybe 22 decades or so, but with more focus on the recent developments. So I kind of consulted a few folks who work in the NLP space and tried to get some inputs from them as well. But before going there, NLP research in India is kind of a very thriving area. There are lots of work happening across many different institutions. There are of course many academic institutions, industrial labs, government laboratories, and some of them have listed here, but then there are many more beyond this. So when I was thinking about how to organize the achievements of NLP in India, so after doing this kind of some of the consultations that I mentioned, I kind of thought of broadly organizing this along these 4 dimensions. So one is pushing the frontiers on Sanskrit as a language and kind of how Sanskrit could be used for NLP and developing toolkits and all for Sanskrit. India is a multilingual society, so lots of work in that space. Third one is around knowledge and information, and then finally low data resource and ecosystem. I feel is an interesting kind of a working system in India, which is somewhat unique. So I just want to focus on that, and I'll give you some samplings in each one of those 4 areas. So scientific study of languages in India goes a long way. All of us know about Panini, who did this Astadhyayi back some 2,500 years back, where he formalized Sanskrit grammar. And then modern NLP researchers in India have also continued that tradition, but with a computational flavor. So in this paper from Rajiv Sangal and his group in IIIT Hyderabad, I guess back then it was IIT Kanpur, so they had a computational Paninian grammar framework, And more recently, researchers at IIT Kharagpur and University of Hyderabad have given even more modern flavors to that using machine learning and more recently neural network modeling for doing Sanskrit NLP better. So Sanskrit as a language also poses lots of additional challenges. So, that frontier is being moved forward. And in my talk, I'll also put this QR code if you want to follow up on that work. So do watch out for those for things that are interested in. Right? So now moving on to the second pillar around multilinguality. So just to give you a flavor, I mean, I guess it's already most of us will be quite familiar. So we are a very, very linguistically diverse country. So we have 22 scheduled languages which are recognized in the Constitution. According to last census, we have 1,300 plus languages. We have, I think, around 63 languages which are spoken by million plus speakers each, right? And about 125 languages which are spoken by 100,000 plus speakers each. And then we are also multilingual, and we utilize multiple languages even in the span of say single sentence, which kind of gives rise to the problem of code mixing, code switching, and all of that. So code mixing is one area where researchers from India have kind of taken the lead, seeing the societal need that's there, and have taken the frontier lead on kind of pushing the boundary on that. So the group in Microsoft Research India, through they have been working on this problem since I think at least 2014, 2015. So where they have released these kind of benchmarks, glucose, methods for doing code mixing data. And then that has also led to lots of impact, and there is a community now. So I just kind of shown the workshop on the right-hand side, which is in 6th edition right now. So there is a big, thriving community of researchers which have kind of started working on that problem, although that research leadership came from researchers in India. Pushpak Bhattacharya and his group at IIT Bombay have done lots and lots of seminal work in NLP for Indian languages. One of their notable achievements is the Indic WordNet, which has coverage for 19 Indian languages, and it has been very instrumental in developing machine translation and other language technologies. Various communities, including Google and AI for Bharat, I'll talk about that later. We have also released multilingual language models which can support multiple languages just within one model, right? And that has certain benefits because not all languages have equal resources. So having all of these languages being supported by a single model has this kind of a cross-lingual transfer benefits, and people have utilized these kind of models to build various applications on top of that. The Indic NLP library and the Indic NLP suite also has been very instrumental. So this is a coalition of researchers from IIT Madras and AI for Bharat in particular, Robert Bosch Center, and then Microsoft, which have basically created these monolingual corpora, evaluation benchmark, pre-trained language models, and also the corresponding toolkits in the Indic NLP library, which has been instrumental in developing further language technologies focused on Indian languages. And while many of these things are starting with an Indian inspiration, a lot of these phenomena are also applicable in other multilingual societies, countries with lots of languages spoken, mostly in global south. So this has also influenced work in those regions. So first was the Sanskrit NLP, second one was the multilinguality, and the third one is knowledge and information. So this is around when you have unstructured data, let's say a document or a sentence, how do you extract meaning and structure out of it, right? So what are, say, the entities, objects that are mentioned, what are the relationship among them, so that we can do some advanced reasoning on top of that. So one of the early and seminal work in this area came out of Sunita Saraugi in collaboration with William Cohen. So in this NeurIPS 2004 paper, where they proposed this model called semi-Markov CRF, where they made it possible to kind of like assign labels to sequence of tokens and not just individual tokens. And then subsequently, lots of work in the country have happened, which have pushed the frontiers in the area of knowledge graphs, which you can think of as like a way of organizing knowledge about the world, thinking in the form of a graph where nodes represent objects of interest and the edges represent the relationships among them. And there are like multiple institutions in IISc, IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IBM Research, Google, many organizations have contributed to this line of research in India. One of the key areas where I guess like India has taken the leadership is in the area of open information extraction. So usually when you are trying to extract these kind of structures from, say, free-flowing text, you need to know upfront what kind of objects, let's say persons or companies or airports that you are interested in. But defining that schema or those kind of like types of objects and relationships that you're interested in often provides a like an initial stumbling block or like an extra work that you need to do. So the open information extraction turns that problem upside down on its head and says that we don't require any of that schema up front, just by if you give us raw text and we'll be able to extract knowledge out of them. So Mausam at IIT Delhi and Somen and IIT Bombay and their groups have contributed significantly in this area of OpenIE, and also they have made toolkits available which have been utilized by various folks both within India and outside. Okay, so then coming to the last part, which is about low resource and ecosystem. So we all know that data is important, and even in NLP, if you want to build models, you need to have as much data as you can, the more the better. But the problem is that for Indic languages data on the internet, if you look at internet as a source, is minuscule compared to English and other Western languages. So I've just shown you a plot here using a number of Wikipedia articles as a representation of how much data is there across these languages. So in English, we have 6 million plus articles. And then for Hindi, that number is like around 160,000 Wikipedia articles. And then there's a big drop after that. So you have languages like Oriya, which has, I think, some like 10 or 20,000 Wikipedia articles, even though that's being spoken by tens of millions of people, right? So that has been a big bottleneck, and lots of research in India has focused on how we can overcome this kind of like a data sparsity to develop more inclusive language technologies. So one of the important works in this direction has happened in this ACL 2020 paper from Microsoft Research, Monojit, Kolika, and others, where they drew attention to this particular problem and saying that in NLP conferences, we are kind of not paying as much attention to these kind of low resource settings, and we should be doing a lot more work. So that has actually galvanized the whole research community, and we see lots and lots of follow-up work in that direction, and rightfully so. In this paper, they also give a nice categorization of different classes of languages, and depending on how much data that they are there and in what category they belong based on the data availability. So this is a very good read if you are interested in this particular topic, and has been quite influential. The AI for Bharat, which I mentioned earlier at IIT Madras, has been doing very interesting and important work in this space, where they're creating lots of resources and where they're building models and making it available across varieties of speech and language technology problems, be it for transliteration, translation, speech synthesis, speech recognition, and so on and so forth. So if you're interested, there is again the QR code is there. You can go and try out these models, which is available. So this is one effort between Indian Institute of Science and Google, where we are looking at how to capture the speech landscape in India through a project called Vani. The motivation here is that language is a continuously varying phenomenon. Even if you take Hindi, how Hindi is spoken, say, near NCR region, and how that's spoken in, say, Eastern UP, there is a big kind of a variation among that. So if you want to build good, say, speech technology systems, it's important that the model is exposed to all of those variations. So through Project Vani, we are looking at how we can capture speech data from all districts in the country, which will be total about 154,000 hours of speech. 10% of that will be transcribed, and all of that data is being open source. So we are currently in phase 1 in about 80 districts, and from vani.isc.ac.in, you can kind of like get access to the data as and when new tranches of data becomes available. But one of the unique points here is that rather than anchoring on language, this project is focused on doing things in a region-anchored manner, right? Because that's where the ground reality and the variations are there on the language, on the region side. So that's where it's anchoring. And as far as I know, this is a globally unique approach of doing this kind of representative speech data collection, and also the only one that I know at this scale. In earlier session, we heard about Karya. I mean, we know that data is important, but also collecting the data ethically and responsibly, and then paying the data contributors fair wages is really important. So Karya is again a very unique company which is trying to do this ethical data collection and making kind of the data collection as a first order consideration within the AI system. And very rightfully, they were also covered in the front page of Time magazine in August this year. And yeah, I think this is also great to have them in the ecosystem. So finally, government, and in particular Métis and other ministries, have been very supportive of development of language technologies in India over multiple decade time frame. And one of the very nice initiatives is this initiative called Bhashini. I guess you may have seen the stalls in the exhibition area, where the idea is to bring all of these data models and benchmarks all under one roof, so that it becomes kind of like one hub for everyone to contribute, and it's also easy to build on top of it quickly, right? So I think this is a really nice initiative to bring all of these resources from the various contributors in the ecosystem all together. Now I'll just close with an emerging area about the need for responsible AI, but also doing that in a recontextualized manner, right? So we have heard a lot about responsible AI, but a lot of that research has happened with a Western-centric lens. But as and when you develop these AI models and apply them across geographies and cultures, it's important that the harm that these models could potentially do is analyzed from those target geographies and cultures and language perspective, and then done that mitigation. So that recontextualization is important, and not just kind of like the responsible AI there. So there have been thankfully efforts in the country. So the Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras is kind of like spearheading effort in that direction. And then we are also working on a project called Project Bindi, which is creating this recontextualized NLP fairness, but looking at India as an initial kind of like a geography to focus on. So I think this is really important that this kind of work happens, and I think again researchers in India are taking the lead in this important direction. So there's a lot more to talk about. Of course, I think I'm probably already over time. Parag is looking at his phone for the time. So I'll stop here, and yeah, thanks again for your
Thanks. Thanks, Partha, for the very nice overview. Maybe you can have one quick question, one short question. Yeah. One quick question. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Fine. India, people. My name is Sanjay. People use a mix of Hindi and spoken Urdu,
yeah,
and English text.
Yes.
Right. Any solution for that?
Yeah, so that's the code mixing problem that I was talking about earlier. But the multilingual models that are being built, where if you have a single model that could support English, Urdu, and Hindi, then you don't have to have these kind of strict boundaries across languages, because the model fundamentally can kind of understand and process that. So that way I think multilingual modeling is particularly relevant in a multilingual society like India, because of this intermixing of languages by users. but very good question.
In the interest of time, we'll move ahead. You can take any questions offline. So let me move on to the next part of the session. So the next talk will be by Richa Singh. It will be on computer vision. Let me introduce Richa. So Richa is a professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Jodhpur. She received her PhD degree from West Virginia University, Morgantown, USA in 2008. And then she joined IIT Delhi as the first tenure track faculty member. Her areas of interest are pattern recognition, machine learning, and biometrics. She is also a fellow of IEEE and IAPR and a senior member of ACM. She has served as general chair and program chair of several conferences, including well-known PC chair of, she has been PC chair of CVPR 2022, which is the top vision conference. She has also served as vice president of the IEEE Biometrics Council and an associate editor-in-chief of pattern recognition. She received several best paper and best poster awards in international conferences and workshops. So without further ado, I'll request Richa to come over.
Thank you, Bharat. Thank you for the detailed introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Like Partha said, when I got this email, it was an honor for me to be asked to present the research of Indian academics in computer vision, and at the same time it was a daunting task for me, and it took me days and days to figure out how do you present that the enormous amount of body of work that has gone in so many years from so many different researchers across different organizations and institutions. So what I thought was I'll present the research thread on responsible computer vision in the Indian context according to this Pasha's quadrant. So from what I perceive, and this is again my perception and my thought process of things, that research can be, research efforts that are there in any space can be categorized into these 4 quadrants, right? Basic research, use-inspired, pure applied, and tinkering. In the Indian context, our researchers have primarily, from the academic community, have primarily focused on the basic research and pure applied research, right? Basic research for developing fundamental responsible computer vision algorithms and approaches for a number of tasks, and then pure applied research tailored for a specific problem statement at hand. And these research efforts have gone into a number of institutions for which you see the logos at the bottom of the slide. A significantly large number of institutions that are there. Compared to the size of the country, these are very, very small, but still there is an enormous body of work that has gone into. So what I'll do is I'll partition my talk into these 2 quadrants and talk a bit about what are the different threads that have gone and what some of the success stories that have gone into that have emerged out of the academics through these 2 threads. In terms of responsible computer vision, today there's a significant focus on responsible computer vision and responsible AI in the global space today, right? And even for the summit itself, responsible is a major keyword. So in terms of, there are several aspects of when we talk about responsible computer vision: bias, fairness, adversarial, and certain others. So in terms of bias and fairness, there are several institutions that are working in the Indian context, and given that a significant body of work in the computer vision and AI space has happened abroad as well, and a lot of data sets. Since morning, I have attended different sessions where we have been talking about data standardization, data regulation, and in this context, when the data, a significant part of the data is coming from Western countries, bias is a very inherent problem. A lot of problems that I have looked at or other researchers have looked at from the Indian context, you see that the models don't perform well, and therefore it is very important to address this perspective to ensure that whatever models that we are building computer vision models do cater to the Indian context as well and to the global community. So bias and fairness is something that researchers are working, including privacy. Privacy concerns are paramount in computer vision. We deal with face images, we deal with images from the medical data. So privacy concerns are very important. The next 2 things are adversarial robustness and explainability. Adversarial robustness is ensuring that robustness is vital, right? Any minor changes or any minor noise should not affect the performance or even deliberate attempts to affect the performance, right? And in terms of explainability, given the research direction that we are in today, explainability is a major phenomena that we need to address. The impact that we're planning to have, the areas that AI is getting applied into, that computer vision is getting applied into, we need to ensure that this happens, right? And there is, again, several institutions are working towards this. Some success stories in terms of bias and fairness that have come out of in the Indian academics. So from Bombay, Amit Sethi's group, he looked at medical, he has been looking at medical data in a major way, and he has observed some of the major variations or interesting scenarios that when the models that you have, the medical models that you have that the fraternity is actually using, the medical fraternity is actually using, it doesn't translate as it is from the Western world to the Indian context. So how do you actually change that? And there is a good amount of work that Amit's group has done. IIT Kharagpur, Abir, and my group has been working on building fair models, inclusive models for face recognition and other problems itself. In terms of robustness, adversarial attacks, deepfake detection, this is again, deepfake detection is something that is recently discussed a lot in the community, the challenges with respect to misinformation, disinformation, all of that. So Venkatesh Babu, specifically at IC Bangalore, is doing significant amount of work on adversarial attack detection and mitigation, and deepfake detection as well, including my group here. This is a PDF, so I don't have the video running, but you can clearly see that this is a figure of Ms. Debjani Ghosh, President NASSCOM. The first figure that you see, it's actually a video of Ms. Nita Ambani speaking something, and using just a few images of Debjani Ghosh, we were able to create a deepfake of Debjani Ghosh speaking exactly what Nita Ambani is speaking in the top image. So the image is a culmination of Debjani and Nita Ambani, and the audio is completely Debjani Ghosh's. You can meet me offline to hear the audio, right? So the researchers across the country are doing a lot of work in this space, and again, that concept of bias and everything that I mentioned, again, but the work is happening, but it is very much required for the Indian setup, which researchers are doing. In terms of explainability, folks working in explainability who have heard GradCam would know GradCam was utilized significantly, but from IIT Hyderabad, Vineet Balasubramanian's group proposed GradCam++, which has a significant advantage and is being used significantly in the computer vision space today, right? So we are doing a lot of work at ISC also. There are work happening with respect to causal inference models and further extensions in terms of explainability that Vineet is still continuing with, right? So this is with respect to basic computer vision research in terms of the responsible computer vision space. There's a huge body of work that has gone into the core computer vision side of things in terms of motion magnification, super resolution, all of that. I have not really alluded to it because in the limited amount of time, there is little that I can talk about, so I've picked up the more recent things that are happening in this space. In terms of the responsible computer vision research with respect to the applied space, from what I see, it could be categorized into different verticals, right? And some of these verticals are autonomous systems, healthcare and better living. Healthcare would be discussed in detail by my colleague Chetan. The other space is biodiversity and wildlife, industry 4.0, sustainable development goals. All of these are spaces where research community is actively participating with different focus, right? So solving and developing critical applications and solving small sample size problems, because for a number of these tasks that you see on this, we do not have the luxury of having very, very large data sets that sometimes we get to hear. For some of the problems, even in all of these verticals you would have, but not for all. So biometrics, or in terms of autonomous systems, biometrics is something that India is proud of because India is running the biggest Aadhaar project, right? Biggest biometrics project globally, which is the Aadhaar project, right? And since that project is running, along with that, there are a lot of other biometric projects that are running successfully. For example, DigiYatra has been running, and I think it's one of the successful ones with this scale, with this environment. The level of success that we've been able to achieve with both Aadhaar and DigiYatra it's phenomenal, right? IIT Bangalore, there is a startup in IIT Bangalore that is actually contributing to and providing services related to biometric enrollment and identity for a number of countries globally. So that is a major success story, major positive outcome that had come up in terms of biometrics. My group particularly had contributed to identifying the victims of Balasore train accident. So in June, when this train accident happened, there were roughly 200 bodies that were unidentifiable because of lack of documentation on them. So we use face recognition technology to identify these victims, and that kind of opens up all of these things that we have Aadhaar and the case studies that are related to Aadhaar with Balasore train accident. This kind of opens up a huge space where we can, huge space of social good, sustainability, and support, providing support for these natural calamities and other setups. We are talking about face recognition with respect to surveillance, and I'm sure many of you would have heard a lot of negative instances that have happened globally with respect to the recent Europe treaty that has happened, the discussions on that, right? But from what I see, Indian ecosystem is looking at the positive sides of it. Surveillance will do or not, that's a separate case, but there are a lot of positive aspects to it also that can be explored. So Indian community is also looking at that and trying to provide solutions for that, right? In terms of wildlife monitoring, sustainable development goals, IIIT from IIIT Delhi, Dr. Saket Anand, from as best as my understanding goes, Dr. Saket Anand's group was the first globally to participate in a global AI-enabled tiger census. So 2019-2020 tiger census that happened, it was an tiger counting, there was an automated effort that went in. Saket led that effort, and since then there are more and more activities happening with respect to wildlife monitoring, wildlife conservation, and recently along with Saket we have started looking at bird monitoring, migratory bird monitoring and other things. So which has a combination of both co-research as well as application based itself. In terms of healthcare and better living, IIT Delhi, Bala and Chetan together, they came up with this smart cane for helping visually impaired or disabled persons. We have come up with solutions during COVID for patient monitoring in a home-based rehabilitation environment, for medication management. With respect to medical space, can we come up with early detection or disease and spread and help in infection prevention, right? Stop the spread of infection. This could be with respect to lungs. It could be with respect to other radiographic images or solutions that we can work on. So there are a number of institutions, ISC Bangalore, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIIT Hyderabad, that are contributing to this very specific space, right? Drones and computer vision is opening up completely another space which the community is looking at. Precision agriculture, what can we do to help people involved in agriculture, farmers, with respect to identifying diseases and several other things, right? So precision agriculture, IIT Kharagpur has a center on that, and there are other efforts also that are happening with respect to it. Aerial surveillance. Just to give you an example, medicine delivery is one of the things that we were able to do with respect to, when I say we, Indian academics were able to do with respect to drones plus computer vision, right? This was enabled. And in defense, this is happening big time. Defense is big time exploring the usage of computer vision for a number of tasks, be it adversarial robustness, be it target recognition, be it autonomous boats, autonomous anything of that sort, right? Tank identification, analyzing satellite imagery. So there's a lot of scope of and a lot of case studies that are happening with respect to computer vision in defense applications, and there's a huge amount of scope that exists in that specific space, right? Again, this is something that infrastructure monitoring. So IIIT Hyderabad, Jawahar's group is doing this road infrastructure monitoring where they have installed cameras on different cars, and they are taking data from different cameras installed on different poles and other places to study the environment, to study the infrastructure, the quality of infrastructure in different places, and give inputs to different decision-making bodies and public bodies to actually that the condition of the road is poor, or any kind of challenges that are there that could be that could be addressed. So this is a huge project that IIIT Hyderabad's group has taken up. For infrastructure monitoring, and it's not just during daytime. Very, very simple things. For example, if you're on a highway, the road is bad, there are potholes, there are no lights, how do you go about doing it? So even going to the remote locations of Telangana and neighboring regions and getting data and trying to come up with a framework, not only for just doing computer vision, but also feeding that whatever is there into decision making, into policy at policy level. So that is a wonderful body of work that Jawahar is doing. And industrial outcome monitoring. This is another thing that is happening with respect to infrastructure. So we have a lot of these companies, MSMEs or other companies. For example, companies that might produce ball bearings, or companies that might produce pipes, or any of these sort of things. Monitoring, inspection, quality checking, all of these products. It's essentially a computer vision problem that is being done manually right now, right? So IIT Jodhpur, there is a colleague, Kaushal Desai. He's currently working on automating these processes. So he has come up with devices and solutions to automate the quality inspection and checking of the outcomes and the paths that come along with it. So there's a huge scope, and there's a huge range of things that we are contributing to, and I see a significant amount of scope also. And I think some of these directions, some of these threats that are there will definitely take India from Innovate India to Inevitable India. So thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Richa. You can have one short question. Maybe someone else, yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, myself Venkat Reddy. So I asked small question. In quality inspection checking, how AI will going to take place?
Can you repeat that?
Quality inspection and checking.
Yeah.
How AI will going to help in this regard?
Yeah. So what is happening is you have these ball bearings. If I take this very specific example of these ball bearings or pipes being produced.
Okay.
Can we you know conveyor belt, right?
Yes.
So if we pass them through conveyor belt and put a camera, can you take pictures and check what is the quality of these pictures? You have a ground truth that a good quality pipe or a good quality ball bearing should be of this kind, should look of this kind. There should be no rough edges. There should be this kind of a structure. So you have a benchmark, right? Now, can you check that whatever your manual examiner was checking?
I have some particular concern, like
okay.
For example, I am from electrical.
Okay.
So motors we will going to use motors.
Okay.
Transformers, whatever.
Right.
So in this particular area, is the AI will go into some change?
I think so. It's already happening. I think in terms of transformers and other areas, there are papers that are coming out. I'm not fully aware of the research in that space. I'm sorry, but as far as I know,
which angle?
So maybe we can take it offline. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I think in the interest of time, we'll move on. Thanks, sure. Richa. Thanks for the nice talk. Yeah. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Madhav Krishna. He'll be speaking on robotics, AI plus robotics. So Madhav is a professor at IIIT Hyderabad, India, and is directing the robotics research there for last 18 years. The center has been funded by several research projects with industries, government laboratories and ministries. He has more than 75 publications in premier conferences of robotics, namely ICRA and IROS, and his articles are very well cited. His main research interests include robotic vision, navigation and learning as applied to autonomous driving, drones and manipulation. Particularly, his contribution in the areas of robotic vision and navigation for self-driving technologies have been recognized by the peer group. During this time, the Robotics Research Center Hyderabad gained international visibility and has been ranked 5th in Asia and within top 40 in the world in robotics research according to CS rankings and airankings.org. So I'll request Madhav to present his slides.
Thanks, Parag. I had missed the initial emails which came from GPAI organizers, and then last Sunday, 9 days back, Mausam called me and asked. I never thought in my life I would get a call from Mausam, so I was kind of flattered when he called me. So and then I kind of in that flow I agreed, and then I didn't understand what I'd agreed to, and then I came back and looked at the email. It said I have to summarize the AI for robotics research in this country, and then I was still not sure whether I would. It took a few more days to decide that I would go for it, and then after that I started talking to people, and then I approached I would say like around 10 to 12 universities, and I got finally managed to get some slides from maybe half a dozen of them, which is what I would present here. And this is by no means representative, even as a small subset of the kind of activities which happen. There are a lot of startups in the areas of drones and robotic vision, there are too many, maybe especially in Bangalore and Hyderabad area, which I'm not aware. And it was also tough for me to actually ping everyone and get the presentation here. So what I'm doing is not representative, and then it's a caveat, and so I'll start. Right. Having said that, robotics is primarily it starts off with mechanisms and mechanical engineering and control. The adoption of core AI is actually, people say like what is a CVPR 2020 paper will be an ICRA 2022, right? That's the kind of lag which you see in terms of, not in terms of core robotics, but in terms of vision as applied to robotics and learning as applied to robotics. There is always a gap of a couple of years, and that you could see it also in the community. So there are a lot of work which happens in the classical mechanical engineering and control space, which I'm not covering here, classical aerospace, right, and dynamics and control. So those aspects of robotics I'm not covering here. I'm covering more of AI as applied to robotics. So this is a work from Robert Bosch Center for Cyber Physical Systems, and it's a classical examples of combining classical mechanics with RL. The basic idea is if you have a quadruped like this, which has to walk and climb on uneven terrain, the standard way is to develop a mathematical model for the system, a dynamic and control model for the system. That would mean you need very precise system identification, like the mass, moment of inertia, the geometry of the robot, the terrain forces, the way it interacts with the terrain, the friction coefficient, and then you come up with a Euler-Lagrange or Newton-Euler formulation for it, and then solve an optimal control problem. Right, the challenge there is to come up with the right cost function and end up solving the problem. But then, they are typically generic, but then such systems also don't scale up primarily because the system identification is very noisy. The other extreme is to say, like, I just I give some commands to the actuators, and then I put it in an environment, I put it in a simulator, and then I score a reward and penalty, and then try to learn a policy which will eventually converge to the task what we are trying to do. I think in this case, this is a work of Shishir Kolataya from Bosch Center at ISC. So he combines both classical physics models with deep reinforcement learning, maybe actor-critic or one such network, and comes up with very interesting ways of doing, back and forth motion of the quadruped, lateral motion of the quadruped, steering, and also some kind of uneven terrain navigation. And one of the highlights of this work is that it runs on it just runs on a controller. So the deep RL architecture is pretty lightweight, that it runs on board the quadruped, right? So I think that's one of the highlights of this work, and so you could see that it kind of navigates uneven terrain, is able to move laterally, and then it can also steer itself and do a yaw, and of course inspired from the way humans learn, I don't think we naturally understand Euler-Lagrange or a Newton-Euler mechanism of myself when I navigate, but I still manage to do that. Of course, I don't need to talk in the big bosses here in front of me, Ravindran, so who does that. So the other work is, of course, in the field of drones. This is a startup, I think, which is based out of Tehran, but localized in ISC by faculty who was in IIT Bombay, then moved to Indian Institute of Science, Dr. Arjun Jain. So this is a drone which is used for warehouse audits. The idea is like if you, the way the warehouse auditing happens today is you have these housekeeping staff or the staff who operate these heavy forklifts and then go and scan barcodes on these racks and shelves, and then they compare it with the ERP database and then try to see if there are any missing entries or if there are some kind of theft and things like that. It's always been exciting to use a drone for this purpose, and so the way this drone operates, which I understand from Arjun, is pretty different from the main players in this area, which is Gather.ai and I forget the other company, is that it first builds a map through a SLAM framework, and then it navigates in this SLAM built map, and it also has a layers of fault tolerance added to it in terms of optical flow based position hold, and then a downward pointing lidar based altitude hold, and then it also can move in very narrow aisles and then can do some 2D planar lidar based collision avoidance. So it's kind of autonomous, and it can fly through the warehouse and then monitor the barcodes and do ERP planning. Right? So, so this is a video of this drone. So which is obviously flying autonomously, and through these aids able to scan barcode, and I think they have an online way of detecting faults or misplaced items and things like that. In contrast, or vis-a-vis the companies which are the main players in this area. So for any further details, you can contact Dr. Arjun Jain on this aspect of it. So. This one is from Saket Anand. Unfortunately, I think this video still works. So this is autonomous driving and network UGVs. Saket has been focusing on what we call as the last mile problem. So how do you have like a campus shuttle, or maybe even navigating people the last mile from where the airport shuttle drops off to their homes, maybe a kilometer away. So this is a standard autonomous driving platform, but equipped with a lidar, stereo, and other kind of sensors, inertial navigation perhaps. And they have a campus testbed which can go through traffic lights, can detect speed bumps and obstacles and things like that. And another aspect of this work is that they are trying to move, do this networked robotics, where a fleet of robots navigate at this point of time maybe indoors, and then they keep communicating to the cloud, and there is a kind of control from the cloud over these network robots, right? So this is both these work have been well supported. So this video is worth, I don't know, million images, which may be worth, I don't know now, because you align video, text, and image, so maybe those sayings may not hold anymore, perhaps. So this is driving in kind of rough weather, right? So basically your deep learning methods seems robust for rough weather navigation. And it's a fairly long route which it is covering, and then the route has been mapped through maybe a lidar based structure from motion system, and you're able to localize in this map, right? So these are challenging problems in mobile robotics, like state estimation, precise localization is not pretty straightforward. And as a matter of fact, deep networks have not penetrated the area as much as they have done in segmentation or object detection. So if you want to, for example, get a 6-DoF pose estimate, velocity estimate, angular velocity estimates, I don't think you use a deep network for that. So it's an amalgamation of both the postmodern learning paradigms as well as classical state estimation frameworks. This is another example where people have adopted AI for solving some very academic but very focused physics problems. So this is from IIT Hyderabad Robotics Research Center, and it's very interesting. So the idea is, how do you balance this kind of quadruped with this vertical stick being, this stick being vertical in the absence of a revolute joint, right? So this neither the quadruped should fall off, nor should the stick fall off, and you need to balance this, right? And so the idea is, so once again there is a RL policy combining with physics-based models, which is able to keep this stick balanced, and so this is another example where traditional mechanism, classical dynamics and control people have started adopting these frameworks for realizing challenging tasks. Right? So this is another example of deep RL in action. So this is navigation of a biped in low friction surfaces. This friction is almost as low as 0.01. And to be able to navigate in such challenging surfaces is not easy at all. And I think perhaps this is maybe one of the first such works which shows how a biped can navigate on almost zero friction, making use of very postmodern machine learning paradigms. So this is another effort from a consortium led by IIT Hyderabad, in which both IIIT Hyderabad and Sri City were part of it. It's a system for, it had an ambitious idea of autonomous passenger carrying drone, and it's coming together of several things, like the mechanism design itself. So you have a 16-rotor mechanism, and for a long time there was no off-the-shelf controller like PICSOC, which was available. There was no controller for 16-rotor drones, and an indigenous control was developed, and then it finally, by the time like PICSOC did come up with the controller, so they used the PICSOC controller, and then there is a lot of motor propulsion happening, and sensor fusion, sensor integration, and then obstacle detection, collision avoidance. And then this was the final drone prototype, which took off and hovered, and then also managed to do some point-to-point navigation. And the highlight is also the cabin, which houses a person inside. So this is the original animation. Not the final one. This is it's more of a virtual mode animation. So which kind of says the things involved in this process. THAN, of course, is now is well known. It is the one-stop solution for anything related with a plethora of things concerning intelligent transportation systems and autonomous driving. It could be e-bike, it could be a shuttle service, it could be autonomous cars, and also possibly they are entering this unmanned, urban air mobility space, right? So So they have a huge infrastructure such as this autonomous navigation test bed, and which has drone hangar, bus bay, bus stop, pedestrian crossing, smart poles. So anything related to autonomous driving test bed is there in the campus, and they have at least a fleet of cars which does some kind of self-driving on campus. How many minutes done? So I'll just one slide or sure. And then so this is finally the work at IIIT Hyderabad in terms of where we have used a postmodern AI for driving. And the thing here is we use open set command. Like in this particular case, we tell the car to navigate to a football field, which is not part of the list of things the model has learned for, but by aligning clip, or rather LSEG encoder to text vocabulary, so it understands football field in this 3D point cloud, and then manages to navigate to this football field. And in this particular case, it manages to navigate to this roundabout in the IIIT campus. So these are not part of the dictionary, or it's not part of what the vision encoder has been trained for, but by aligning vision and text, so and fusing it into the point cloud, it manages to navigate autonomously to these places. So with this, I'll stop with the a very small sample set of robotics, AI for robotics research happening in this country.
Thanks. Yeah. We are out of time, but maybe very quick question if there is a burning question.
So
there was like an industry effort. There was something used by Amazon called Astro, which was supposed to help in the house and kind of keep track of senior citizens. So I was just wondering if you've come across.
I'm not completely aware of the healthcare robotics. There is, of course, Nirav Patel in IIT Madras, who does more like Da Vinci kind of healthcare robotics. But in IIIT, we have a wheelchair which can take LLM kind of commands and navigate autonomously. Today it carries a 90 kg or 70 kg payload, and it can take you and if I say like go out of this door and reach this particular cafeteria, it can. But I don't know if you would call that as healthcare, but then the idea is to deploy it in hospitals and things like that. But that's assistive technology. That's what I hear from Chetan. But core healthcare in terms of manipulators, you should possibly talk to Dr. Ashokan from IIT Madras, who does a lot of such work, I think. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Let's thanks Madhav. I think we are out of time, so maybe we can move on to the next presentation. So the last one for this session is Dr. Chetan, who will talk about AI and healthcare. Chetan Arora is a professor with the Computer Science Department at IIT Delhi and a joint faculty with the RD School of AI and also with School of Information Technology. He received PhD in Computer Science and BTech in Electrical Engineering both from IIT Delhi in 2012 and 1999 respectively. He was at Hebrew University, Israel for his postdoc from 2012 to 2014, and Chetan's research interests include trustworthy AI, developing AI techniques for mobility, wearable cameras, cancer detection. Prior to returning to academics, Chetan has spent over 10 years in industry where he co-founded 3 startups, all working on computer vision and products coming out of the latest research. He has published at top conferences, has been PC chair, area chair. So without further ado, I'll give it over to Chetan. Thanks.
My time is over before it started. So I just so my time is over before it started. So and yeah, so unlike Madhav, so I sort of sensed it that since I'm the last one, so I will get the least time. So I put my work the first one. Okay, so we'll without getting delayed, so let's start. So just to set up the context, so healthcare is one of the largest sector in India, both in terms of revenue as well as employment. Yet despite this scale, we are still struggling to provide affordable, accessible and quality healthcare services to vast majority of our citizens. So that's the background. Now, the modern AI techniques, as we are seeing here, has the potential to transform this healthcare situation in India. We can talk about the virtual consultation, telemedicine, remote diagnostic, monitoring, assistive chatbots, the medical robotics, and I can just go on to a very different stuff, which is the chemistry, the accelerating research in the novel drugs. So there's a whole span that we can possibly cover for AI plus healthcare, and that's why I thought that when I was asked to talk about healthcare plus AI, I said that which context, so the chemistry context, or the robotics context, or the imaging context, or whatever context. And when I'm talking about, I'm not even trying to organize it around the traditional healthcare, with whether it's orthopedics, or whether it's a cardiac, or whether it's a neurosurgery. I mean, it's like that could be a whole different plane where we can sort of try to organize this AI plus healthcare stuff. So what I have tried is, so given that it was becoming impossible to classify, so I said, okay, forget about the classification. Let's pick up some success stories. Okay, the success stories which are centered around India, which to me is affordability and accessibility. So in which cases we have managed to bring the barrier down significantly, let us say. So that's where I try to collect few of the success stories here. So as I said, I'll start with our own stuff so that it doesn't get missed. So this is, for example, the gallbladder cancer. So why I'm saying this affordability, accessibility is that now the gallbladder cancer, as we know, is probably an India-specific disease. One more country, Chile, faces it, nobody else faces it. So absolutely no work done in the AI context in this. So we started doing it with the PGI Chandigarh. So this is, let's say, another aspect which I wanted to highlight in the AI. So this is also, so there are many India-specific problems and we have to solve it. I mean, we as an AI researcher who are working in this healthcare space, we have to pick up these problems and solve them also. So this is what we tried. So the data set is an important part in the AI, so we tried to build the data set. And what you start seeing in the table at the below, so the radiologist accuracy comes out to about 70 and 68. And this is what I'm talking about, the radiologist in the tertiary care center. And these are the radiologists that they know that they are going to pick up cancer, no cancer. Now, let's talk about the radiologist who is just looking at the abdominal ultrasound, not aware whether there could be a possibility of cancer here, and perhaps in the primary health or the district hospital. So you can imagine this 70 will go at what place. And then we start working on the AI kind of techniques, and the accuracy starts jumping to 91. So this is the kind of potential that we're talking about, which the AI, for example, the transformation can create. And from the affordability part, or the accessibility part, so we moved it to a device. So the device that you see on your right in the image, and this is a independent device. You can put it along with an ultrasound machine, give it an image, and it starts detecting gallbladder, not gallbladder cancer. Now, this transformation potential can be actually seen across the other stuff also. So this is now what I'm talking about, the mammogram, the breast cancer detection, coming up like a big, let's say, the mortality cause, the leading mortality cause in the women now in India after the cervical cancer. And again, you take any models which are trained on the Caucasian data set, no data set in India for the mammography, and you see that the accuracy starts dropping to 50%, 60%, etc. So somebody from the country has to take up this problem that, okay, breast cancer mammogram, we know that it can be done, how to do that. And then we try to work on it, the accuracy starts improving from 61 to 87, for example. And now we are also talking about many of the stuff which are, again, more, let's say, affecting the Indian population. In this case, the breast cancer happens 10 years earlier than it happens in the West, which means that the mammograms that we see have a dense fatty breast tissue, which means that the models are not supposed, whatever the models have been trained on the Western population, will have even more inferior accuracy. And we try to systematically see the problem, understand the problem, and develop the solution, and again put it onto a device which can be given to the hospital. So this is the device now which is being tested at AIIMS Delhi and giving very good results. So the other stuff that gets missed is the part of the medical skills training. So many of the doctors will, whatever, so before you go to the OT, how many times you have actually done the suturing and see what's the skill that you acquire. So again, with the AIIMS, so there have been this work going on where we are talking about how to give these skills, how to practice the doctor. So we develop the simulators, in this case, for the suturing, the dura, and for the micro drilling, the other kind of simulators. Also for the endoscopy training. So simple simulator which can actually help the doctor get the required skills and not get the skills in the operation theater. And so do the skills, evaluate them, give them the feedback, this is not right, and you do it multiple times, and over a period you get the skills, and then okay. So the other parts were, so for example, again, the affordability, accessibility part. So many of you may have seen that this in the ICU, you have to intubate the patient. And in this intubation exercise, many times the laryngoscope is going on the wrong place, etc., and there is a lot of discomfort to the patient. And this is the work being done by Ishan here. Does it work? So you can simply give a camera, put the camera along with the laryngoscope, and the AI will start assisting you in putting the laryngoscope at the right place. So start detecting where is the esophagus, where the right place to put the laryngoscope, etc. And not only it can tell about the right place, but it can also give you the common understanding of the situation, where is the cyst and where is the other stuff, and less discomfort to the patient, make it right first time, and etc. So this affordability, accessibility can be taken to the other contexts also. So for example, again, this is the work from the biotechnology group here. And we are talking about the ICU on the watch kind of stuff, which you can actually put it on in the primary healthcare center. So there's a watch, and it can do continuous glucose monitoring and many other parameters that you typically find in the ICU, big machines. But now with AI coming to the picture and the sensor advancement, you can actually push it to the primary health on the watch itself. Similarly, the AMR, the antimicrobial resistance, the AMR, is a big problem that is coming out in India. Now, how do you prevent that? You have to really, the first stage, you have to really identify that whether the fever that the patient is really complaining with is a microbial or a viral or a malaria or a thingy, so that the appropriate medicine can be done. So again, the biotechnology group is developing this kind of devices where in less than 12 hours, you actually know which kind of disease or which kind of fever in this case we're talking about, so that the medicine resistance that is getting developed, so we can provide the exact the antibiotic and prevent this AMR situation. So the other kind of devices that is getting built, so this is now a complete lab on a chip that we are talking about. So various kind of devices for cell sorting, for the molecular diagnostic, for the smear preparation, all this microscopic, the pathology kind of stuff, all done through AI, automated, and which can actually be pushed to the primary healthcare centers. At IIT Kharagpur, so for example, the Devdut, so they are working on the ultrasound scene. So the benefit of the ultrasound is it's available at the primary healthcare centers. So many of these things that in the Indian context, when you want the affordability angle, you may, even if, let's say you could have done it through the MRI and the CT, you really want to do it through the ultrasound because that's what is available on the primary healthcare center, in which you can do it affordably. So they are doing all this kind of cancer detection, segmentation, simulation, etc. over the ultrasound images. So as I said, the data sets are the big, let's say the inputs for the AI. IIT Bombay, which Richa also talked about, Amit Sethi, so they are working with Tata Memorial Center for creating this whole cancer image biobank for multitudes of many kinds of cancer. I think the immediate focus, which I understand, is on the head and neck and as well as the lung cancer. But the focus of the whole project is to actually collect this data for all kinds of cancer and actually collected longitudinally and across various modalities. So be it radiology, radiomics, genomics data. So they want to collect whole of this data so that we can actually characterize the cancer at all levels. So he's also working on the pathology kind of stuff. So I think, given my own background in vision, I think I'm a little more biased toward the imaging, but I guess I gave you enough indications about the work that is being done in the devices field also. So the healthcare and the AI, so these are highly interdisciplinary fields. So there is no one good expert. So we belong, let's say, from the engineering background, the IIT Delhi side, and we have this AIMS, we are on the clinical side. So there's huge interdisciplinary effort required. So we have to teach the doctors the AI, and we have to teach ourselves some of the healthcare concepts. So the huge capacity building that is required, given this interdisciplinary nature. At IIT Delhi, we have various programs that we are talking about, the MTech in biomedical engineering, imaging technology, and we're talking about the AI kind of stuff, and we're talking about the MTech in mines, MS in biomedical engineering. So huge capacity building that's going on. We have the courses which we are actually co-teaching with the AIMS, so the AIMS doctor can also take some of these courses. We have huge outreach activities in terms of the workshop, etc. going on. And we are not the only one who is trying to build the capacity. It's at IIT Bombay also, so we are talking about the KCDH, this Koita Center for Digital Health, and they're also offering something similar. So the UG program in healthcare informatics and the PhD program in digital health, etc. So lots of R&D support as well as the outreach program that is happening through the KCDH. Another stuff, not necessarily from the technical institute, so we have this Tata Memorial Center who's talking about the national cancer grid. Again, so we are trying to approach, we are trying to resolve this problem for the national, let's say that's cancer, trying to create a network of health centers across major cities to really improve this cancer situation, both in terms of diagnosis as well as the palliative care, etc. For the cancer grid. I hope I'm not overshooting the time, and I think it's okay. So I think I'm okay.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks. We have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions.
This is to any of you because I don't know what space it will fall in. There is one Indic problem which is very small corpus, very poor context problem and not solved, which is the Indus Valley transcript. And it does not yield itself to archaeological investigations. I was thinking, is there a ML approach to that problem? And has anybody thought or worked on it?
This is for Partha? This is for
anybody?
I see. You want to take over? Or?
Yeah, I mean, there is, I mean, I don't know for specifically, like, what's the latest on this, but there are people who kind of like look on like deciphering kind of like, old like, these kind of like the transcripts and all, but it's a challenging problem because of kind of like the lack of data and not kind of like very well suited for current machine learning approaches, which are kind of like more tuned towards like more data heavy approaches.
Yeah, 469 symbols which are downloadable, but I don't have the full data set of that. So I was hoping that somebody is probably thinking about this problem.
Ravi?
So that's actually an initiative in the Institute of Mathematical Sciences in IIT Madras, where they are actually using AI techniques. They used to work very closely with Professor Airavatham Mahadevan till week before he passed away. He is the world's foremost expert on Indus Valley script, and he has written like huge tomes like this, like 10 volumes of this, all that we know about the Indus Valley script, and they were working very closely with him. I don't know the current state of the project, but you should ping IMSC. He probably knows the current state.
Yeah, so some work has been done using information theoretic approaches and AI approaches to figure out what it is. Yeah. The second thing which has been done is the latest results that are coming out are saying that this script has got more connections with Sumerian and Dravidian scripts. So there is some very interesting work in terms of names of animals and elephants and things like that. So there is one chain of thought which comes to the Dravidian script, which is very, very interesting. The more interesting thing that has come out is that it is said that the tablets are not scripts. They are like stamps. They are like postage stamps. Rather than being a script describing a language, they are like a stamp or a rubber stamp, that equivalent. So they are a culmination of symbols which contain information but which need not be a text.
Which is put out by a private individual. So maybe we need financial and other incentives to somebody go look at it.
Okay, yeah, I think in the interest of time, we'll maybe close this session here. I guess
one question,
yeah.
if you can take one question.
I think we have another session, so we'll lose out on time on that. So I'll really request that maybe we'll take it
for you.
For Chetan, sure. Yeah, Chetan, yeah. Chetan did not, yes. Sure, go ahead.
So, Dr. Arora, you have told things about diagnostic, right? Being a young country, average population of 35, we've been seeing in the US, there's a lot of work done in terms of preventive. So biomarkers, in the world of constant glucose monitors, you can have thousands of biomarkers, you have AI, you can process the data. So is there any work that the IITs are doing in terms of preventive healthcare? Because I think that's important, being a young country who is looking at next 20 years to be one of the giant players globally. I think preventive healthcare would be something that we would be really happy if IIT can come with things together. Thank you.
It's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so right. So there is a lot of preventive healthcare work that is going on at IIT also in the biotech departments, and so we have this Kusuma School of Biological Sciences also. And but see, this slide deck I covered mostly from the friends and the colleagues that I know of. But what I do know also is that these are the kind of work which is also going on in the places like ICGEB and IGIBs. So which are a little, let's say, I would call them more biologically oriented. So we are a little still computational part of it, but there is a lot of work that's going on in the this metabolics and preventive. So that's what I'm aware of.
Okay, I think that brings the first session to close. It's a really difficult task for the speakers to really, cover the breadth of the research being done in India. Let's thank all of them for covering, very nicely what is happening in these areas. I should also mention that there are other areas, of course, where AI is applied, whether it is agriculture or smart cities or climate. I guess we chose 4 of them based on availability and also given time. So let's again thank the speakers. Switch gears now. So we'll request the next set of speakers or panelists, Professor Ravindran and Professor Chakravarti, to come on stage. So I should quickly mention about the next session. I should say that for good research and innovation to happen, educational institutions are very important. And what has happened in last few years, multiple such centers of AI, excellence in AI, have come up, whether it is at IIT Madras or IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Guwahati. So next session will be about the initiatives which have been taken at these places and best practices and how we can learn from them. So next session will be moderated by Chetan. I'll be part of the panel. So I'll request Chetan to introduce speakers and carry from.
Can we settle down, please, and then we can start the session? Okay, I guess. Okay, so we'll start the next session. So we have a panel here comprising of Professor P.P. Chakravarti. So I would like to call him PPC. That's okay. And we have Ravindran. Let's call him Ravi, I guess. And we have Professor Parag Singla, and let's speak the Parag. So I'll briefly give an introduction about all the 3 panelists, and then we can start this session. So the PPC completed his BTech in 1985 and PhD in 1988 from Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Kharagpur. He then joined the same department as faculty member in 1988 and is currently professor there. He has also served as a director at IIT Kharagpur from 2013 to 2019. So he asked me to give a shorter introduction, so I'll just skip to the major achievement that I would like to attribute to him. So he was the visionary behind the National Digital Library of India project, leading that as a project investigator. He was also the coordinator of the global initiative of academic network, the GYAN scheme as we know it, as well as many other places. So he's a well-respected researcher in this area. Coming to Professor Ravindran, so Professor Ravindran heads the Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, as well as the Center for Responsible AI, the CARI at IIT Madras. He is the Mindtree Faculty Fellow and Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Madras. His research interests are centered around learning from the through interactions and span the areas of geometric deep learning and reinforcement learning. He received his PhD from University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and his master's degree from IISc Bangalore. He's a senior member for the GPAI and an ACM distinguished member. Coming to our third panelist, Professor Parag Singla. He's a professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering and is also currently the head of School of AI at IIT Delhi. He received his bachelor's from IIT Bombay, master's and PhD from University of Washington at Seattle. He spent about a year and a half as a postdoc at University of Texas at Austin before starting as a faculty member at IIT Delhi in 2011. His research expertise include machine learning, deep learning, and AI. He has done extensive work in the subfield of statistical relation learning and has done some great work in applying machine learning models to problems with societal impact. His research focus recently has been the area of the neurosymbolic AI, which aims to combine the power of symbolic reasoning with neural models. Authored many papers, 50 papers in top tier paper, including NeoRapes, ICLR, etc. He has also been a recipient of Vishwesvaraya Young Faculty Fellowship from Government of India. And we can start with the panel discussion. So the way we have planned this session is that we'll give the speakers about 2 minutes each to briefly tell about the individual unit that they have centered around the AI in their respective places. So Parag for IIT Delhi, Ravindran for IIT Madras, and PPC for IIT Kharagpur. And then we will formally start this session where I have few questions for our panelists, and that should initiate the discussion. Yeah.
So in 2018, we realized that though there were a lot of people working in AI and there were about 10-12 courses in the computer science department, but there was a huge requirement and a need and an urge for students of other departments. The computer science courses were primarily meant for the computer science students who knew all these courses from architecture to networks to OS to algorithms. So we set up this Center of Excellence in AI with the primary aim for targeting non-CS students. And the way we curated it was we defined 5 courses. One was Math for AI, one was Stat for AI, one was AI and Applications, AI Foundations and Applications, one was ML Foundations and Applications, and one was Deep Learning Foundations and Applications, and then there were electives. And initially we had just a few 2-3 core faculty members which we hired, and then people from other departments. And we started the following programs. We set up what is called a micro-specialization in AI, which means that any student of any discipline who does the 3 of the core courses and a project will get what is called a micro-specialization, which is a little less than a minor, but in the degree it will be written BTech in chemical engineering with micro-specialization in AI. And they can do their thesis or their project work anywhere. And they don't need to apply for anything. If they just do these courses and clear everything, automatically they get the micro-specialization. No administrative overheads at all. So within these 3-4 years, every year we get about 80 to 100 people doing micro-specialization in AI. Secondly, teachers from other disciplines started pouring in, and then there was a need to start a dual degree, the MTech. That means if you do a BTech in any discipline, science, engineering, doesn't matter, you can get an MTech in AI, provided you go through a sequence of courses from your 2nd, 3rd year onwards, and then your thesis is done. And what happens is, in the thesis, you can have a supervisor from any department, including your own. So there is a huge community of, associated faculty members, about 15, 20, and target areas were defined. For example, thematic areas, as everybody has said, vision, language, etc., etc. And among the target areas was obviously healthcare, manufacturing, transportation. One of them was judiciary and things like that. So today we have a large number of students doing this micro-specialization. This is independent of the computer science students. So this has brought in a completely new dimension to AI in IIT Kharagpur.
Thank you. Thank you. Ravi?
Yeah, so I'll save a few seconds walking to the podium. So, and despite the insidious attempts on the name board, don't believe them, I'm still at IIT Madras. Okay? So, so I've dropped everybody's attention to the name board now. Nobody was looking. Anyway, fine. So, so at ITM, we have been looking at, obviously, like Professor PPC was saying, so AIs should not be a preserve of just the computer science department, right? So there are a lot of people who are very much interested in looking at, the applications of artificial intelligence in their domain. So we started this Robert Bot Center. In fact, even before that, in 2015, we started an interdisciplinary lab for data science, which brought together people from 6 different departments, right? So we looked at, research areas that were cross-cutting with applications across these departments. So the departments range from chemical engineering, biosciences, transportation, as well as management school and computer science and electrical engineering. So these were the departments that got together and started this initial interdisciplinary lab for data science that kind of evolved into this Robert Bot Center for Data Science and AI, which currently has representation from 13 of the 18 departments that are there on campus. So the faculty from 13 different departments who get together, work on various research projects. And we have 150 plus researchers and about 35 faculty members who are part of the center, who have a secondary affiliation to the Center for Data Science and AI at IIT Madras. So we run numerous degree programs. So we have a minor in artificial intelligence, very similar in spirit to how Professor PPC described it. So you don't have to apply for the minor. You do the sufficient number of courses, then you get the minor in AI. And we also started back in 2018. We started this dual degree program in data science and AI. We call these interdisciplinary dual degree program. And so the students apply to transfer to this program in the 3rd year, and they get both a bachelor's in their parent discipline as well as a master's in data science and AI. And right now it's a very thriving program with 75 students per batch. And so we had multiple batches already graduated out. And that's been a very active community that's being set up. And apart from that, more recently, we started the Center for Responsible AI, where we have taken this whole idea of interdisciplinarity much further. Because when you start talking about the impact of the technology on society, right? So we really have to get more people involved than just the technologists, right? So at the Center for Responsible AI, so we have lawyers, we have economists, we have social scientists, we have civil society, we have policymakers. Everybody has a platform. We have a lot of adjunct faculty at the center who come from very different disciplines. We have even a couple of lawyers, right, as adjunct faculty at the center. So we're trying to, make sure that there's a much more broad-based discussion on how AI should evolve from here, right? And this is probably going to feed into more curriculum and courses coming up. And so finally, an announcement is that we also are starting a new department of data science and AI at IIT Madras. And so that would start offering undergraduate programs and master's programs, and as well as MS and PhDs in data science and AI as well. That's has been approved and everything, so you'll soon start seeing it in media. I'll stop here. So.
Right. So I guess our journey has not been very different, a little bit behind in the race, they say, right? Great minds think alike, right? So just looking at IIT Kharagpur, Madras, actually even other places like IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi started School of AI 3 years back, and started with the idea that there should be a center of excellence in AI, which could do some research around AI and bring those people together. But once there was a call out to all the faculty members, we realized, in fact, my colleague Mausam, who is not here, he was the one who sort of spearheaded. Of course, there are multiple of us who were with him in the team. And we realized there is large group of faculty members who are interested, not just from CS or E or maths, typically the disciplines which do AI, but from all across, the same story, I guess. And we came together. There was a lot of support from the institute and the government. government and industry, that there should be one place or one nodal agency, right, where you talk about AI, what is happening in AI. And that's how we started. We have a master's program, both MTech program and Master of Science for Research. There is also a PhD program. There is about 40 plus faculty members who are associated. There is 16 or 15 joint faculty members and others who are associated. And I think what has happened is this has really helped bring these people together. And I can say more when we do more question answering discussion. Many different research initiatives have come about, which I think might not have been possible if the center was not there. Maybe I'll stop there and then we can have more discussion as the questions proceed. Thanks.
Yeah.
Chetan, can I get a couple of more minutes to talk about the two other major initiatives who are not represented here? So, sorry. Yeah. So I wanted to just call out Indigenous of Science. So they started much before all of us. They have this Department of Computational and Data Sciences, and which has been having a significant focus on data science and AI, apart from having activities in other departments. And apart from the CDS department, they also have like a division of electricals, or whatever, the AI thing, where multiple departments come together and teach a program on MTech in AI. Right? It's not offered by a single department, so it's offered by multiple departments. So that is another very vibrant AI community that's there in India. And of course, then IIT Bombay, as Parag called out, also has the Center for Machine Intelligence and Data Science called C-Minds, which again, I believe has 70 plus faculty who have a secondary affiliation with C-Minds across multiple departments in Bombay, and they offer both a master's program in AI and as well as a dual degree program, just like all of us do actually. The interdisciplinary dual degree program, even IIT Delhi offers that, and so does IIT Bombay. Just calling out.
Yeah, thank you. So I will move on to the questions that I have for the panelists now. So the first, I will come to the academic part later on, but let's first talk about the impact of the centers on the research ecosystem and the innovation. So at IIT, we still do collaboration. Different departments are allowed to do the collaboration with the industry, etc. So the CS people will do, let's say, the research collaboration with the like-minded industry, etc. Now, what do you think when we create a center, for example? What is really the impact on the research ecosystem, on the indigenous innovation that we're talking about, which you think would not have been possible if we were split across, let's say, the department boundaries, or the traditional department boundaries, the CSE, maths, and other stuff? Any thoughts, any comments on this, what you have seen?
So, so like you rightly pointed out, right? It's not like we are not allowed to collaborate with the industry or anything. So what, at least in our experience, we have seen is, we have this group of people from disparate backgrounds coming around and having these discussions, right? And now, when an industry partner comes in and says that, look, I want this problem solved, which a computer science faculty alone wouldn't be able to solve, it's much easier for us to reach out to a colleague who would help us complete the team. So now we are actually seeing industry projects being undertaken by interdisciplinary team of faculty, which would, it's not that it is not possible, but it would have been harder to put together a team like that earlier if you didn't have this interdisciplinary dialogue going on already, right? And also it makes it easier for the industry to approach us, because we have a kind of a single stop where they can come and talk to people and then figure out what is the direction that they want to go in. So that's been one big change I've seen.
So my learning from this is that we've seen the other disciplines drive the whole innovation system, whether it's friction stir welding, or whether it is atmospheric monitoring, or whether it is a point of care disease detection. All this has come from the discipline or the biology, which actually meant that while after an initial interaction with us, they learnt up both computer science and AI faster than we could learn up their disciplines. So it actually shows that most of these core engineering and science disciplines are harder to assimilate than machine learning and AI. And therefore, we are seeing unique applications and ideas coming out from mining engineering, from agriculture engineering, and things like that. So that is one thing. The other thing that has come up very interestingly is that students even cross boundaries more. That means there in the student team, it's not just a computer science with a mechanical engineer. It is an electrical, mechanical, computer science, economics and everything together. So they have broken boundaries and they are doing even better and at a faster pace.
I can definitely second. See, I have 2 PhD students who are MD radiologists. It has been easier for them to pick up the AI term for me rather than to pick up the medical terms.
Yeah, I think that point is very well said. I mean, even at IIT Delhi, that has been the experience. The faculty members and students alike, they have picked machine learning like anything. I think probably the bar for us to pick that is probably higher. So that is one. I think another, the way I would answer this is, for any good research to happen, I think there is faculty collaboration and students. So I would give my own example. So there is a colleague in chemical engineering who sent me an email while back, several years back, that we should just talk. I was so busy with my own research that I never had time to talk to him. I feel bad about it. But once the school started, we naturally started seeing each other in terms of student committees, admissions, so on and so forth. And the ideas sort of started, bumping around, and we started discussing. So I think, as they say, a lot of interesting collaborations happen over coffee or dinner, right? And the school or such virtual or real space gives you an opportunity to talk to such people. So that is one thing that happened. Second is that because now there is a mandate, right? We call it AI plus X, right? X is any discipline and AI is the core AI or machine learning. Then naturally we admit students who are not doing only AI but also thinking about the specific disciplines. But now once we have students, right, often we discuss that once we have a student who has the right mindset, naturally the research is geared towards that. So those 2 things I would say are really facilitated by School of AI, which might not have been possible without such a center in place. Yeah.
I mean, I was talking more about the industry part because you explicitly called out saying how the collaboration happened in the industry. But certainly the academic environment has also significantly changed. And in fact, more than 70% of my students nowadays are not from a computer science background. So, and that certainly happened. I also have to correct one mistake that I made. I want to also call out the oldest modern AI center, which is the Kohli Center that's there in IIIT Hyderabad. So they have been at it at least a year longer than us at Chennai. So
I think IIT Guwahati also has.
That's new. I said that. I'm just calling out the oldest of the modern things.
Thank you. Thanks. So what I'm, let's say, if I try to summarize what I gathered from this discussion is that, true, I mean, the researchers or the faculty were, let's say, collaborating with each other, but blurring this boundary, bringing them onto one platform, actually fosters the collaboration between them, makes it easier, and also makes it easily visible to the industry, so that they can just come to the center and really do that. All right. So now let's move to the second question that I have. So this center versus department discussion. So some of the IITs have managed to open centers, some are calling schools, and some have departments now. So where do you think, so at what stage we think is having a department of AI, or, I mean, so I use the AI and data science as interchangeable here, department of AI or department of data science, whatever you call it, you think is the right move? Or because now you have already bitten the bullet, so what do you think are the arguments in favor of, okay, this is the right time to start the department of AI? Because at IIT Delhi, at least, we have not yet bitten that bullet. Any thoughts from each of you?
No, man, But I would really like to hear Professor PPC's take on it, but let me go and tell you what changed our. So it's not just a question of just adding a name to it, right? It's not just a question of calling a center versus department. So IITs have certain statutory roles for some of these, and it varies from IIT to IIT. So for example, centers in Delhi, right, or in Bombay, I'm not sure about correct, but
so
they can hire faculty.
Maybe I'll just clarify myself. So when I say the department, I say the BTech program in AI also.
So the BTech program in AI, then we should probably ask before they already have a BTech program in AI running much longer than.
So just the thought. I mean, so some of the let's say the IITs are still holding on to not starting the BTech in AI, just calling them schools and.
So I think at this point, right? So there is sufficient differentiation because of the nature of the field itself. For example, if you take computer science, right, the kind of math that we teach the computer science student is not sufficient for them to get a very good grasp of even the fundamentals of machine learning and AI, right? So we really have to go back and teach them more optimization, more, even starting from more calculus, linear algebra, probability theory, and they don't really need to know graph theory or discrete math, which are the, fundamental math courses that are being taught in computer science. And similarly, even if you start thinking about correctness of algorithms or analysis of algorithms and so on and so forth, right? So we don't think about like this big O notation for the ChatGPT models and things like that. So when you start talking about correctness and when about data-driven way of problem solving, right? As opposed to the more algorithmic approach to problem solving, there are different ways in which you can talk. There is still a significant overlap. But at this point, I think that is enough material that we really need to put in. We can put in and create a sufficiently differentiated curriculum. In fact, even more differentiated from CS than IT curriculum was, right? And I think it's a good time to start. And there is a demand in the market for sure. So I think it's a good time to start this.
Okay, thank you. PPC.
Computation became spouse of every subject. Computational physics, computational chemistry, computational biology, computational linguistics, computational economy, computational psychology. It was the spouse of every subject. Because there was the subject matter and there was computation, which aided knowledge in that subject matter. AI has taken that subject itself and started doing on language, image, text, theory, tomorrow formula, day after tomorrow theory. So AI is going to replace that subject itself, is what is the fear. All subjects are going, see if you look at AI has usurped everything. They have taken statistics and called it data science. They have taken algorithms and called it symbolic AI, etc., etc. So, I think I agree with Balraman that Ravi, that the time for a separate BTech in AI has come. But I also feel that AI is such a subject that you will need a person in a core discipline to have a micro in AI. You will need a person who has done any discipline to migrate into AI, and you will need computer science people to do AI. You will need all these three in addition to building a new AI group. So this is different from how computer science spawned off from electronics and became one discipline. AI is going to infiltrate every discipline and yet remain a BTech in AI. So we're going to have everything.
Yeah. But maybe we can just get Parag.
Go ahead. Okay, so I guess it's hard to differ from two experts, but I would honestly say I have been sitting on the fence in terms of the UG program. I mean, it's very clear that AI is going to be there. I don't think it's one of those fads, right, which will stay only for 5 years and something will sort of disappear. I think it's going to be there. But I think for a UG program, I feel that there has to be something core to the discipline, right? For example, when computer science was sort of shook off from electrical, right? I was probably a small child, but people tell me that no, there was a reason that no, there was an algorithmic component which was different from electrical. So I do think that maybe the time has come, but I think we also need to do a lot of deep thought and hard work in terms of how it will be different from just amalgamation of courses from these three disciplines, but something new has to come out, right? It cannot be just a sum of A, B, C, where A is maths and B is electrical and C is computer science, but something which is unique to AI. So that's sort of my take on this.
Yeah. Any answers for the Parag's question?
No, I was going to actually add on to what Professor P.P. was saying. So when you say we are starting in a department, right, it's not just a question of just having the undergraduate program. We are also thinking of more innovative ways of designing graduate programs that allow people. So I like this concept in the UK where they have this whole idea of this transition or bridge masters and things like that, which allows people from different disciplines to transition. So we have to think about all these activities, which are a lot easier to handle when you have something like a department. Yeah, but and our answer Parag's point, yes, just wait for our complete curriculum to come out. We have put in thought to make sure. Yeah.
Saying something.
So I have a small request. Can we ask Richard?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So we have many experts on the floor also. So please feel free to add your comments or questions.
No, very specifically her, because her department has been running a BTech in AI for a while.
Even Madhav, if you want to add about the Kohli school.
No, they don't have a BTech in AI. I mean, I'm just specifically about this question, just for that question.
So IT Jodhpur's philosophy has actually been what PPC just mentioned, right? We have a BTech program which is kind of an amalgamation of maths, computer science and AI. What we have said is computer science and maths are very much essential along with AI, because after discussing with a lot of industry folks, this is what we realized, that even today when a student goes to industry, which a lot of BTechs do, you don't do 100% AI. You do 60-70% computer science and you do 30-40% AI. So you need to know algorithms. You might not need to know big O notation, but you need to know algorithms, graphs, all of those data structures and all of those. And plus, along with that, we have this minors, right? So a mechanical engineer who wants to engage into AI, we have a lot of these paths open for them. So mechanical engineer, civil engineer, any of those, except computer scientists actually have an option to take a specialization or a minor in artificial intelligence. So they can take up to 5 courses, or they can take even more. 5 is the minimum. They can take 5 courses in AI. There are 7-8 credits of core, plus there's some electives which they can take, and they have a minor in AI. And on top of that, our MTech AI is actually not restricted to just computer science. The intake of our MTech AI is very, very open. So we take everybody, right? We even take MSc statistics, we take mechanical engineer, civil engineer, any of those. It's just that we have added quite a few core courses from AI and computer science, because when you come into the system, you need to know algorithms, you need to know a few things. So 3-4 courses of computer science and AI are there, which are core. Plus on top of that, you can do a lot of other elective AI courses depending on what your interest is. And your thesis could be an intersection of your major, which was in BTech. It could be mechanical engineering, AI on top. So your MTech thesis could be a combination of both. So that kind of a flexibility is what IIT Jodhpur is providing. So we are kind of in sync with what you're saying.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please.
So I have vested interest in making sure the panel doesn't run overtime. I have a flight to catch. So.
Thank you. I was talking to Dr. Richa earlier. I would like to specify a problem between industry and the institutions. Okay, let's understand there is a subject called quality management system. Okay, and there is an international standard called ISO 9001. It's very popular otherwise. Now institutions took many years to adopt elective chapter on total quality management. Many years later, when the standards was published in 1987. Now recently, 2023, ISO, International Organization for Standardization, has published a standard called Artificial Intelligence Management System. It's called ISO 42000 series. If you're developing the schemes, developing the BTechs and MTechs and in your prestigious institutions, this subject will help the students who may be in the final semester like that, and before they are graduating or post-graduating, they can take benefit of this management system theory approach of AI, and they can apply into the management system. Now where I come from, a quality management system, like for example I did the mechanical engineering. Now I started working in the industry. 6 years down the later in the industry, I realized when I become a quality assurance senior inspector or manager, I will realize that, oh, I should have known quality management system. You know, that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Thanks. Well understood. Okay. So in the interest of time, I'll just come back and cover a few of my other questions that I wanted to ask. So the discussion is now increasingly coming around this AI and the applications part of it. Okay. So let's say that the center is also the center of the department, whatever we call, is also focusing on AI, and as Richa is saying, so we want to take the people from diverse background because of this application focused. Now, let's say an academic institution, let's say IIT Delhi, just for the example, starts the school of AI or the department of AI, and we want to take in the PhD student, the graduate student, or the faculty.
when you say that the focus is on AI plus X, what is the criteria that you wish to apply for this recruitment? So who gets admitted? What are the basic minimum requirements that you would like to pose on the intake, both from the student side as well as the faculty side?
You know, AI is such a discipline that it has a place in every discipline. So you cannot have a straight-jacketed rule for creating such things. Absolutely. You have to have an open mind and flexibility. The core content here is that if it is AI plus X, then we expect the X faculty who is supervising this PhD, there must be a person in X who will supervise this PhD. And if that person does not know sufficient AI, then there must be a CS or an AI guy. Or what we have adopted is that if you have such, then you need people from 2 disciplines to supervise this student. And we are trying to evolve a mechanism in which departments are in a formal partnership with the AI Center, in the sense that they will jointly offer courses, they will jointly take PhD students and things like that. So you can come from any such discipline and work in AI. That is the plan.
Okay, so let me ask a very even more pointed question. So does an incoming PhD student in Department of AI or School of AI need to know programming beforehand?
That is the only thing as of now we have allowed, that they need to know programming. That is the only prerequisite till now.
Probability?
No. Okay. The only requirement we have done is, I'll tell you, the entrance exam in the Center for AI for PhD has got a math portion, a programming portion. I think just these 2, a math which involves probability, and basic IQ test.
Yeah, okay. So what you're saying is the admission test typically involve math and programming.
Math, programming, IQ.
Yeah, okay. Ravin.
So just to clarify, your question was about the students or about hiring faculty?
Actually both, but I mean you can answer one by one. So what is the criteria or what you apply for the students,
okay,
like the PhD students, and let's say for the
so right now we have a GATE paper on data science and AI, right? So if you look at the kind of curriculum there, it's basically a lot of math, some amount of programming, and it also has some basics of, very, very rudimentary machine learning kind of idea. What is, some simple things on classification and so on and so forth. Not necessarily getting into the techniques and so on. People have to understand that. And if somebody who's gotten through that kind of a GATE exam, right, so that they come through a master's for data science and AI, that would be a great fit for to get into this program, right? So if we are going to run a separate entrance exam for people who want to get into master's or PhD, right? So we are already doing that in IIT Madras. So we have many, many master's programs which kind of predate the GATE paper that's just come out, right? So we have been selecting people, and largely we have been having a programming component, and we do this all online. So they go to some portal like Code Tantra, they actually code and run and we see the output and so on and so forth, and math and aptitude, and more on their idea of how they handle data, right? Not necessarily grill them on machine learning or anything like that. Those are the kinds of components that we put in for the graduate programs, and something similar for the PhD programs would be there, right? But we also work with a lot of students from other departments. So for example, at our center, we have PhD students who come from chemical engineering background. So they would know only programming, but they would then pick up AI on the fly. And like you said, right, it's easy for them to pick up the AI part than for us to pick up the chemical engineering part. So this is where we are with regard to the students, right? So fairly flexible in terms of getting them on board. With regard to faculty is another question, right? So what we are looking at is not being very particular about the discipline in which they have earned their degrees, but looking at what their research focus has been. Have they been consistently working on this using data-driven approaches and using AI, ML kind of approaches to solve problems in their domain, right? And if they have a good publication record in that field, right? So these are the things that we are looking at, and we are not going to be very hung up on the actual graduating discipline. So you could come from electrical engineering, you could come from an aerospace background, or you could even have a management PhD, right? As long as you have been working on data-driven approaches and as well as AI, we are happy to consider this application.
Okay, Bharat, you have any?
So I think IIT Delhi is similar in that sense. For example, for PhD admissions and even for MSR or masters, right? They just need to take GATE, for example, and it can mean any discipline. Doesn't have to be. Now there is a new GATE exam in data science. Also, there is a lot of discussion even for masters program. But we said, let it be any of these GATE exams. Doesn't have to be data science or computer science or electrical. So in that sense, it is fairly flexible. I should add that we do face a little bit of challenge. At least some of the students who enter the program, often they have a different background than CS or EE or maths, but once they come in, they want to do core AI, right? So that expectation has to be aligned, and I think some work has to be done there. In terms of faculty also, I think just like Ravi said, that faculty should be doing some data-driven or machine learning or AI-based work mostly, right? And they can be from any discipline. So I think in that sense, it is fairly flexible. One question I would just like to add, which I think we have not answered, is at the entry level, we may not need programming or some of these skills. But the question is, when they graduate, right? At least in my mind, it is still not clear. What does it mean to have an AI PhD, right? Does it mean that they will be proficient in programming? Or does it mean that they can visualize and understand, they may be not great at programming? So at least that question will have to be answered by some of these centers and schools, right? When they graduate, what are we really looking at?
And I think I will add a follow-up question from my side. I mean, just coming from what Parag is saying. So this programming plus math approach is perhaps okay for the engineering disciplines, I would say, the chemical or something. But if you would like to take the people, let's say, from the medicine background or the law background or the agriculture background, even posing this question that you need to know some basic programming and some basic math, perhaps becomes a little too much. Any thoughts on this?
I don't think so. Otherwise they will never understand why AI is wrong.
Okay.
They will never figure out if we don't really teach them some of the basic underpinnings on which AI has been developed. Even though AI is evolving, they will assume that to be a black box and assume everything correct. So I think, like we must understand law to get into law, a lawyer must understand a little bit of this side to get there.
But in this case, are you okay with this person, let's say the law or the medical, not knowing math and programming at the entry level, but as Parag is saying, should know at the graduation level?
Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. Okay. That is fine. But it's not just graduation level. As soon first year, second year only they will have to know.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Ravi.
So we are at the end of the day a technical school, right? So I have to wonder at which point we are going to draw the line, right? So if you're going to take in people, I'm all for people from a law background and other places to come and work on AI, right? But I'm working with the law schools to make sure that they teach the lawyers more AI in the law schools, right? As opposed to taking in people with a law background into a technical school and then trying to train them, so there has to be a line that somewhere we draw. So that probably will evolve. I don't have a concrete answer for it, but we have to consider that.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Anusha. I have a question to kind of Hi, my name is Anusha. I kind of want to expand the discussion not just from the point of view of the education, but also how we can look at collaboration between different disciplines to solve problems. And I come from a maths background. I did my PhD in economics, and then I went on to do my postdoc in blockchain applications. And I found that my knowledge and domain knowledge in economics and statistics really helped me in my research work and postdoctoral work. So my question to all of you is, in terms of problems, and most of the problems that we think that we need to solve are multidimensional problems, whether it's climate change or any which way, where we need all these people to come together from different disciplines to solve it. So do you think AI is going to be the common vocabulary for them to talk to each other, or how do you think we can facilitate those kind of problems which require these kind of huge collaborative efforts to solve?
You worked with doctors, why didn't you start?
No, maybe. I mean, that's the language that will evolve. I mean, we are still seeing lots of exponential evolution of the AI. So I don't think, I mean, I don't see any contradiction in your statement. It may well be the vocabulary of the future. I mean, the AI for the common vocabulary.
Okay. So, you know, the point is like this. You're in math. You go to ISI Kolkata, they spend 5 lectures explaining 1 + 1 = 2. All right. Through deep dialogue, probability, theory, axioms, etc. To you, what is 1 + 1 = 2? Anybody needs to spend so much time. Similarly, when different people do AI, everybody doesn't have to understand the same concept at the same level of depth and granularity. So when you collaborate, everybody brings their own depth and understands the others. That is how collaboration really brings the effort together.
And I think my question was about how do we develop that common vocabulary where everyone can understand each other, because otherwise...
There is no Esperanto for scientific work, right? So my experience, I mean, I have worked with people in traffic engineering, I have worked with people from biosciences, doctors and everywhere. You have a learning phase where the teams have to learn each other's language, each other's vocabulary, right? And then evolve a common understanding in the context of the problem that you are solving. There's not going to be an universal language in which multiple disciplines can come and talk. It's always going to be in the context of the problem solving that you're doing. Unless the two disciplines work together so often that they develop a more permanent shared language, right? Maybe that could be AI for some disciplines, but yeah, I don't think that's a clear answer. I don't think that's a universal answer. You shouldn't be looking for one.
I'm looking for ways to make collaborations more possible.
Talk, be open. And one of the biggest advice I have for people who want to do this kind of interdisciplinary collaboration, right? Don't think that your discipline is at the pinnacle. This is a problem. No, this is a problem I face with everybody. They start with the thing, okay, yeah, computer science guys won't understand biology, right? Or these guys are engineers, they won't understand history, the sociology of how cultures interact and things like that, right? Of course, computer science, we know everything, right? So, no, that's the kind of attitude everybody starts from, right? So I find that that's the biggest roadblock to collaboration. So respect your collaborator, trust them that they know what they are talking about in their discipline, and then there are actual interesting problems that they have to solve in their discipline. Nothing is trivial. That's the first place to start.
Just add, I think regarding AI being thread, I feel that what best we can do is just go with the flow, right? I mean, within AI also there were techniques like SVMs and kernels which were the way to go 20 years back, and now, I mean, no one is doing them, right? So I think today it seems AI is the thread. 15 years hence, I don't know, right? So I mean, but today let's do whatever is needed. It's clear that multidisciplinarity is the key, and AI seems to be the thread for many of these applications or areas today. But who knows what happens 10 years down the line, right? I would say things will evolve.
Okay, so I think it's 508, so maybe we should, yeah, so let's thank the panel member and...
Thanks to you.
So as we draw closer to the conclusion of this enlightening session, it is time to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the presenter and panelists who have graced us with their invaluable insights and expertise. To honor their efforts and express our gratitude, I would like to call upon Colonel Gyan Prakash Pathak, Chief Research Scientist, DIC METI, to come forward and felicitate our esteemed guest. We request our panelists and speakers to kindly accept our token of appreciation. I would call upon Professor Ravindran.
I can take that and run with that. That's why you're the first.
Professor Partha Pratim Chakravarti. Professor Parag Singla. Professor Chetan Arora. Professor Madhav Krishna. Professor Richa. And Dr. Partha Talukdar. And thank you everyone for making this session a resounding success. Thank you so much.
I just want to add one thing that I think many of the speakers flew just for the day. And I was thinking, whether it is worth it for half an hour or 20 minutes, but I think it was worth it. I really want to thank all the people as one of the organizers and moderator that thanks for flying in to Delhi and for this session. I think it was a really well done session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes, yeah, I completely, that skipped my mind. A very big thank you to Dr. Mosam because he has helped us with the curation of the session. So,
thanks to you for all the...
No problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, please again.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be starting the session soon. But before we start the session, request all our speakers if they could come forward for a picture. If you could come forward for a picture. Yeah, Caitlin. No. No.
No, it's just us.
Yes. Should we hide the badges?
No, let's do the picture. Do you like the badges? It's a different one.
Thank you. All right, let's get started. Finish.
Thank you for that. To start the session on the Future of Work Working Group, I would like to invite Lucia to take over for the rest of the session. Lucia?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here with us today to start this session on our working group, on the work of our working group about the future of work. My name is Lucia Velasco. I am the co-chair of the working group. And you are... Who are you?
I'm Matthias Peisner. I'm also co-chair of the working group together with Lucia. Maybe a brief overview of what we do in the working group, because we've been together in that team since the start of GPAI, and the mission of our group is to research into the future of work, how AI will change the labor market, how AI will change job profiles, and what we can do about in order to make it a good future of work. And we're having quite a couple of projects, and we will present some of them today. So the outline of today is that we will have a very informal discussion together with Lucia and me, and together with some leads of the projects, and we will sneak into what we are planning for the next year, and we will encourage you to really participate actively in the session. We are curious about your comments, about your questions, and hope to connect with all of you, or at least with those who are interested, during the session and afterwards.
And moreover, we understand that we're the only thing between now and dinner, so we would like to make this very dynamic and very participated.
And hopefully very easy. So, Lucia, you have been started as a co-chair only recently, and you will take over together with Alex Xi from Canada for 2024. What are your plans together with Alex? How do you want to advance the working group?
Well, I think that one of the most important aspects of this working group is that we're talking about something that's really fundamental for society, that is work, is how we build our lives, or what gives us the means to live our lives. So it's really important that we understand the changes that the labor market is going through. And we can only do that if we understand better what's happening with generative AI. That is one of the main events happening in our societies since last year. So we will be looking closely at generative AI today. Some of the leads of the project will be explaining and sharing what we will be doing in this space, and also we will be looking at training, retraining, reskilling, upskilling of workers. That is another major topic. We would like to cover different countries, different geographies, and I believe that that will be the main focus. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe also in terms of outreach, because last year we really felt a strong motivation to not only have discussions within the group, but also to reach out and to the broader public, not only to our members, but also beyond. And I think this is something that we want to.
Yeah, because it's true, you've been a co-chair like forever in this working group. It's almost, or more than 3 years. Do you see a change in what people expect from us, or what also the participants want to contribute with?
I think there's has been a great change during this year, and I think part of it came also from the innovation workshop we had in Montreal, when we had a face-to-face meeting, and shortly before that, Janine's paper was published, and we said, okay, let's reach out with that paper and not only do analysis about how AI will change the future of work, but also try to shape it by providing guidelines for policymakers. And I think this really started something like a very intense engagement in the group, and I think it will be key to really sustain that engagement.
It has to do also, and today in this meeting we have the luck to listen to policymakers and government representatives, and one of the things that we were listening today was that they really need us to contribute with policy briefs and with materials that guide the governmental action in this space. So to me, this should be one of the main goals to achieve over the next year, to really come up with perhaps shorter outcomes, but more targeted.
Yeah, and I think for this big goal, we also need the ongoing support from our Center of Expertise in RIA in Paris. And this is connected with a big thank you to Edouard and his colleagues. And Caitlin, why don't you come up and just present the Center of Expertise in Paris?
Yeah, nothing of the things that we do could be done without your support and your help. So please tell us about it.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you so much to both of the co-chairs, Matthias, who I've had the pleasure of working with for 3 years now, which is really incredible to say. Doesn't feel like 3 years. And Lucia, who I've had the opportunity to get to know better over the past year. So as the Paris Expert Support Center, hosted by INRIA, the French National Institute for Research in Digital Science and Technology, I'm one of the project managers dedicated to GPAI, alongside of my hardworking colleague Edward Havis, who I'm sure many of you, and especially in the Future of Work working group, have had the pleasure of working with quite a lot.
We do, and we appreciate him a lot.
Yes, big thank you to Edward for all of his work. As the Paris Expert Support Center, we manage both the Future of Work working group as well as the Innovation and Commercialization working group that I principally work on. Every working group is very different. However, I think there's something interesting about both the Future of Work working group and the Innovation and Commercialization working group. I think they're both more industry focused than the other two, so we really align there. And we also work on creating hard outputs, not just reports, but actionable items to really affect the workforce and the industry at large. As part of the AI mission team, we support the French National Coordination on AI at INRIA, and as the Expert Support Center, our other sort of axis, we work to support the projects. That means the life cycle of constructing the partnerships, coordinating various workshops, and overall enhancing the deliverables and the impact of the deliverables that you, as the experts in the working groups, are creating. So, yeah.
That's a very to the point presentation. Thank you so much for this explanation.
Thank you both, and we look forward to hearing more about the projects here today.
Thank you for sharing with us. And moving on, we will be talking about one of the main projects that we have been doing actually for the past year as well.
From the very beginning.
From the very beginning, indeed. And we have, it's been now called, well, you will see in the screen behind us part of the leads, the range from Mexico to Japan, so we're really international. And we have with us, we will start introducing our speakers and then asking them some questions. We have with us today Senator Lagunes. Alejandra Lagunes is serving as a senator in Mexico. She leads public policy development in areas such as sustainability, human rights, innovation, digital inclusion, and the medicinal use of natural psychedelics. She's an expert in political communication and has played key roles in various political campaigns, while also actively contributing to committees and alliances focused on digital rights, AI, and strengthening the open parliament. Thank you so much for joining us today, Alejandra. We would like to understand better how is Mexico, a member of GPAI, advancing, a very active member of GPAI actually, advancing AI for the future of work in the country.
Lucia, thank you very much, and good morning from Mexico. It's really a pleasure to be here today. Matthias, hello. And I want to thank a very special thanks to GPAI for inviting me to talk about what we're doing in Mexico. Thank you, Said, for inviting me as well. And how is Mexico advancing? Well, it's a very interesting question because I think every country is, this year, the world is towards artificial intelligence. And how we are advancing is very interesting because things have been moving on pretty fast in Mexico in the last month. And what I really think is that AI is not going to take away any job. Are those who know how to use AI that will take them away. So very important is the very important thing here is that people really understand at first what is AI and how is AI going to change their lives and their work. Mexico has a demographic bonus which is very interesting because the productive age population is now bigger than the non-productive population. And this puts Mexico in a very interesting position, as well as our geopolitical situation. We should be leaders and have been leaders of public policy and in Latin America. So we are now working from the Senate with all the ecosystem. We created an alliance, an artificial intelligence national alliance, and this is a very interesting platform because what the alliance is a multi-stakeholder platform, which mission is to strengthen Mexican artificial intelligence ecosystem. The sectors that are working in this working group are the industry, the economy, the civil society, the government, international organizations, legislators, and regulators. Our objectives are to analyze AI challenges, the benefits and impacts for the responsible creation of public policy, regulation, and governance. And the vision is to harness AI for common good, equity, progress, sustainable development, human rights, environmental protection, democratic values, and social inclusion. We are collaborating with UNAM, which I know Alvaro is here. It's the most recognized university in Mexico, the biggest and most recognized worldwide university in Mexico. And we are collaborating as well with UNESCO and CAP, the development plan, in these working groups. We are, how the alliance is working is that we have lines of action. The first one is the working group in six main stages: public policy and rights, education, capability and labor market, cyber security and risk management, gender inclusion and social responsibility, infrastructure and data, innovation and industry. These themes were, we got these themes in the public survey, and we have been working in this for like 4 months by now. So we have very interesting conclusions on this working group. And what we are going to do with these conclusions of the working group is to propose a strategy for Mexico, public policy, regulation, and a model of governance. The other thing is that we are working in awareness. We are giving webinars and workshops to the population, general population. It's very important because in Mexico now 90% of the population doesn't understand what artificial intelligence is, what's in it for them, what they can do in their work, and in education. I mean, what's in it for them in their life. So this has been also a really revolutionary approach. We have been giving these webinars to hundreds of people now, and this has been a success. The other line of action we are working is to document case studies. How in Mexico we can use artificial intelligence in the government as well as in private sector, and as well to detonate the ecosystem, the new businesses using AI. And we are working as well international collaboration. We want to foster a regional collaboration and international collaboration as well for unified regulation, to have a very responsible regulation. So in these working groups, one of the working groups was education capabilities and labor markets. And the conclusions were really interesting, as we have this demographic bonus, and we have one of the biggest number of engineers every year in Mexico. We have 451,000 students graduating from public education system with a bachelor's higher technical education or postgraduate degree. And 40% of these studies are in STEM careers. So one of the conclusions, the key general conclusions of the working groups have been that we need to regulate in terms of ethics, in human rights, and in innovation. As a country, we need to really focus on how we change this vision of being consumers of technology to becoming developers of technology. So we need digital literacy and critical thinking. We need to change our model of education. We need to legislate in terms of education and focus on workers and unions, as well as in teachers and in changing the education model. We don't have a coordination between education levels, so we need to change that. We need to use AI to preserve indigenous languages and cultures. We need to have an ethical incorporation in AI education. We as well need to focus on development of AI in Mexico. The role of civil society and academia is fundamental. We have to change labor dynamics and values with AI. We need to focus on reskilling and upskilling the capabilities of our workers. We know the importance of binding legislation with follow-up. So the model of governance is really important, that we end with a governance that really changes the game in Mexico. We need to focus on educational policy and digital gaps. We in Mexico have yet we don't have an universal inclusion, access to technology. We need to focus on digital ability. It's crucial, the teacher training in digital matters as well. And we need to ensure equity access in educational policies. And for the end of my words, we need to focus on specific needs. We have to develop capabilities in tailored to regional needs. We have a very big working force working in manufacturing, so we need to focus, for example, in upskilling or reskilling this working force. And well, the governance. We need to establish an autonomous entity specializing in AI to follow up one of the most important things that is the working force. We are now working with syndicates, with the unions, with the teachers, with the universities to make this happen even before the public policy is on track and the regulation is on track, because we know that this is inevitable, and this is going to affect mainly the working force in our country. So one of the main things that we are doing from the Alliance is really working with the different parts that have really big impact in this part, in the education and in the working force. And well, the working groups are still going. The Alliance is really vibrant in Mexico now. We want in Mexico in the next months we are going to have elections. All the government is going to change. We are going to have presidential elections. Almost 20 governors, 19 governors are going to change. So it's a very important timing in Mexico. The Alliance is going to play a very important role because we want to present the candidates a public paper, a policy paper in which the multi-stakeholder view, the multi-stakeholder work can present them which should be the best way from Mexico in a regional approach with an international with the international work that we are doing as well, which will be the strategy, the best strategy to follow with public policy, the regulation and a model of governance. So thank you very much for giving me the space to talk about the Alliance. It's really important for us to these spaces. The international collaboration is fundamental. And thank you again to Saif, that's the Mexican really active member of the GPAI. And thank you, Alvaro, because UNAM has been key. This university, amazing university, has a special team working in artificial intelligence in several things. They are, the academy is really one of the most important key pieces in Mexico. And we are going to give really, we want to give Mexico really a change with this tool. Finally, AI is a tool. It's an amazing technology that can change the game for countries like Mexico. And this is the view of the Alliance. And experts, hundreds of experts in AI are working for this. Thank you very much for the space.
Thank you, Senadora. This was very, very interesting to listen to, and I actually would like to know more of how we can participate and collaborate from GPAI, and especially from our working group with this Alliance, and how you can channel what you're developing, that I think it's a very pioneering work through the region. I believe that Mexico right now is leading by example, and it should be shared among the countries internationally. So for that, we should use this platform that GPAI is in the end. Before we move on to the other part of the world, the other side of the world, and seeing our colleague, Dr. Saif Savage, I would like to give you the floor, Saif, to perhaps present also Alvaro, who is here, and the work that you've been doing with your students in Mexico. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Lucia, and thank you so much, Senator Lagunes, also for this great presentation. It has been a collaboration with government actors and the UNAM University and GPAI. Thank you, Matias and Jan and Edward. And I'll let Alvaro share what we have been doing with GPAI around understanding worker needs in Latin America and then designing generative AI tools for them.
Okay. So this is done.
And thank you again, Senator Lagunes, for also picking up very early in your morning.
Okay, so thank you very much, Saif. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the GPAI organizers. This has been and is still a magnificent event, one of the largest AI efforts globally to have more knowledge about this amazing technology. I would also like to thank the government of Mexico to be present in this session. I think Mexico is thriving, and not only Mexico, but the entire region of Latin America shares some common values with this part of the world, with India. We both have, as mentioned, a young population, and we also have adequate access and network to internet and to mobile networks. So this makes us early adopters in these technologies. I would like to thank also the National Autonomous University of Mexico and GPAI, Artificial Intelligence Solutions, which is our company. So today I'm thrilled to talk about the future of work. A future where Mexico is not just adapting to change, but thriving on it. And where artificial intelligence, led by companies such as GPAI, are the catalyst of inclusion. We are leading, GPAI and UNAM are leading in Mexico and standing at the intersection of technology and humanity. In collaboration with UNAM students and UNAM student communities, they harness cutting-edge artificial intelligence research to create practical solutions that improve the lives in Latin America and in Mexico. We have a small video prepared. I don't know if we can show it, so you have some better understanding on what the student communities at UNAM are doing and also GPAI. Please.
Can you switch to the video, please?
There's audio for the video. I don't know if you can turn the... Oh, okay. Okay, so I'll be the audio, I guess. I'll do the voiceover. Exactly. This is UNAM. We are proud to present the campus. It's the largest university in Latin America. It's public university, and it is some of its students are creating the new technologies that will pave the future of work for tomorrow. Using generative AI for workers, UNAM is creating a large student community. Now we'll see about GPAI. the mission of GPAI and what we are doing with it is taking all the student work from the communities and bringing it to real life solutions that will enhance the life of people in Mexico. We have solutions for many areas, such as e-commerce. This is an e-commerce landing page. With this, this is an AI tutor, and it will help for education. And let's just go with the video. This is our main, actually, product right now. It's an accent neutralizer that will help to reduce the walls of communication between people from countries whose first language is not English. So, thanks for that video. I'm sorry I had to make the playback for the last minute, but I'm getting better at improvising now. UNAM researchers are unseen heroes here. They push the boundaries of artificial intelligence knowledge. One, GPAI, takes their research and transforms it into solutions that empower the workforce. Picture this: personalized learning programs that adapt to individual needs, leveling the playing field for everyone. This is creating inclusion. This is democratizing artificial intelligence. GPAI, inspired by the spirit of innovation, also address bias in hiring through artificial intelligence. By leveraging UNAM's research, they create tools to ensure fair recruitment, fostering diversity in workplaces, and creating a more dynamic and innovative environment. In essence, the future of work in Mexico has championed by GPAI and UNAM. It's about inclusivity. It's about creating a workplace that not only embraces technological advancement, but also reflects the diverse tapestry of its population. As we navigate this future, let's remember the UNAM student communities driving the research and GPAI transforming it into practical solutions. Together, they embody the spirit of innovation, creating a future where artificial intelligence isn't just about technology. It's about empowering every individual to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvaro. Great presentation and great improvisation. Thank you.
Thanks for coming here, Alvaro. You're new to the working group. Thanks for coming here. It was great meeting you. Thank you. From Mexico to the other side, and we're very glad to have Professor Yuko Harayama with us. Hello, Yuko. Good to see you again. I think Yuko has been our first co-chair, and I think she has really, she's one of the mothers of the idea of GPAI. In fact, I think she has really been together with GPAI from the very beginning. And I think also the idea of the students' community is coming from you. I remember when you said we are caring about the future of work, so we need also involve the future workers. And maybe you can explain to us a little bit what was your main idea when you came up with the students' community, and Japan was the first students' community, I think. Maybe you can also explain a little bit or tell us a little bit about the advancements in Japan.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and good evening from Tokyo. It is from the beginning based on the objective of GPAI to bridge the gap between theory and practice, and also to prepare the future workforce. These two lines was really guiding us. And what we tried to do from the beginning in 2010, we wanted to know what's happening in the workplace with the deployment of AI. So the first idea was really making some survey, but at the same time to investigate on the ground and visiting companies and interviewing them. So combining with the idea of preparing the future workforce, we came up with the idea to engage future workforce, that is present generation of students in this endeavor. So that was a starting point. And thanks to the initiative of Ian Ferguson, who led the first project, AI Observation Platform, since 2021, we have been able to create a student community together with the status of GPAI Junior Investigator. So allowing students to be really a part of our activity of a working group of future work. And the task to them was collecting use cases at workplace. And the idea was not just focusing on some countries, but enlarging the coverage. And of course, at the beginning, it was from France, French students, and others. And the Japanese community, we had this idea with my colleague, Alisa Emma. She is also the member of the working group. And it was so natural that following Young's initiative to constitute a Japan student community. And we are very happy to have these developments now with the SAIF to have Mexican student community. And the idea from the beginning was that getting information on the ground from the companies in several countries, but also constituting gathering of different community. That means from the first community, second one, the Japanese one, and the forthcoming Mexican one. And the idea is to make them a kind of alumni association. And also from the Japanese perspective, we are learning now for the third year. So we have among different generations of students, 3 generations that we make some kind of alumni association. What was unique in the Japanese context that we have set up management team and beside the research team. And we try to gather students with different background, not only from the information technology engineering, but also from social science and humanities. So the idea was making sure that we have this diverse student community interacting each other. And to run this project, we provide to the students the driving force for that. So they are taking action to choose target sectors and companies, and really surveying in the Japanese context. And also we are using the common question to GPAI survey, but additionally, Japanese students, they have been developing their own question according to their interest. So by the end, what happened that we are now very comfortable with running this project. And when we have already experienced for the first year, we have received quite good feedback from the company interviews, because they understood that not only providing to us information on their activities and their experiences, but they understood the educational aspect of this enterprise. And they responded with really openness and making effort for communication and facilitating building rapport with the students. And from the student side, it became AI is any more kind of abstract terms, but within a real context, and really opportunity to visit companies on the ground, interacting with the responsible and those working with AI. And by the end, it's increased the interest in AI in the future activities. So we were, I would say, we are becoming successful in the way to engage students as well as not only for the just interviewing companies, but to have more interest to better understand and challenge with AI in the future. So that is the situation. And we started with a small number of universities. And then we have been able to having more university engaged. And now we have many more universities covering a different area activities with AI. And we continue to work with a campaign of Community 2023. So I stop here to just thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Yuko. Greetings to Tokyo, and next time we meet again in person.
Hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. From one of our first projects to one of our main focus areas of the next year, it's generative AI is in the very focus of many of our new initiatives, and one of it is the AI data supply chain, and we had a panel yesterday. Lucia, maybe you want to summarize a little bit about it.
We could ask ChatGPT to do that too. But yeah, we had a very interesting presentation yesterday, and we have a very interesting project in our website, and GPAI's website, where we explained the first of its kind benchmark against this index that the Oxford Internet Institute has developed to assess whether the conditions of the workers behind AI are fair or not. And we had also the luck to have one of the leading companies participating and opening up to this scrutiny and actually committing to improving their operations after what was showed or discovered through this audit, social audit that the team conducted. And this has opened a whole new line of work in our working group related to the humans behind this fancy AI that we all are embracing, and that we usually not only not see, but we don't know about their working conditions. And this, with no doubt, will be one of the main lines of work that we will be conducting in a working group, and with a special focus in the region of Latin America. And before we go to Argentina, to another project that we will be also performing there, I don't know, Matthias, if you would like to welcome Mark, that is here with us already.
Hi, Mark. We've met this morning already. Hi. So thanks for having you again. You will be leading the new project on the impact of generative AI on knowledge work especially. It will be mainly about professionals in the health sector. Mm-hmm. Can you explain a little bit about the project and why you selected the healthcare professionals as your first focus?
Yeah, sure. And thank you for having me again. And maybe also thank you for the audience for still being here at this late hour. I know it's almost dinner, and we're all looking forward to that. But I think it's smart that you're here, because I think there's a lot of talk about AI being disruptive and transformative, but if it will transform our society, the labor market is where this will happen mostly. Right? So understanding how AI changes work is essential to understanding what the societal impacts are. So I'm going to start a little bit abstract and then zoom in on the project, if you will. I lead a group. We've been researching the impact of AI on work for 7 years now, and what strikes with me mostly is the enormous vastness of stuff that we still don't know. What we do know is that the impact it will have on work differs strongly by occupation, so it will impact different occupations differently, and it also, the impact likely will be cross-nationally different. So if you want to understand how AI impacts work, you want to study it in a cross-national way, and you want to study it for each occupation differently. So this brings me to the professions. What makes the professions super interesting is that they have a number of tasks that are fundamentally probably very well susceptible to AI, very much language-based, so very well susceptible to generative AI. And at the same time, they also have a number of tasks that are difficult to automate because they have a very low tolerance for error. There are ethical concerns. If you make a mistake as a doctor, for example, that's a huge thing, right? If we make mistakes as researchers, that means that I don't publish a paper or I have to retract it. But if you make a mistake as a GP, people might actually die. So that's an issue. And then there's this huge motivation to do it because there's a huge pressure on the healthcare system. In most countries, we have a shortage of doctors and nurses. And so if we figure out how we can use Gen AI to make the work of general practitioners or other medical professionals more efficient and more effective, then I guess we do a huge service to society and also at the same time gain knowledge about the more general question as to how AI changes tasks in different professions. So what we're going to do is this. We're going to do lab experiments in 3 different countries, in the Netherlands, in Tanzania, and in Indonesia, identical experiments, RCTs with a treatment group and a control group and a treatment. And the treatment will be, so the experiment will present general practitioners with case studies of fictional patients who present some of the symptoms that they experience as you would in a normal practice. And then we ask the general practitioners for an hour to assess these, to do an anamnesis, to come up with a diagnosis and to prescribe treatment. We know what the right answer will be, so we know the ground truth. Half of them will work with a Gen AI and the other half will not. That's the basic setup of the experiment. It's a bit more complex than this, but this is, I guess, intuitively what we're going to do. And then the outcome will teach us a little bit about how this profession, how professionals in this profession might use their expert knowledge in combination with the AI to come up with better predictions. At least that's the hypothesis. Maybe they can do it faster, maybe they need less training. Well, we don't know, but we will know after this experiment, and we also will know the importance of the national context, institutional differences, cultural differences, developmental differences that might play a role. We'll probably be the first to quantify that in a convincing way. So that's the setup of the experiment. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Today we heard from government representatives that this is one of their main interests, so I think they will be looking forward these results. I know that the senator has something to say in 1 minute before leaving. Is that correct, Senadora?
Yes, thank you. Just I would love to say that Mexico will be honored to have the next GPAI meeting in Mexico. I just wanted to say this, and it will be amazing to host you all here in Mexico City. I will begin, if this is right and we can talk about this, I will begin talks with the Mexican government so we can organize the event here next year.
Well, you have our vote for sure. Thank you so much for that offer, and we will be going next year. Thank you so much for those news. Great news. Thank you. And thank you for participating.
Thank you all.
Bye. So I think, sorry, what's going on? Okay. Do you have a follow-up question for Mark? Or I know we're late, but
the closer we get to dinner, we should try to keep our answers shorter. And maybe, is there any questions or comments from the audience with regards to the project presented by Mark?
But because we have Fernando also from Argentina really waiting to participate. Fernando is one of our key members of the working group. He has always very interesting perspectives about this AI revolution. Actually, we always talk about, and you were saying it before, that generative AI improves productivity and employability, but this may happen in some regions, not in all. And we give for granted sometimes that this is homogeneous and across countries. Fernando, do you think that, or do you feel that this is what will happen in Latin America? How do you see this in the near future affecting your country? And thank you for joining as well.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me virtually. Well, no, actually, I'm a little bit reluctant to embrace these optimistic scenarios, at least without a grain of salt. What we are seeing in our region is kind of a race to cut labor-associated costs as much as possible, kind of a race to the bottom. So when I see all these studies that do what I think is very interesting, separating those positions that are susceptible to be replaced and those that will have a productivity gain. Well, I'm wondering if these productivity gains will not later result in some workers being left over, because if in a position you have two workers and one gets to double its productivity, is there still a place for the other? As an example, think of what had happened with the secretaries in the 50s. They have to do all this typewriting, and if they share a calendar with a boss, this was a physical task, and to make an appointment they have to make a phone call and actually try to get in touch with the other person. Well, now we have a lot of technology that increases a secretary productivity, right? So do they have more free time? Are they paid better? So they increase the qualifications, right? But does this give them, an advantage in the labor market, or this increase in qualification has become a requirement for them to keep their job? Actually, I think this is what had happened, right? So I'm a little bit concerned. You might have seen there are a lot of studies, the Goldman Sachs is one of them, that tries to quantify the impact in each country, and some Latin American countries, such as mine, well, we see a 20 to 25 impact in our labor market. So I see this as really concerning.
And what are your plans for next year? Because you will be leading a very relevant project in this area. What's the vision that you have?
Well, one of the things that we want to do is to measure actually what is actually happening with generative AI in terms of wages and of number of posts. In Latin America, we have a lot of experience with economic reconversions, and those economic reconversions, you always hear that when there's something changing in the economy, what you have to do is retrain, upskill workers, train the workers. Well, we already had a lot of that in the 90s, founded by international agencies, like the World Bank and such. And studies have been done to try to assess what happened with those workers. And the results are frankly negative. What we know from the past experiences is that most of these plans do not work at all when you compare to a control group. And when they do, for instance, one of what is actually had been measured scientifically, with a control group, and has been shown to work, the percentage of increase of chance of finding a job from the people that were going through the training has been 3.6 percentage point in average compared to the control group. Not a huge improvement, right? In Argentina, we also had in the last few years a very extensive program trying to train young people to become programmers. And I think this experience is really relevant, because what we are seeing with Gen AI means that repetitive work will be automated, and people will have to move more to the technological sector, right? So this was a plan aimed to train 1,000 programmers, and it was aimed for people with having finished high school, providing 8 months of training. 8 months of training, right? It was offered in a lot of posts in the country. It was really extensive, and during the 4 years, more than around 150,000 people enrolled, but the success rate, I mean, the graduation rate of the program was 1.5%. And there are no statistics of people actually employed. The plan was devised by the government with the Argentinian Chamber of Software Companies. So in this case, what was actually taught was what software companies said we need, right? So the factor of, well, maybe what was taught during the training is not what they needed can be ruled out. The companies decided what was needed to be taught and how it was needed to be taught. Nevertheless, they did not manage to hire the outcome of the plan. So, you know, when we think that the Gen AI revolution, the effect on the labor market can be solved with training, I will ask us to be a little caution about that, because this is not sustained on the evidence we have.
Yeah. If I can, because I fully understand what you say, Fernando, and I can support that very much also from my own experience. But this is exactly the conversation that we should be having right now, because these things, this technology will change the way we work all across the economy, all across the labor market. And when we first started to show this, and it's not just us, but you get into discussions with policymakers in Brussels or in The Hague or in Berlin, and then the discussion ended always with the assertion, but then we're going to reskill and upskill the labor market, and that'll be that. As if that's the end to the story, and it's the beginning of and this is what you're signaling as well, Fernando, this is the beginning of a whole new question. How do you do that? How do you reach the most vulnerable ones? How do you retrain people who've had difficulties training in the first place? And I see different approaches in different countries, some of them more successful than others, but the question should be, how do you do this? How do you do it well? And how do you do it in a way that that is successful? And how do we keep also the most vulnerable people on board? And then sometimes an experiment fails, but then you also learn how not to do it, I guess. It's a hugely expensive thing, I understand, but it's better than trying to duck the issue. It's a comment more than a question, indeed.
Many thanks for these thoughtful comments, and I think your considerations are well understood, but nevertheless, I think you raised the questions. We want to address those questions also in our working group, and this is exactly the topic for the next project. Shadrach, you are already ready to present your project. It's about AI literacy for factory workers. I think it's also a very important group of workers. Maybe sometimes come to the stage, please. So Shadrach, your project is about developing and implementing an AI curriculum for factory workers. Can you tell us a little bit more about your project? Maybe can you also touch those concerns that we have heard from Fernando and Mark? What are the objectives, and what are you doing in the project?
Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, the working group at large. The working group has made it possible for us to conceive a project of this kind. And I would also mention that the Montreal workshop was an eye-opener for us because there we all flagged together as a community that AI literacy and AI awareness for the larger community is quite important. I've just come from another room where we launched AI for school teachers, AI literacy for school teachers, which is also an inspiration of this working group. We believe that through this working group, through many of our projects, we would be in a position to provide kind of 360-degree view of many of the challenges facing the world of future of work. So that said, the project that we have initiated, actually the research has commenced in the month of November. Although in the work plan 2024 we have included this as one of the activities. I am hopeful that the Executive Council would approve of this project so that we can designate this as a GPAI project. So the idea is to develop an AI literacy curriculum which would speak to the concerns of the factory workers in a variety of sectors, manufacturing to construction to home work to many others. To begin with, experimenting this idea in India in partnership with the government and also the industry in a place called Gurgaon, which is not very far away, about 60 kilometers from the capital city, in a cluster of industries where we would be in a position to discuss with the employer organizations, the workers themselves, and develop a participatory curriculum that is forward-looking, that would enable people in the probably in the automotive sector. We have not decided which sector that we should look into, but again, thanks to Aurelie this morning, Edward and Aurelie put this project as part of the pitch fest this morning. And when I pitched this particular project, there was this person from JICA, the Japanese International Organization. He came forward and said he would facilitate this work in a factory called the Maruti Suzuki factory in Gurgaon, where automobiles are produced. So he said, it would be possible for Japan to initiate this thought process with Suzuki. So it would be quite possible that if all works well, we may work with the management there in terms of discussing their own future direction as to how, as an automobile company, they are progressing to the next stage of incorporating AI in their practice. And in the event of doing this, what would happen to the current workers, particularly those who are doing the repetitive jobs, whose jobs are at risks. So is there a possibility, together with the employer organization, that we could develop a curriculum and reskill them? So we are looking at a sample of 3,000 people to experiment this idea in a couple of sectors: manufacturing, automobiles, and perhaps homework. So these three sectors to see how we can fine-tune them to the future world of work. And the idea is to create a model, not necessarily be involved in developing different sets of curriculum, but a model that would work for us to replicate, scale up in others. I believe that the International Development Research Center Canada and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation both are interested in steering this project forward, provided we have a model, replicable model. So I would be greatly served as a co-lead of this project, that all our members of the Future of Work working group would advise this project in terms of getting the model right, getting the whole process right. And in this case, our colleague from Argentina, Mexico, and other places would also be quite instrumental, because some of the concerns are common in these countries. So if we could all come together and help us to do this modeling right, then it would become a good offering to the global community by GPAI.
To the world, to the to the common good. Yes, I don't know if, Fernando, do you want to say something else after what Shadrach has shared with us?
Actually, I would like to address what Mark has said. I would invite everybody that when we hear that the solution is retraining, let's shift the burden of the proof. So whenever somebody claims that whatever is going to happen in the job market is going to be solved with upskilling or retraining, I will ask them to provide evidence that this is feasible, because otherwise we are not taking the issue scientifically. And also, you know, and I understand this is challenging, because if we don't do retraining, what are we going to do? Well, something similar has happened to humanity recently with, you know, CRISPR, the technology to alter genes, to cut genes. And we decided that no matter how promising it was strictly regulated and mostly forbidden. So I will ask us to address this with an open mind, and instead of thinking that something is inevitably, because everybody's saying that it has to be, there's always another way of thinking of the issue.
As a follow-up question, Fernando, now that you say this, do you feel that in the debate, because nowadays we're talking a lot about the governance of AI, the global governance of AI, we have, you know, lots of sessions on responsible AI, many fora discussing this topic, and everyone agrees on this is going to impact the labor market, this is going to impact the workforce and people. But, you know, reskill and upskill. How do you think they should cover this debate or this multi-dimension reality of the impact of technology, of AI, more particularly in the global governance AI agenda?
Well, you know, for instance, most people from the north are used to thinking about, you know, factories where they build cars, mostly automated, right? This is how they work in industrialized countries. Well, this is not how they work in the south of the world. Why? Because unions have struggled to sustain the workers there. And we don't see factories losing money either. Car manufacturers are still, you know, they still run a very healthy, very profitable business. And all in all, we can say this is better for society, because they are raising a lot of money and workers still have well-paid jobs. So this is why I'm saying that there's not only one way to consider the issue. And I think that we should be embracing this regulatory debate with a more open-minded.
Fernando, we have a comment here in the room.
Hi, I'm Ali. I'm from the Responsible AI Working Group, and it's incredibly refreshing to hear an actual dispute within a working party. Essentially, here there is a disagreement of opinion. There's, like, you know, you can hear it. And in AI generally, there's enormous disagreement. There are people who are very keen, there are people who want to regulate, there are evangelists, and there are people who are worried. And it's incredible that these debates don't seem to surface very often within GPAI. Quite remarkable. Like in my working group, for instance, you know, it's about responsible use of AI, and everyone is focusing on that side of it. And I'm wondering whether the structure of the working groups prevents this kind of actual, you know, proper discussion. So, for instance, in the innovation and commercialization working group, everyone is pretty gung-ho about AI. In my one, everyone's worried about it. I'm generalizing a bit here, but in the future of work, it seems like you have, you know, representatives from both of these constituencies, which is a wonderful thing. So I'm just stepping back a little bit and saying maybe there needs to be more representation within our discussions, in our working groups, in our projects, of these actual discussions and disputes, which we see everywhere in discussions about AI, between people who are very worried and who are looking to regulate and try and change the direction of AI or prevent certain things, and between people who are extremely evangelical and want to see how things are going to be made better and how everyone's lives are going to be improved. And so it's just kind of, it's like an organizational point here. Maybe we need to make sure and represent these debates better within the structure of the working groups. So I don't really, you know, I'm not voicing a position on the discussion, but it's nice to see the discussion. That's my point.
This is a great observation. Thank you. And I think Fernando, it's really a pity that you cannot be with us for the dinner, because I would really like to challenge your opinion and discuss with you tonight. But I think this is not the place here in this session. Any other comments, questions?
I'm part of this working group, but I've joined recently. So 2 comments. One is that I have delivered a lot of AI solutions in the industry, and I'm a first-hand observer of work displacement. And I can say that Fernando is very realist when he says that it's easy to say that there is upskilling, but ultimately the goal of AI in corporate world is to save cost and gain efficiency, and there is no hiding it, and it will not change. And also we need to understand that that generation which suffers from this displacement, you cannot suddenly train a warehouse worker to become a programmer. That won't happen. If it happens, he will find it difficult to get hired. In fact, to make a normal programmer, an AI programmer itself is a difficult task. So we are talking of several levels of difficulty. And for that project, I want to make a suggestion that one of the biggest consumers of AI are the call centers who handle your mobile plans or your bank plans. And chatbots are completely targeted at cutting down those call centers. So if a project wants to consider future of work as work displacement study, I think we should definitely go for call centers, because there we will find out what is actual work displacement and what happens to that to the people who get displaced. Is there an effort to upskill them, or do companies actually want to gain their investment in AI?
Absolutely, and that is part of the project that Fernando will be leading next year. Thank you for that comment. And what is more important is that the workers don't end up losing their income, and it's a race to the bottom in this selling of technological solutions or technological solutionism, and when they promise to give you co-pilots, and then you end up, making less money and having more competitors. So absolutely, that's what we want to achieve in our group, really grasping all the perspectives from the different realities of the different countries across the world, and then bringing forward solutions, or at least proposals for those who decide in the world to do something good for the majority. Alvaro, yes, please.
Yes, I just like to add something about what you just mentioned. We are working specifically at our company to create a solution that is directly working with call centers. And of course, in many areas, I totally agree with you that there's going to be a job displacement. But in some cases, for example, our solution is assisting more than 8,000 people working in Guatemala to neutralize their accent, so they can communicate more efficiently with people from other countries in English. So this is very important, because this is democratizing artificial intelligence, and it's lowering the educational barriers that in an unequal society such as Latin America we have, so that these people are not really that well educated in English, and with these kind of tools and these technologies, they are able to have a better job than otherwise wouldn't be possible 3 years before. So yeah, while on the one hand there will be some job displacement, of course, another opportunity will be created. So we'll just have to see what's happening in the near future. Thank you.
You get a microphone. 1 second.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm also from the Responsible AI group, but I'm going to come across with a slightly different opinion than Ali, I think. So, for me, one of the visions of the future of work in AI is to help in jobs where scale is important, and AI can help us provide scale without destructive practices. So I'm thinking things like dredging the seabed for shellfish, forestry. So a lot of those practices are destructive because we just can't get the volume with people doing it. So, but instead, if we can get the volume with AI and machines doing it, with them being trained or supervised by people, then we can potentially do things much less destructively. So we can do precision harvesting of shellfish, we can do precision picking of trees, we can do precision forestry, these sorts of things. So in there, I think that AI is really useful and actually can help save the planet. It will be replacing workers, but those workers could potentially then go and train those machines. And I really like what Fernando said in terms of if we don't need to replace people, let's not replace them. And so you could see that it's only places where there's the lack of volume. Another example we were using it is for virtual safety officers in facilities like a sawmill. In that case, you usually don't have someone watching every single place in that sawmill to make sure it's safe, but with AI you can do that. And so there's lots of places, I think, in the future of work where AI can be really useful, can help. I think you talked about the 3 Ds earlier today. Dirty, dangerous, and the other one I don't remember. Difficult, yep. So I think we want to be really careful not to throw the benefits of AI out, but I really like what Fernando said, is let's consider, is AI helping, is it beneficial? And in some cases the retraining can be, you can actually train the machines to do the jobs at scale and volume, and then you can move back to a more monitoring or surveillance role. And then someone else said, well, AI will replace that at some point, but then we get to Fernando's point where, but it doesn't need to, so we don't need to put AI in place there. So I'm just interested to hear your comments about, sometimes I feel like we can be quite negative about AI in the future of work, but actually I see there's lots of potential to help save the planet and actually help, keep people safe.
Yeah, I can answer something there. I think that we should try to be less about emotions, about being positive or negative or scared or very happy about it, and more looking into empirical research and doing the experiments that Mark was mentioning, and really going through the facts and the different realities with all its nuances, because this is a debate that you cannot clear in a sentence, and you cannot say it's positive, it's negative, it's better, it's worse. It depends. It really depends on so many things, on so many contexts, and so many types of AI applications, environments, realities, and also the need, because it might be very positive, but as it has been mentioned, is it really needed? Is it responding to a need, to a social need, or are we just pushing this technology towards the society or towards workers or towards people because we think like that?
But if we don't use it, we destroy the seed.
But the thing is that it's not black or white. It's not using it or not using it. It's like, let's work globally in empirical research and in really understanding the applications to come up with more nuances and more nuanced analysis and more complex questions to complex answers to complex questions, I would say.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I totally agree with what you're saying, but the problem with research is that you can only research what you have already, and it's about the future of work, and it's very difficult to research into the future. So I think job profiles will change. So and I think it's not our main target to protect jobs. Our main target should be protect people and help them increase their employability. And this is again something about helping them gain new competences and skills, and maybe it's also about a question of how can we design new things. This can also be addressed by research, but I think for that purpose we would also need new methods for research. This is also a big topic, a big interest of mine as well, especially for the future of work, and I think this is there's a lot of work to be done. Maybe we can talk about this also during the dinner.
Matthias is only thinking of dinner.
Yeah. I've just... here we have another comment, and we have only 2 minutes.
Yes, okay, I'll try to be brief. Well, Fernando, it was really interesting to listening to your points, and I think it gives you food for thought, definitely, especially for a person like me. I'm a techno-optimist usually, but I think that we have this thinking pattern that basically technical revolutions, they destroy jobs, but they usually create more than they destroy. And I've seen, anecdotal data related to at least to 2 companies that are quite aggressively investing in autonomous operations. One is our pet company, Amazon, that everybody from future of work can use as a shooting target. Another was the tier 1 company from the automotive sector, and they have been quite aggressively investing in robotization, but they also net. The value of the job number balance was positive. Yeah? So they created more jobs than possibly they destroyed automating tasks that have been so far delivered by humans. And basically, how this happened, in my opinion, it's usually by becoming more competitive and getting more business. And opening new factories, for example, that basically were able to employ new people. And I would like to have your thoughts about how do you think this collective approach to protection, this protective approach to modernization of working factories, protection of jobs. Does it affect the competitiveness, the capability to deliver, for example, competitive products? Yes, competitive through innovation rather than low cost, or not? I mean, that is something that really interests me.
But before Fernando chips in, what is the purpose of being competitive? It's like having more purchase power, and then having better life for your population.
As a former business person, I had this mindset that basically, if you want a company that is alive, that provides a place for growth, it needs to grow itself. Yeah, and this is more important than actually the profits you generate or you take to your own
Yeah, I understand that perspective, and I hear it. And as an economist, I think that sometimes we need to bring new perspectives to an equation, because we end up discussing very technical aspects and very numerical elements, and we don't consider what is the end goal of all of it. What is the end goal of being more productive, more having economic growth? What is the goal? Is it making richer a guy, or is it making richer a country? And how can you make a country richer if you are not able to provide them with work? So I think that is a dichotomy that at some point we need to take into account.
Yes, but this is the generally complex question and complex answer. It's a this type of question about life, universe, and everything, and as all we know, the answer is 42. But in this complex world, I would really like to hear Fernando's views, because you clearly come from a different world than me, for example. Yes, we started as a poor country, but we are part of a rich north, to say so, yes, in Poland. But
yes, if I may chip in, first of all, yes, I agree with some of the things that people said. Not every AI is the same, and I applaud the thing trying to help us catch the fish that we need. I don't know the details of that industry, but I suspect this is not displacing a lot of work, and this is something, there's a need, right, to improve for the health of the planet. There's a need to catch the right fish. Replacing call center workers, there's not a need there. Right? I mean, call center owners are rich, people are having their jobs, so we will have to differentiate, and I might have said AI in general, but I want to make clear that there are certain sectors that need to be treated differently. Regarding the more broader question, I will not answer it, but I will give you some hints of where I'm coming from. from if you look at traditional economical wisdom, you might consider that chocolate has a price, but this price is based on a lot of the people that produce the chocolate in Africa are not able to afford that, right? People that are producing the chocolate are not able to afford their own product, so there's nothing natural there. And we can buy our cell phones for a given price, but they are made of some specific materials that also being produced by people that are not able to afford the same product. So again, there's nothing natural there, and this idea of always be more competitive, well, it has to be taken not with a grain of salt, but with a huge bottle of salt. I would recommend, to understand where my perspective is coming, I would recommend everybody this book from the Korean economist, whose name I fail to remember again and again, that is called Kicking the Ladder. That's basically saying that, some economies and as a consequence, some companies on those economies can be competitive because they've been held with huge, very tight protective measures for a long time. So in the global economy, there's no way that our companies are going to be able to compete if we are not given the same protections. I will leave it there because it's a really deep topic.
Always with our sessions, the problems get bigger the longer we discuss. So I think we should really close the session now. Many thanks for all your interesting comments and remarks. I think it was great to having you all here, and I wish you nice evening, and maybe we see again tomorrow.
Thank you all.
Good luck with the dinner.
Gracias.
Hello. Hi. Thank you, everyone. For the speakers, we have a small token of appreciation from our end. Yeah, I was just saying that we have a small token of appreciation from our end. We would like to invite our Chief Research Scientist from DIC, Colonel